Go readings. We're going to do something different for 2024. I'm going to watch a Troma film a day and discuss. So obviously for the first day of the year, we'll be talking The Toxic Avenger, the first film of the Tromaverse. And this is the film that defined my cinematic tastes. The moment I saw this film, something changed in my brain, and yeah, it explains a lot about me. If you've never seen it, I recommend stopping what you're doing and going and checking it out now. It's short and sweet, 5 out of 5. One of the greatest films ever made. Thank you, Lloyd Kaufman. We'll see you tomorrow with another Troma release. We are back, day 2, and our second Troma film of the year is my favorite pickup, and that is Chad Farron's Unspeakable. That's another one. It really says a lot about me. This is one of my favorite films. It's my favorite Troma pickup. It is sleazy. It is rough. Turn that frown upside down and check this one out as soon as you can. Chad Farron's Unspeakable. We've talked about his more recent films recently, but this is the one that started it all. And check it out. It's 5 stars from me. Day 3 of Troma 365, where I talk a Troma movie a day. Today we're going to talk about Toxic Crusaders, the movie, which was featured in the Tox Box. I rewatched this one last night with my son, and it is, it feels like you have the Toxic Avenger origin story in an animated film, which is an experience, but it is a fun little, cartoon. And it, very much of the Ninja Turtles era, and, there was a little beef with that, but the toys were made by the same company, and they're still a cult item, and they still make variations of them. If you've never seen the Toxic Crusaders cartoon, it's your typical, Saturday morning fare, but with a Troma twist. I mean, you get the characters. It lasted a season, and it's worth checking out. All the episodes are remastered in 4K on the Troma Now app, so I recommend it, and go check it out. For an animated kids series, I'm going to give it a 4 out of 5. Go readings, day 4, Troma 365. Today's pick is The Last Horror Film, starring Joe Spinell and Caroline Munro. It is a reteaming from the stars of Maniac. While it's not Maniac, it's still a great slasher. I recommend it. It's different. It wasn't originally a Troma film. It's another pickup, but it's one of their best. And while it is a pickup, and it had a life before that, but it is a Troma film. It is a great slasher. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. There's a new Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray that looks amazing, and I recommend that version. The True Masterpiece is a great DVD also. Check it out, and stay tuned. Tomorrow we'll have another pick. Today's Troma pick is All the Love You Cans. It is a documentary on Troma's time in Cannes. You get a real behind the scenes of Troma and what it's like to sell a film, and what it's like for them to be in Cannes. I really love all the Troma documentaries, Farts of Darkness, Citizen Toxie, for every new feature they do. But this one, it shows, the hypocrisy of the mainstream film and just the way Troma gets treated. But it is a great documentary for all Troma fans. You get tons of behind the scenes, tons of what it's like to be a Troma employee and work for Troma on one of these things. I'm kind of envious because I would have loved to have done it, so I recommend it. Yeah, I love this documentary. It'd be a 5 out of 5 if we were reviewing it. And that's today's Troma 365. Today's Troma pick is Squeeze Play. This is one of Lloyd Kaufman's very first films. It is more of a sex comedy. It's a little bit of different with the early Troma stuff. It's a group of girls who felt ignored by their boyfriends due to baseball, and they decided to start playing the game themselves. And what follows is it's 79, but it feels like an 80s comedy. It's got all the tropes, and it's got that Troma humor very early on with the fart jokes and some of the sight gags. I mean, it feels like a Troma movie. It's just not in the horror genre. It is part of the before there was Toxie box set. This one is only on DVD, but it's well checking out, or you can check it out now on the Troma app. That's today's pick for Troma's 365. Gore Readings closing out week one of Troma's 365 is the 1986 Lloyd Kaufman and Michael Herz directed Class of Nukem High, the original film that spawned 4 sequels. And this comes out on the heels of The Toxic Avenger, which at that point was starting to gain a following. And I mean, you have the same core team here. I mean, it feels like it's from that era of Troma. So if you are a fan of Toxic Avenger, have never seen Class of Nukem High, I do recommend it. There's some footage you may recognize in the Troma style, and the gang of the Cretans, they're a memorable gang. I mean, the poster is iconic. This is one of the Troma masterpieces. I recommend it tremendously. Check it out. It's on Troma now. It's streaming everywhere. Yeah, check it out. It's definitely a 5-star.
Gore Readings, flesh wound horror freaks, and welcome to today's Troma 365, featuring the 2017 film The Nobodies from writer-director Jay Burleson. So this stars Flesh Wound's favorite nudist couple, Bill Pacer and LaDonna Allison, who were guests on the show. And it's a bizarre, kinky, meta, SOB experimental masterpiece. Bill plays an unhinged serial killer named Taboris DeWitt, and it centers around this 90s SOB film called Pumpkin, and that kind of plays into the plot. I would pitch it as American movie, much in that spirit, with a lot of kinky sex and graphic violence. It's a fun film. It's really unique, and I recommend you check it out. Goodbye for now. Gore Readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365, the 1976 Joel M. Reed directed film Blood-Sucking Freaks, aka The Incredible Torture Show. This is Vinegar Syndrome's new definitive 4K of the film, and I've always said it that in my personal opinion, I think this is the best film to carry the Troma name. The movie is just pure vile insanity from the opening scene to the very end. It's an assault on the senses, and it just simply has to be experienced by all horror fans, in my opinion. Ralphus, so iconic. Of course, Chris Jericho just was so inspired that he made that his valet's name in WCW, and so many other horror fans were inspired by it, including myself. I love this film. Gore Readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, and that is the 1995 Tom Chaney directed film Frostbiter: The Wrath of Wendigo. So this movie is essentially in the vein of Evil Dead 2. You've got these people trapped in a cabin, and they're dealing with some really cool creatures. There's some great stop motion effects in this movie. We get these goblins that come out of Chile. As wild as that sounds, we get this really cool stop motion creature attack on a plane. It's very ambitious. It's a gem. It's a 90s gem, and I think it's a lot of fun. It doesn't go too over the top. This isn't, your typical Troma with the toilet humor necessarily, but it's very funny, and I highly recommend this one.
Gore readings. Today's Troma 365, we're going to talk about The Thingy, Confessions of a Teenage Placenta. This one is wild. I mean, with a title like that, it is. I mean, you have a shootout with our teenage placenta at the end in a hospital. It's nuts. It's basically like a Belial type blob that's just going through its life, but it's just nuts. It's batshit crazy. I'm not gonna recommend it, this one to everyone. But I mean, with a title like that, you're gonna know right away if it's something you're gonna want to check out. It's streaming on Troma now. It is an oddball of a film. I can't say recommend it, but I enjoyed it for what it was. Check it out. It's streaming on Troma now and on Blu-ray and DVD. Thanks for Troma 365.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, Jessica Rabbit from 2010 and director Matthew Reel. This film stars Elsie McCain as Jessica and Troma veteran Trent Haga. So this is a nasty, grimy, grindhouse revenge flick. Oddly enough, a very similar premise to the Trent Haga film Dead Girl, which he wrote the script for. And this had a comic book at one point. I know there's been a sequel in production for a very long time. I don't know if that's still happening. So today's pick, Jessica Rabbit. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for another Troma 50th Anniversary 365.
Gore readings, Troma 365, and today's pick is, well, it's something different. It's just a batshit movie. It feels like it's something out of the Florida scene. It's a nice companion piece to some of the stuff out there I'm avoiding saying the names of, just like this one. But the basic premise is Charles Manson's family, they actually make it to their bunker in '69. Manson dies 10 years later. And their daughter survives, and it's modern day, and it's after the race war, and the Manson family has a big surprise coming. So there's a lot of social commentary, but done in a Troma way, I guess we'll go with. I definitely say, if you like subversive cinema, this is a good one. It's also on Troma now. It's on Blu-ray.
Gore readings, Troma fans, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2000 Italian film from director Giannotta Zarantinello, Medley. So Medley is a very bizarre mishmash of Fast Times at Ridgemont High meets Commando meets Class of Nukem High with some battle royale thrown in. In this one, students must make the grade or meet their maker as they battle the chainsaw-wielding faculty. This came out in 2000, as I said, and there were certain things going on here in America that made it a little bit controversial. There's actually some similar Troma films from this time that we'll probably talk about later on the list. And it is today's pick. Check it out. It's pretty unique, and it has a lot going on.
Gore readings, Troma 365, and today we're going to look at the Degassier Blu-ray through Vinegar Syndrome. It's the first one from the line, and it is Redneck Zombies, SOV film. The Blu-ray is 100% the best this movie's ever looked, from the VHS to the DVDs. It also includes both cuts, so it has the 20th anniversary cut that was released on the Troma disc. If you've never, this is probably the first SOV I remember seeing. I mean, I know they were there, but it's the first one that, like, the name SOV stuck with me. It's very ambitious for this era, for an SOV. It was like a new thing at the time. But it's one of my favorites of the SOV era. It really, like, set it up for me. I definitely recommend this Blu-ray. Pick it up through vinegarsyndrome.com. or check it out on Troma now.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2010 Mark Ronstock directed film Necronos, Tower of Doom. In this film, Necronos, a servant of the devil, comes to Earth to raise a zombie army under the leadership of barbaric demons known as berserkers. So this director also did a film called Curse of Dr. Wolfenstein. He's also an actor who's in the Blood Feast remake, the La Petite Mort films, among many others. If you're familiar with the work of Olaf Ittenbach, Andreas Schnaas, or Timo Rose, this one might be right up your alley. A lot of grisly, gory special effects in this one, and it's, really wild stuff if you're into the German extreme horror scene. Check it out.
Gore readings. Today's Troma 365 pick is Extreme Jukebox. This is an Italian horror film, and it calls itself the first heavy metal Italian horror. I don't know if that's an accurate description, if it's the first, but it is definitely Italian heavy metal horror. It's no goblin, but it is pretty entertaining. The gore is really old school Italian, so I did enjoy the gore. The music itself, not my genre, really, in this one. But I thought it was cool. It's closer to Rocktober Blood than a Trick or Treat. But it's streaming now on Troma now. You can pick up the DVD or the Blu-ray. I recommend at least checking it out if you're a fan of Italian horror. It is a different take on the heavy metal horror genre. Like I said, yeah, check it out. Troma 365.
Gore readings, Troma fans, and welcome to today's Troma 365 Clown Camp Massacre, which is a 2007 film from co-directors Philip Gunn and David Carlos Valdez. So this is essentially a slasher parody, particularly a Friday the 13th parody. There's a Crazy Ralph homage. There's a circus-themed take on the Friday the 13th theme. Very low budget, as you would expect. Production value-wise, it's somewhere near Camp Blood when it comes to killer clown flicks. But there's some decent low-budget gore. There might be more one-liners in this than Psycho Cop 2 and Dr. Giggles combined. So it might put a smile on your face if you want a killer clown horror comedy that you haven't seen. Check out Clown Camp Massacre.
Gore readings. Today's Troma 365 is a bit different. Today we're going to take the focus onto an action figure, and this is the Mego 8-inch figure. This is the standard edition you can find in stores. Should run you about $10 if you find them in store and don't go secondhand. But there's not only this version, there's also the classic Mego packaging in the window box, which is definitely my favorite of the two. Comes with the mop. Mego figures are a bit before my time, but still pretty cool. All Talks Convention merchandise I do. It's the one thing I see and I have to get. But you can get them both now in stores if you find them. If not, you can find them on eBay and other places. But about $10. They're very cool. Check them out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2012 horror anthology Doomsday County. So Doomsday County kind of comes in that wave of post-Grindhouse homage flicks in the wake of the Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez film Grindhouse, and this one's pretty wild stuff. I mean, it features a zombie invasion at the same time as an alien invasion. There's vampires, there's a melting mad scientist, a lot of crazy stuff, a lot of fun stuff. It's actually a 2010 film, but a 2012 Troma pickup. And yeah, this one's fun. Some nice practical effects, and it's probably maybe one of those post Tarantino Rodriguez grindhouse flicks that you may or may not have actually seen yet. So if that interests you, check out Bay County.
Gore readings. Today's Troma 365 is Symphony in Blood Red. It is a giallo film from 2009, inspired by the works of Dario Argento. It's the first feature film directed by Luigi Pastore. In addition, he collaborates with, from Cat in the Brain, Antonio Tintori, who co-wrote the screenplay. I got to watch this for the first time last night, and it really does have that Argento feel. I mean, the music, it's channeling it. It's Goblin, and I think for most of the retro or the throwback giallos, that's one thing they don't hit it. This one definitely hits it with the music, and it makes you feel like that giallo. And also, just as of note, you can also pick it up on an import Blu-ray that's region free, so you can check it out there, Blu-ray, DVD, or it is also streaming on Tubi right now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, the 2005 slasher film from director Ron Atkins, Eyes of the Chameleon. So Eyes of the Chameleon is a really nasty splatter flick with a serial killer terrorizing Las Vegas. There's again tons of splatter, tons of skin, a lot of skin. It's a very dark film, but there's at the same time there's some really twisted dark comedy to be had here. It's like I don't know, Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer with a smile on his face. Director Ron Atkins is an underground extreme horror director, kind of known for Eat the Rich and the schizophrenic films. This one's worth a watch for particular people, let's just put it that way. It is brutal, and yeah, check it out. Gore readings, flesh wound horror freaks, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, Open 24/7 from director Thierry Paya. And this is a 2010 French horror anthology film that follows this remote backroads diner where customers avoid boredom by telling each other gruesome stories of witches, cannibals, killer hillbillies, lesbians, and death. All some of my favorite things. So this is, creep show by way of Troma. Lloyd Kaufman himself has a small role in this. It's a lesser known anthology, not to be confused with another horror film that came out recently under the same title. A little more obscure post-2000s anthology that you may not have seen, and it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings. Welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to talk about Hollywood Zap. It's a 1986 sex comedy written and directed by Canadian filmmaker David Cohen. In the film, a bored clerk decides to quit his job and travel to California. He wants to fulfill his dreams, find his missing father, but he hooks up with a hustler, and both of them just kind of go off on their quest. But it's not your mainstream sex comedy. It's a little weird. It's a little different. I mean, it fits the Troma catalog. Not quite the caliber of from before there was Toxie for me, but it's worth a watch. It's streaming on Troma now. I mean, check it out. Not my favorite, but I did like this one. So check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, Scarlet Moon. So this is a 2006 film from cult director Warren F. Disbrow, and it takes place in 2030 where a group of supernaturals, including satanic vampires, a devil cult, and Jesus Christ himself, who are on the search for the Scarlet Moon Diamond, which is this diamond of alien origin, which is also the key to all power on the Earth. So this has Michael Bruce in it, of Alice Cooper fame, Forrest J. Ackerman of Famous Monsters. This is a true cult film. It's one of the more unique storylines of a Troma film that I've seen. Warren F. Disbrow has has some other films of his that are distributed by Troma. There's a double feature out there of alien movies that he did, and it's a wild ride, and it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to talk about Gut Boy, a bedtime story. And in this, a filleted man teams up with a vengeful mermaid to prank the corrupt forces of law, order, and the free market to death. This is directed by Nick Grant, also written by Nick Grant, stars Charlie Bavoa, Coco Conroy, Will Cooper. I watched it for the first time last night, and it's the one thing I didn't mention is it's kind of an effed up puppet show. It's about these skinless people and like the mermaid, and it's just, you know, there's no true gore because it is a puppet show, but it's just whacked out, crazy. I haven't seen anything like it, and it's what I love about Troma. Everything's you never know what you're gonna get. It runs about 70 minutes. Check it out.
Gore readings, flesh wound horror freaks, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick. The 2006 film from director Stuart Simpson, The Demons Are Among Us. So The Demons Are Among Us is an Ozploitation film distributed by Troma and made by Lost Art Films. It's heavily inspired by David Lynch and the Evil Dead franchise. It's described on the back if David Lynch had directed an Evil Dead film, so that's a cool pitch. It follows a man named Joe Melton who moves to the country for peace and quiet, but instead discovers the devil himself has risen in Miranda Falls. And it's up to Joe and his magic talking axe to save the day from a demon army. So what a premise, and for that reason, it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings. Today's Troma 365 is about the film Rednecks from 2017, directed by John Brigham, starring John Brigham, Kitty Clark, Royce Hobson, Tracy Lee Stanton, Jeremy Amber, and Brandy Mason. It's about a group of rednecks who go on an adventure to get fame, fortune, and everything they have dreamed of after a deal with the devil, and it plays out. We get a lot of parody videos. You get a Danzig and Guns N' Roses when they're trying to make it big in their big break in the music industry. It's not exactly what I expected from the title, but it was funny. I think the Danzig parody was the best, but you can check it out now on Blu-ray or stream it now on Troma Now. It's worth a watch. It's an interesting film, and check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1993 film from writer-director Jason Holt, Death Dancers. So in Death Dancers, we follow an LA cop tracking a female serial killer played by Scream Queen Deborah Dutch by working his way through the bondage and kink clubs in seedy Los Angeles. So in this one, Deborah Dutch, once again, very popular Scream Queen, known for the Vice Academy series, Hard to Die, Haunting of Morella, Dinosaur Island, 976 Evil 2, and a bunch of movies, too many to list. And it also stars Sunset Thomas of HBO's Cat House fame. That was a show I was quite fond of, and it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're highlighting Troma Trailer Compilation Coming Distractions. Features over 70 theatrical trailers with the outlandish, campy horror, nudity, and all the guts and stuff that Troma is known for. It's a great little compilation disc. You got skits and also a spotlight on Super Troma Tiffany Shepis with clips and interviews, which the disc is also autographed by. If you love Troma or you've never seen Troma, this is really a good sampler of what you get from the catalog. and pretty much everything on the disc is streaming on Troma now. So if you sample something, see something you like you haven't seen, it's a great way to see what else Troma's got. So that was today's Troma 365.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2000 film from writer-director Jorge Olguin, Angel Negro. So Angel Negro is billed as the first Chilean horror film, and it's also the first Chilean giallo, and it's very much an homage to Hitchcock. You can also see a lot of Dario Argento in this, who of course was influenced by Hitchcock himself. This was shot for under $25,000 while the director was still in college. Very impressive. He went on to bigger things, directing the heavy effects film Eternal Blood, the zombie film Descendants, Whispers of the Forest, and La Casa most recently. It's a director's early film, which you could see the talent, and he would go on to bigger things. And I recommend you check it out if you're a giallo or slasher fan. And it is today's Troma 365.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365. And today we're going to look at the 2004 American mockumentary, co-written, directed, and starring Jenna Fischer with then husband James Gunn, who already had written in Romeo and Juliet at this point, and was a Troma mainstay. So that's the obvious connection. How we have a Jenna Fischer Troma movie. It's a mockumentary about a well-to-do couple in Southern California who are trying to help the world by giving homeless lollipops with artwork as their wrappers that's designed by James Gunn. It mixes, fact and fiction. I mean, we have footage of their wedding and home movies and stuff in with the stuff they shot. It's a different Troma film. If you like satire about Hollywood films, I recommend it. If you want a James Gunn film or even a Jenna Fischer type film, it may not be what you want, but check it out now on Troma Now.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the best of the Crapston Villas. So the Crapston Villas was a 90s UK Channel 4 animated series. It was a stop-motion puppet show. I would describe it as a really raunchy satire focusing on the residents of a London slum. It's very non-PC, couldn't be made today. It features the voice talents of popular UK comedians Jane Horrocks, Alison Steadman, Morwenna Banks, and Alistair McGowan, among others. If you're a fan of South Park, Beavis and Butthead, or the Boondocks, I recommend you check this one out. It's 5 episodes, some of the best that they did for Crapston Villas, and it is, once again, today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings for another Troma 365, and today we're going to spotlight Dolly Deadly, a 2016 horror film from director Heidi Moore, written by Heidi Moore and Cassandra Scheller, starring Justin Moore, Kimberly West Carroll, and Jay Schnosky. It is about a young boy from a trailer park who can't take another moment of ridicule from his family and peers. With the support of his beloved dollies, he sets out for blood, and that's exactly what happens in this. So it is an alternate film with Troma, with some cool kills. It's a smaller budget film. I do recommend checking it out. Also worth note, it was the very first Horror Pack exclusive Blu-ray from that line, and now it is a Troma film. They picked up the rights, and it is available on Blu-ray. It's streaming on Troma now. I think check it out before the sequel drops sometime, hopefully this year. And there's also a short film too. Check it out on Troma now.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1996 film from director Ronald K. Armstrong, Bugged. So Bugged follows a group of exterminators called the Bug Busters, who are hired by a sexy homemaker to cleanse her home of giant man-eating insects. So this has been described as Eight-Legged Freaks meets Friday. It's a 1996 film, so it's like just a couple years before creature features just kind of really fell into that heavy CGI sci-fi channel. realm. This is, still practical and very low budget, but I think worth checking out if you like cheesy creature features. So give Bug to go and let us know what you think.
Gore ratings, and welcome to today's Troma 365. And today we're looking at Pterodactyl Woman from Beverly Hills from 1995, written and directed by Philip E. Mora. The film stars Beverly D'Angelo, Aaron Eisberg, Brian James from horror show fame, and many others, a favorite cult actor. Australian entertainer Barry Humphries also has a cameo, which is pretty much his Dame Edna character before it was, so that's notable. But in the film, a paleontologist discovers a dinosaur egg, prompting an eccentric witch doctor named Salvador Dali to put a curse on Chandler's wife, Pixie, Beverly D'Angelo, causing her to slowly and intermediately transform into a pterodactyl. After Pixie lays an egg, Dick tracks down Salvador Dali and apologizes. The curse is lifted. There you have it. It's only available on DVD now, not on streaming. If you want to check it out, you can still get it pretty cheap. I recommend giving it a watch. That's today's Troma 365.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2004 film from writer-director Patrick Gillies, Offensive Behavior. So this is a film from New Zealand, very dark shock humor in the vein of early Peter Jackson and John Waters. In fact, it features Elizabeth Moody, who played the iconic role of Vera Cosgrove, the mom in Peter Jackson's Dead Alive, aka Brain Dead. She was also in Heavenly Creatures. And this movie features an amateur smut peddler who crosses paths with a mob hitwoman, bizarre ungodly nuns, corpse-loving deviants, and a very non-PC hairdresser. It's not for everybody. This one is not for everybody, but if you like dark, weird, bizarre humor, check this one out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365. And today we're going to look at Electra Love 2000 from 1991. Directed by Jay Raskin, starring Robin Odell, Gregory Pitts, Trent Mullins, and Playboy Playmate Suzanne Owens. Electra Love 2000 is a lurid and tasteful tale of forbidden love, betrayal, and murder. Born with the beauty of the gods, Electra's love for sexual gratification is exceeded only by her vengeance. Enter a world of forbidden love, betrayal, and murder. Well, there's our synopsis. It's actually pretty entertaining. It's definitely a 90s film, and that's what I really enjoyed about it. It has that feel and that era of filmmaking. The budget feels a little bit bigger than I was expecting. It's worth the watch. It is streaming on Troma now, or it's also available on an MOD DVD. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1990 sword and sorcery film, Time Barbarians. So Time Barbarians is much in the vein of Deathstalker, more so Deathstalker than the bigger budget Conan films. And it stars Darren McBee, and if that name sounds familiar, Darren played Malibu on American Gladiators, so big pop culture star. Did a lot of B movies, but was also in Mortal Kombat Annihilation and Batman Forever, among other things. It also features adult film starlet Victoria Paris, and this one's got a time travel element to it, so very similar to Beastmaster 2 on a much lower budget. But if you like sword and sorcery cheese like this, it is more than worth the watch, and that is why it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365. And today we're going to look at Class Nukem High 2, Subhumanoid Meltdown from 1991, the sequel to the original 1996 classic. There's no characters that appear from the first film, but this was shot in Yuma, Arizona versus New York. And the Troma feel is different from this era. Class Nukem High 2 and 3, Toxic Avenger 2 and 3, they both have a more cartoonish feel, even though we still have all the fart jokes, nudity, and everything else we'd expect from Troma. But it definitely feels closer to the cartoon tone This era is, while not my favorite, I still have fun with these films. I think they're still worth checking out, but don't compare to the first film. So if you haven't seen it, it is streaming on Troma now. You can pick up the DVD or Blu-ray. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2001 sci-fi action film from prolific actor, director, and star David Heavener, Outlaw Prophet. So in Outlaw Prophet, we follow John 141, who is trapped in a world of reality television completely out of control. Every week he has to fight for his life and for higher ratings. But now the network wants more viewers, and sleazy producer Quentin McBride knows just how to do it. He plans to destroy the planet Earth along with John. It's The Matrix meets Survivor as John tries to fight his way to freedom against a deadly band of space killers and save the Earth all at the same time. So this also features Robert Z'Dar of Maniac Cop fame, and very low budget, but some neat ideas in this one, so check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2006 film from director Fred Rosenberg, Slaughter Party. So Slaughter Party is a slasher comedy that follows a twisted mad scientist who sets his sight on a gang of bikini-clad lesbians and unleashes a killer dwarf with a taste for blood to knock them off one by one. So this film features Adam Glasser, a.k.a. Seymour Butts. In fact, his reality series on Showtime, Family Business, actually featured an episode where they were shooting this. It also features horror legends Brink Stevens, Felissa Rose, Lloyd Kaufman himself, and Troma regular Ron Jeremy. It's a fun one. I think you'll have a good time, and it is today's Troma 365.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2014's Feartown, USA, a horror slasher. On St. Bevan's Day, the most debauched of all regional holidays, four boys looking to lose their virginity, a girl haunted by a dark secret, lonely teenager, an escaped mental patient, all meet at a party in the woods. They're looking for fun, but what they found is terror. This is fun, over-the-top B-movie like you'd expect from Troma. It's written and directed, first feature from Brandon Bassam, who went on to write Troma's Shakespeare's Shitstorm, which is a favorite of mine. And yeah, this is just B-movie fun. It is a good time. It's a bit subversive. It's got that Troma humor. I definitely recommend this one. It's streaming on Troma now. It's on Blu-ray. It's also available on Tubi and multiple other streaming sources. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at the 1987 Women in Prison film Lust for Freedom, directed by Eric LaSalle. And in this one, it's an undercover detective who witnesses the murder of her fiancé during a drug bust gone wrong, gets sent into prison with corrupt prison and police, and it's a whole women in prison. And it's got a random wrestling match with Glow's Matilda the Hun, and yeah, it's just there. But the one thing I do want to mention besides that is before the feature, we have Toxic Avenger vs. Putin. It's a little short. It's the intro on this. That alone, I mean, would be enough for me to get it. But this is a great disc. There was also a Troma DVD and an Out-of-Print Vinegar Syndrome DVD, but the Blu-ray is definitely the way to go for the best transfer. It's also streaming on Troma now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1997 Lloyd Kaufman directed film Tromeo and Juliet. So Tromeo and Juliet, as you would imagine, is Troma's take on Shakespeare and the classic Romeo and Juliet. This is written by James Gunn, who of course went on to great fame with the Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy. Before that, Slither, Super, one of my personal favorites, and he's currently PC's Last Hope. It features Troma regulars like Debbie Rochon, also
James Gunn's brother Sean Gunn appears in here as well. This is probably the best reviewed Troma film ever. Even mainstream critics tend to like this one, and it gets a high recommendation. Perfect watch for Valentine's Day.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at Tomcat Angels from 1991, directed by Don Edmonds, who directed such flesh wound favorites as Ilsa She-Wolf of the SS and Ilsa Harem Keeper of the Oil Sheiks, and also Terror on Tour. It's about 4 women who graduate the U.S. Naval Top Gun Academy, and after 2 of them are shot down on their first Gulf assignment, the other 2 and their instructors head out to rescue them. Love and stock naval air footage is had by all. And that footage comes from the final countdown, which coincidentally starred Lloyd Kaufman. And it also stars Carrie Dempsey, Craig Shoemaker, and Daphne Rogers. I absolutely remember seeing this on VHS in the video store and renting it then. It's a good TNA flick. If you want some softcore Top Gun, I'd say check it out. Streaming on Troma now.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2006 film from writer-director Aidan Dillard, Meatweed Madness. In Meatweed Madness, a magical plantation in the Deep South called Meatweed Manor, where farmers cultivate the world's most powerful ganja from human flesh. When smoked, it turns you into raving nymphomaniacs. It's up to a group of sexy Southern belles to confront the manor's evil minotaur Bullpucky to save the day. So this movie is a horror comedy leaning more on the comedy side that was funded by the 24-year-old director's pizza delivery money. So low budget, as you can imagine, but, why not? 420 can come a little bit early with Meatweed Madness. Give it a look if you indulge or if you just like Troma's brand of lunacy.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today's pick is The Seduction of a Nerd, aka Up Your Teddy Bear from 1970, directed by Don Jocelyn. And this one, well, the owner is a toy company owner, and he's looking to hire a talented toy maker, and it happens to be a woman, and she's throws some advances on him, and he refuses because he reminds her of his mother. So it's a little bit strange, kind of like it sounds, but it stars Catwoman, Julie Newmar, and Wally Cox, who was Mr. Peepers in an old TV series. One of the cool things is this one has music by Quincy Jones, so the music does stand out on this one. It also, if you're a Batman fan, it has a new to the disc at the time, a new Julie Newmar interview. Check it out. It's streaming on Troma now. It's streaming on Plex. It's on Tubi. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're looking at 2015's The Slashing, directed by Brandon Basham. He's also the writer of Shakespeare's Shitstorm, and he also directed Feartown, USA. And in this one, best friends Lucy, Eva, Ashley, Beth, and Margaret have a sleepover just like any other, until a murderer joins the party. A tale of friendship, betrayal, madness, and the search for some decent dick. And well, it is a slasher spoof, but it's still a fun slasher. The almost lesbian scene is hilarious. I had to rewind it a few times. This one stars Anna Caligari, Sam Reese, and Eliza Barandu. I feel like this is the future of Troma. You can check it out now, streaming on Tubi, Plex, and of course Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1989 film from director-writer Eric Luzell, Fortress of America. In this film, a group of mercenaries called the Fortress of America have set up camp in the forest to prep for the upcoming Civil War, with the townsfolk being slaughtered in the process. It's up to local badass John Whitecloud to take on both the militia and the townsfolk who have issues with him. So this is a gory, sleazy 80s action film with old school busty babes delivering the exploitation goods. The director also prolific for Troma. He did Lust for Freedom and the from Class of Nukem High 2 and 3. It's a film that doesn't have the best reputation, but it's aged well. It's a lot of fun, especially in 2024, because we don't get this anymore.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at the brand new on Blu-ray, The Slashing the Beginning from 2020. And this one, like the original, is directed by Brandon Bassam, who went on to write Shakespeare's Shitstorm. And this one takes place 5 years after the infamous sleepover. Timid 22-year-old Madison moves to Brooklyn to start her new life. And then in the wake of her father's untimely death, she joins a support group only to watch its members get picked off systematically. And as much as I love the first one, this one really amps up the elements and the fun. It's really a fun film. It stars Jean Louise O'Sullivan, Addie Rich, Patrick Froy, back as Pat from the original, and Lloyd Kaufman. This one chimes in at about an hour and 20. It respects your time. It's fun. It's a brisk watch. Check it out. It's streaming on Plex, Tubi, and Troma now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2000 sci-fi film from writer-director John Michael McCarthy, Super Starlet AD. So after the apocalypse in the lost city of Memphis, men have de-evolved into Neanderthals and women have gained an extra chromosome. With all gay men gone, the clothing industry has become fashionably challenged, leaving the women to form beauty cults to battle over the dwindling lipstick and ammo supply. So this is a 50s style burlesque rock and roll sci-fi action flick that combines Showgirls with Tank Girl, Moulin Rouge, Mad Max, all sorts of crazy stuff going on here. If you're a fan of stuff like Tu Wong Fu or Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, you should enjoy this. It's from the same director that did the crazy film Damselvis, Daughter of Elvis, so give it a shot.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at the 2018 film The Good Exorcist from director Josh Stifter. And in this one, he may be far from your conventional priest, but nomadic death metalhead Father Gill is the guy you want casting out evil when it hits your home. And after a ranch in Texas has befallen to a mysterious demonic presence, it's up to our eccentric wandering priest to find answers and dispel the darkness. As he digs deeper, he soon finds out that he may be in over his head and out of time. And this film was actually part of Rob Rodriguez's Rebel Without a Crew, the Rob Rodriguez Film School. This film was featured in it and shot during that. Which is very cool, very similar to a Project Greenlight, but Robert Rodriguez helmed. It's a fun film. You can check it out on Tubi, Plex, and Troma now. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at Vegas High Stakes from 1996. And in this one, two Las Vegas strippers, Lust and Desire, witness some Vegas gangsters murder one of their boyfriends in the parking lot at the end of the shift. The gangsters want to silence them, so they flee. With the gangsters in chase, they are forced to hide out in a trailer park in this campy crime story. And this one stars Janine Martin and Samantha Kessler as Lust and Desire. You'll see some familiar faces depending on your film likes from TT Boy. It's from director Akdov Telmik, a.k.a. Robert McCullum, a.k.a. Gary Graver, who's directed such classics as 1 Million Heels, Tight Spot, and Veronica 2030, among some other adult titles. You can pick up the DVD on Troma now, and you can also rent it on Amazon Prime. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're looking at The Toxic Avenger Part 2, released 35 years ago today on February 24th, 1989, directed by Lloyd Kaufman and Michael Herz. And in this one, the monster superhero is tricked into going to Tokyo to search for his estranged father, leaving Tromaville open to domination by an evil corporation. Now this one is the start of the franchise, really. It's the first of 3 sequels, with the franchise includes the cartoon and the upcoming remake. Stars Ron Fazio, Phoebe Lagrange, early role from Michael J. White. This is more of a, I call it the cartoony era of Troma. It's got a little bit more, a different feel, sort of like Class of Nuke High 2 and 3, but it's still fun. It's Troma. It's streaming on Peacock, Tubi, Plex, Freeview on Prime, and of course Troma Now. You should also pick it on DVD and 4K. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1991 Fred Olen Ray directed film Wizards of the Demon Sword. So after her father is imprisoned by the evil sorcerer Lord Korra, young Melina joins forces with the traveling swordsman Bane to hunt down the devious warlock and reclaim the coveted Knife of Akhtar, which gives its owner unlimited power. Along the way, you must battle evil imps, ogres, and stop-motion beasts. So this features Fred Olen Ray alumni, ex-wife Dawn Wildsmith, Jay Richardson, Michael Berryman of Hills Have Eyes fame, and Russ Hamlin, among others. If you're a fan of low-budget Conan the Barbarian knockoffs like Deathstalker, Warrior and the Sorceress, and what have you, check this one out. Lower budget, but can't go wrong with Fred Olen Ray.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at the short film compilation from Astron 6 titled Astron 6. This one's 5 friends, a love of film, and a death pact. From the first meeting at the Winnipeg Short Film Massacre, the 5 men instantly found themselves embroiled in the deadly game of cat and mouse. Rather than destroy each other, the sworn enemies decided to unite and destroy themselves, once famous. Astron 6 is the brainchild of Adam Brooks, Jeremy Gillespie, Matt Kennedy, Connor Sweeney, and Stephen Kostanski. If that last name's familiar, he is the director of Psycho Goreman. He also did Father's Day and Manborg. If you haven't seen these guys, they're kind of like a horror broken lizard that's a collection of guys, and they do, crazy outlandish, shorts. If you haven't seen them, this is a great sampler. It's got a ton of their short films, and check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1974 film Video Vixens from director Ronald Sullivan, aka Henry Picard. So in Video Vixens, brash and crazed cigar-chomping network TV executive Clifford Bradley decides to push the boundaries of good taste and moral decency by broadcasting an extremely raunchy, naughty movie award show, complete with equally racy commercials on live television. Bradley forces uptight film critic Gordon to host this filthy event with hilarious results. So this features roles from George Buck Flower, the late Sandy Dempsey, and it's a comedy. If you're a fan of some of the 70s parodies, Kentucky Fried Movie, and those sorts of films, give it a shot.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at Crazed. And in this one, Nicole, an isolated widow who lives alone in her mansion, leads a decadent and lustful life, using her sexy body and her vast fortune to manipulate those around her. She is obsessed with controlling all the people in her life. Originally released as Nicole in 1978, Crazed features a totally topless lesbian scene between Daisy Duke herself, Catherine Bach, and critically acclaimed character actress Leslie Carnan. Because of this notorious scene, Crazed has become one of the most sought-after bootlegs on the cult film market and collector circuit, and has even been featured on the world-renowned Mr. Skin, Dan would disagree, starring Catherine Bach, and the officially released Troma DVD. You can pick it up now, and it's also streaming on Troma Now. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at Junk Bonds, The Return of Junk Bucket from 2013 from director Stephen Lang, who also directed the original film. And if you don't know about Junk Bucket, he's a bucket-headed monster who plans to kill everyone and take their junk to make up for the fact His were cut off by his mama as a boy. And this is a sequel to the underground hit Junk Bucket. Junk Bond picks up a year later as Junk Bucket has found himself a family of phallic cannibals to join him in his quest to castrate most of Western Washington. This one stars Mike Christensen, Sarah Coates, and Graham Downing. It's available on Blu-ray. You can check it out on streaming on Freeview on Prime, Tubi, Plex, Troma Now. I think it's a fun one. It's worth a watch. Check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1999 horror comedy from writer-director Mick Napier, Fatty Drives the Bus. So when the Dark Lord isn't able to fill his soul quota for the month, he turns himself into a tour guide and takes a busload of tourists on a detour through the depths of hell. But damn his luck as he has to deal with the most crude, obnoxious, raunchy passengers ever. So I say horror comedy, this is obviously more in the comedy realm. Jesus Christ himself even shows up at one point. It's what I call a fatsploitation film, and there's more of those than you think out there. So, if you're in a goofy mood, take this bus trip to hell with Troma.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1987's Story of a Junkie from director Lech Kowalski. Story of a Junkie breaks new ground and challenges the viewers to face portrayals almost too real. John Spacely is your tour guide through the terror-ridden streets of New York's East Village, known as Alphabet City. It was the drug supermarket of the modern world. Growing up in California, John had everything going for him, or did he? He arrived in the Big Apple as a young man hoping to make his fortune and find his identity. What he found was the dark, desperate world of drugs. This one is shot documentary style. It feels very real. You can pick it up on DVD. You can stream it on Tubi. You can stream it on Plex and Troma Now, of course. I think it's worth checking out. It's that 87. It's like New York. It's really a time capsule. Check it out. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1981's Waitress from director Michael Herz and Lloyd Kaufman. If you're looking to be served a tasty treat of a movie, it's Waitress, and make sure you have an appetite for lots of laughs and lots of turn-ons. How many times have you gotten to a restaurant and instead of a waitress you have got an actress? Carol Beaver, Jim Harris, and Carol Drake star in this raunchy comedy about a would-be actress, a teen magazine reporter, and a prepubescent prep school girl. Picture three waitresses in a crazy restaurant where the chaos is among the customers, an exploding kitchen, and a drunken chef. This is some pre-toxy sex comedy. I love this era. I love these films. They're available on DVD and Blu-ray. You can stream them on Freeview, on Prime, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1998 slasher comedy from writer-director Matt Cunningham, Decapitated. So even though they know little about camping, 7 unsuspecting friends decide to take a trip into the wilderness, winding up in the infamous haunted woods of Decamp Acres. The bloody fun begins when they start being brutally dispatched by a ridiculous masked killer. So this film has an impressive soundtrack with bands like Hatebreed, H2O, Stripe, Coalesce, and many others. It's a very silly film. If you're a fan of movies like Wacko or Saturday the 14th, it might be worth giving it a whirl. We have a review on the channel, a full review of Decapitated that you can check out and see if it's to your tastes. And it is, once again, today's Troma 365 pick.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at Eyes of the Stranger from 1993, directed by David Heavener. Welcome to Harmony, USA, a town forced to march to the beat of a tyrannical drummer, filled with ruthless outlaws, governed by the most heinous politician since Mussolini, played by Martin Landau. With election day nowhere in sight, it looks like the town is stuck with at least 4 more years of lies, murder, and sadistic perversion. Then in the dead of the night, it rambles, one man could make a difference. Like Clint Eastwood before him, the stranger is a man with no name, whose only passion is lawless vengeance, helping the good and crushing the bad and taking pity on the ugly. This one stars David Heavener, Martin Landau, and Sally Kirkland. It's a throwback action, kind of a western. It's on DVD, streaming on Tubi, Plex, and Troma now. Check it out. Gore Readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1982's Ferocious Female Fighters, directed by Jopi Bernarama and Charles Kaufman. And in this one, a female wrestler who has decided that she no longer wants to wrestle, but whose mother, a former wrestler herself, wants her to keep wrestling to make money so her brother can have the operation. Originally a straightforward Indonesian martial arts film that was produced in English, which is rare for films of the time. But when Charles Kaufman received the film for distribution, he wrote all new humorous dialogue, re-recorded all the lines, adding plenty of Troma-style bathroom humor, kung fu grunts, corny jokes, bad accents. It's What's Up, Tiger Lily? It's kind of a throwback to that, or a more modern example is Corona Zombies. It's available on DVD and VHS. You can stream it now on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now.
Gore Readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1990 post-nuke dinosaur film from writer-director Brett Piper, Nymphoid Barbarian in Dinosaur Hell. In a post-Armageddon world, a young woman finds herself in a fight for survival against cavemen, rampaging dinosaurs, and psychopaths who have arisen from the post-nuke wasteland. She's the last woman alive, and she's wanted by man and mutant alike. So this is from director Brett Piper. He did They Bite, Raiders of the Living Dead, several Misty Monday movies like Shakorama, Bite Me, The Screaming Dead, and a lot of creature stuff. He's still making movies, and he's still doing stop motion. If you're an old school monster kid, you might want to check this one out along with some of his newer films like Muckman, Triclops, and Cream Crab. He's been around since the 80s, and I really appreciate him keeping the old monster tradition alive.
Gore Readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at the 2004 action film Tuesday Never Comes, directed by Jason Holt. In the gritty, grand tradition of Reservoir Dogs, Narc, and Jefferson in Paris, Tuesday Never Comes plunges you into a dark world of undercover police narcs with a blood-soaked vengeance. What should have been the perfect drug bust turns into a brutal clash of double-dealing, double crosses between crack-obsessed assassins and gangsters. With top-notch performances by Eric Estrada, Academy Award nominee Karen Black, and Lawrence Hilton Jacobs, punctuating the non-stop ferocious action. This one's a throwback action film. It's just turning 20 years old this year. You can pick it up on DVD. You can stream it on Plex, and of course you can stream it on Troma Now. It's worth a watch. Check it out.
Gore Readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2003 film from director Leon Paul de Bruyne, Parts of the Family. So Parts of the Family is actually a Belgian zombie film, and the original cut of this submitted to Troma was so bad they had to do their own redubbing and do their own traumatic edition. It is hilarious. There's a running fart gag that's just so funny. They got a lemon and they made lemonade. If you're familiar with Tales from the Crapper, that was another troubled production that we have a review up on the channel. This similar situation, but Troma turned it into gold. I highly recommend their version. This director also made the 1990 Troma film Maniac Nurses Find Ecstasy, which I don't remember too well, but I'm sure we'll be covering at some point. So check out Parts of the Family.
Gore Readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're having a look at 1999's Alien Blood, written and directed by John Sorensen. And in this one, as pregnant Helene and her young daughter Monique travel through rural England, they are pursued by sharpshooter Jovet and his desperate band of white masked assassins. Helene and Monique break into a house full of randy vampires, but Jovet is closing in and is only a matter of time before Helene is forced to kill again and defend her child. This one's a spoof of science fiction. It's an homage to the tone of the British directors of the 70s, like Ken Russell, Robert Forst, and it stars Francesca Manning, Rebecca Sterling, Lynn Whiteson. It's on DVD, and you can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma now. I think it's worth checking out, so have a watch. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1973's Savage Abduction, also released as Psycho, directed by John Lawrence. And in this one, when two sex-starved women hitch a ride from a gang of violent, drug-addicted bikers, they make what could be the biggest mistakes of their lives. Unfortunately for the beautiful young ladies, the bikers were hired to kidnap them by a homicidal eccentric so they can appease his demented sexual desires. They must rely on their cunning survival instincts to escape the surreal nightmare that has taken their innocence and is threatening their lives. This one's not for the squeamish. If you've seen other biker pictures of the era, you kind of know. It's been compared to Last House on the Left and I Spit on Your Grave. I wouldn't go that far, but it stars Jim Harris, Carol Drake, and Carol Beaver. If you want to check it out, it's available on DVD and streaming on Troma now. Check it out. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1996's The Imitators, directed by Richie Wernos. And in this one, a gritty, atmospheric tale of robbery, dissent, and dangerous driving. The Imitators tracks the fortunes of a gang of unlikely hoods and their naive new recruit in their run up to a bank job that will change their lives forever. This one stars Pancho Russell, David Doyle, Saltz Gary, Beetle, Francis Lima, and John Bushnell. The Imitators was released in the U.S. by Troma. It's under their other label, 50 Street Films. It's a little bit change of pace. This is kind of writing the tales of some of the British stuff, Lock, Stock, and Trainspotting. It's worth checking out. You can pick it up on DVD. Check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2003 zombie film from director Adam Minarovic, Wise Guys vs. Zombies. So in this film, Freddy and August are two of New York City's most feared hitmen who accidentally unleash a plague in the form of the Walking Dead en route to a job in Miami. So the director, Adam, he played Carol's abusive husband, Ed, in season 1 of Walking Dead, which is probably his claim to fame. He also directed the dwarf vampire film Ankle Biters, so he has a good B-movie history. Wise Guys vs. Zombies, it's not great, but it has moments that will make you laugh. There's a flatulent zombie, kind of an homage to the Muckmen and Spookies. You may want to check this one out if you want to see Adam before he moved on to bigger and better things.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at Class of Nukem High 3, The Good, the Bad, and the Subhumanoid from 1994, directed by Eric Lusso. And in this one, welcome back to Tromaville High. The Tromaville student body is in danger again, and it's not from flunking. Tromaville is under attack from a subhumanoid army led by the evil Dr. Slag and his perfectly proportioned partner, Professor Holt. The fate of Tromaville, New Jersey hangs in the balance of this as subhumanoid twins, one good, one evil, prepare to duel. With more bobacious babes than ever, 3 times the nuclear meltdowns, it's all the action and excitement in Class of Nukem High 3. The plot on this one is loosely based on William Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors. Stars Rick Bronsky, Lisa Starr, and John Tallerman. It's available on DVD, Blu-ray. You can stream it on Plex, Tubi, and Troma now. Check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 2013's Breeding Farm from director Cody Knotts, of pro wrestlers vs. zombie fame. And in this one, after a night of partying, 4 friends are kidnapped by mysterious men. The friends wake up in a basement and realize they are part of something horrifying, a human breeding farm. They are to be milked, bred, and much, much worse. Yeah, it's a really sleazy film. It stars Ellen Andrews, Alan Benyek, and Melissa Constant. Man, this one's a rough one. I am a big fan of this one. It's definitely not for anyone. The actor Alan Benyek, who played Mr. Cannibal, ran for Pennsylvania House of Representatives in 2016, which I think's hilarious. But this one's a hard to find one. It's only on an expensive out-of-print DVD, but it's worth it. Check it out.
Gore readings, flesh wound horror freaks, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1985 horror film from director W.J. Perolini, Igor and the Lunatics. In this film, a killer hippie cult returns 16 years later to get bloody revenge on the small town that locked them away. So this one came out in 1985, so not too long after the classic Toxic Avenger. This film's a bit of a mess. There's several hands in directing different portions of this movie. It's got a very spirited, if not necessarily good, villain performance in this one. There's some unintentional laughs. It might be a good one for riff tracks night, but overall, not one of the best of Troma. But if you're following these videos and want to see some of the more golden age titles, check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1998 Penguin Putnam Publishing's All I Need to Know About Filmmaking I Learned from the Toxic Avenger. This was written by Lloyd Kaufman and James Gunn. This is a fantastic book. It's Lloyd Kaufman's autobiography. It's also the origin story of Troma. It literally gives you all you want to know about, Lloyd's journey from starting to where we are. Well, 25 years ago now, but on its 50th anniversary, it's the perfect time to revisit this book and really gives you the history of the studio. There is now an audiobook you can check out. You can pick it up from Troma. I definitely recommend seeking this book out and reading it. If you're a fan of Troma, if you're a fan of underground filmmaking, it's worth a read. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1999's Touch Me in the Morning from director Giuseppe Andrews. And in this one, Coney Island is a young trailer park resident who spends his days cheering up various characters in his neighborhood with songs that he writes and performs on his keyboard. After his dad comes home from prison, Coney Island turns to him for advice on love and on life. Giuseppe Andrews made this with his friends and neighbors in the community, his trailer park community he lived in. He's made a bunch of films with these guys. They are really out there. If you like early John Waters or stuff like Kids, it's just a bunch of weird stuff. Stars Bill Nolan, Giuseppe Andrews, and Ruth Estes. It's only available on an out-of-print DVD now. I mean, if you search around, you can find it. They're weird. They're worth checking out. Search it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1986 horror film from director Bob Dolan, Monster in the Closet. So San Francisco is the scene of a series of bizarre murders, with the twist being they all took place in the victims' closets. A mild-mannered reporter, a college professor, and her son must save the day against this monstrous menace. So this one is notable for several reasons. It's the film debut of Fast and the Furious star Paul Walker. It is also the feature film debut of Fergie of the Black Eyed Peas. It has a really good cast: Henry Gibson, John Carradine, Stella Stevens, among others. This one's a fun horror comedy. It's pretty light, fluffy stuff. Nothing too graphic or dirty. It's not a raunchy Troma film. It's charming, and I think it might be one you want to check out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at Eating Miss Campbell, just recently released on Blu-ray, directed by Liam Regan. And in this one, a goth, vegan high school student falls in love with her new English teacher and develops a problematic taste for human flesh. Okay, that's a very simplistic synopsis. You can check out our full review available on the channel. This is part 2 of the epic My Bloody Banjo saga, which started in the first one, which is not a Troma film, but very worth checking out. You can get this on limited edition Blu-ray from Refuse Films. Stars Lawrence Harvey, Lindsay Crane, Vigo Trigo, and Lloyd Kaufman. It's smart, funny, has deep-cut references. Weinstein, Criterion, Chris Benoit. I've already stated on the review that Liam Regan is the future of Troma. Pick up the Blu-ray, support it, check it out. Cool readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1997's Dog Years, directed by Robert Loomis. And in this one, it's in the tradition of Pulp Fiction and True Romance. Wally Newton is a typical rebellious 90s kid, whose closest friend is his Dalmatian Nietzsche. When the two are on a walk, a low-life drug dealer attacks Nietzsche. Wally fights back and lands himself in the slammer. Worse, Nietzsche is dognapped by gangsters who think that Wally has stolen their loot, so Wally must begin an insane adventure to rescue his dog, foil the drug dealers, and clear his name in this thrilling journey of a boy in search of man's faithful best friend. That's the first time I've checked this one out. Wasn't really sure what to expect. The lead's actually a Trojan skinhead, which is a British skinhead subculture of the mid-60s. They're not racist, they're actually just the opposite. You can check this one out on DVD, streaming on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. I recommend it. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1999 horror anthology from director Paul Talbot, Hellblock 13. Water drips, bars clank, it's cold. The executioner, played by legendary Gunnar Hansen, lurches down the cell block to his next victim, serial killer Tara, played by Troma regular Debbie Rochon. But before her final walk, she seduces her reaper with a trio of grisly tales inspired by the souls of inmates past. So this director is known for horror anthologies. He also did Freak Show with Gunnar Hansen and 1991's Campfire Tales. It's a really fun movie. Debbie Rochon is scary, sexy, just awesome as always, and Gunnar Hansen is very intimidating as the executioner. This is a fun one. I recommend it to fans of indie horror anthologies.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1985 screenplay from director Rufus Butler Cedar. And in this one, it's the story of an aspiring screenwriter, Edgar Allan, as he arrives to Hollywood carrying his most valuable possessions, a battered suitcase and a typewriter. Edgar Allan's best attribute is his wild imagination. He imagines scenes so vividly for the murder mystery he is writing that they seem to come to life. And they do. As mysterious murders pile up, and Edgar Allan must confront aging actresses, rock stars, and the police in this bleak setting of broken dreams in Hollywood. As the line between reality and imagination becomes even more blurred, Edgar Allan, convinced the only way to be a real writer is to suffer, and is driven slowly mad. And this is starring George Kutcher, Katie Bolger, Rufus B. Cedar. It's on DVD, Plex, Tubi, Troma Now. It's worth watching. Check it out. Check out our full review on the channel. Cool readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1986's Student Confidential, directed by Michael Horn. And this is a shocking story of hormone-raging misfits. Four troubled teens come face to face with an ominous foe, the guidance counselor. Now the teens are faced with all becoming upstanding, functioning members of school society or be expelled. To make matters worse, they discover their guidance counselor is suicidal. Student Confidential has become a disturbing cult classic, right up there with the class of 1984, Rock and Roll High School, Heathers and the Breakfast Club, featuring Marion Jackson, Eric Douglas, and Oscar nominee Ronnie Blakely. You can pick this thing up on DVD or VHS, both out of print. It's not streaming anywhere, so you're going to have to do a little work if you want to see this one. This is worth having a look. Check it out.
Gore readings, Troma fans, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1988 film from writer-director Richard Clark, Dr. Hackenstein. So in Dr. Hackenstein, the good doctor is a genial and somewhat misguided scientist who murders locals for their body parts. But it's not for power or scientific research, he just needs them to rebuild his wife. So this features the legendary Phyllis Diller, Anne Ramsey and her real-life husband Logan as a pair of Birkin hair-like grave robbers. It stars David Muir as the doctor. He's from Neon Maniacs, and this is basically a spoof of Frankenstein with a little bit of Birkin hair thrown in there. It's Troma's Frankenstein, as close as you get. It's relatively light, but there's some boobs, there's some gore, and it's a good time. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we have breaking news. And it's big news, folks. Troma has announced its latest creation, The Power of Positive Murder, written by Martin Murray and directed by Uncle Lloyd Kaufman himself. This film is loosely based on Fyodor Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. They've also announced that Debbie Rochon will be joining the cast, star of Romeo and Juliet and Shakespeare's Shitstorm. Casting info is coming soon. All questions can be directed at tromapunishment@gmail.com. I, for one, am super excited. I thought we had seen the last Lloyd Kaufman directed film with Shakespeare's Shitstorm. He's actually said that a few times. So the fact we're getting another one, I'm ecstatic, and I cannot wait to check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1998's Butt Crack, directed by Jim Larson. And in this one, the Troma team presents rebel rock superstar Mojo Nixon in the foremost of cellulite on celluloid. Writer-director Jim Jarson's horrific comedy epic about a boy and his butt crack. The grotesque and macabre couldn't be more hilarious if John Waters had made a film about zombified ass flesh. Butt Crack is truly the pink flamingos of butt cleavage. The gun-toting, Bible-thumping preacher man Bob must right the universal karma accidentally set wrong when Brian inadvertently kills his obnoxious butt cleavage roommate Wade. This one is as out there as it sounds. It's funny. It's definitely a good Troma pick to check out. It's one of my favorite pickups. You can get it on DVD, on triple feature DVD of the Garden of the Dead triple set, and it's streaming on Troma now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1991 horror comedy from writer-director Rolf Konevsky, There's Nothing Out There. Mike is always getting in the way of fun. His obsession with horror movies and their rules dictate that no matter where he goes, he can't help but expect to find a monster lurking around every corner. But this time, his paranoia might be justified. So this is a creature feature frog monster flick that was made by then 19-year-old Rolf Konevsky, which is amazing. This movie, Scream owes it a huge debt. It breaks the fourth wall. It's really funny, really unique, especially for early 90s like this. It's been distributed by Troma, Vinegar Syndrome, and most recently Ronin Flicks. And it's one of the better ones we've covered so far on this 365 countdown. So I highly recommend that you check this one out.
Gore reading and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2007's Crazy Animal from director John Brigham. And in this one, after high school, Jen discovers that she was drugged and taken advantage of by her ex-boyfriend, now turned frat boy. Jen plots her revenge with a scheme using her sexy girlfriends to lure him and his frat boy friends for a wild spring break weekend in the summer house on the coast. To their dismay, the frat boys discover they're to be held captive by an 80s hair metal guitarist in a shack in the woods and forced to listen to epic ballads. This one stars Anise Fuller, Danica DaCosto, Lloyd Kaufman, Ron Jeremy, and his appearance by Brink Stevens. This is a jeer-bending sex comedy, glam rock musical, revenge slasher, what the F film. It's on DVD and you can stream it on Troma now. This one's wild. You can check out our full review on the site. Check it out. Cool readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to do something a little different. We're going to look at the Toxic Crusaders video game from Sega Genesis. And this was a two-player game, 1 to 2 players. It was a side-scroller released in 1992. You can choose from Toxie, No Zone, and Junkyard. It had 7 stages: Tromaville, Troma Park, Spaceship, the Airport, the Channel, Smogula City, and the Fortress. I played this game quite a bit in my youth. There's 3 versions. There's a Sega, an NES, and a Game Boy, but today we're focusing on this one. We'll probably have a look at some of the others. It's a fun game. It's a good time waster. If you can get your hands on it, I say check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2004 film from writer-director David Silvio, Meat for Satan's Icebox. After murdering the headmistress of her Catholic school, Cindy is kidnapped by the owners of Satan's Icebox, the local deli in the small, mysterious town of Satan's Place. She learns that the inhabitants of this town are cannibals, feasting on the nubile flesh of sexy lesbian runaways. If you like films in the spirit of H.G. Lewis and Redneck Zombies, give this one a look. It's on a double feature DVD with Wise Guys vs. Zombies. And it is, once again, today's Troma 365 pick.
Cool readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2007's Meat Weed America, directed by Aidan Dillard. And in this one, Ben Smokin flies a miniature airplane into Meatweed Manor down south as revenge for having his foreskin stolen and smoked as a baby by Lord Meatweed. Jesse Biel flies to New York City and tries to become a model, but is corrupted by the evil Hemtress, an art dealer. Lord Meatweed must then rally the troops to save Jesse Biel and fight off jihadi terrorists, who bullpucky hangs from hooks in their skin. But Meatwood Manor is attacked by the terrorist Ben Smokin. Lord Meatweed must rally the troops and some horny nuns against the evil jihadi terrorists. Okay, this one is as nuts as it sounds. It is on DVD and it's streaming on Troma now. It's weird, but and lots of nudity. It's worth a watch. I say check it out. Cool readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at Return to Nukem High Volume 1 from 2013, directed by Lloyd Kaufman. And in this one, Return to the Class of Nukem High follows the young couple that are up against the school glee club. Unfortunately, the glee club has mutated into a gang called the Cretans. When the other students begin to undergo mutations, our couple must solve the mystery and save Tromaville High. This one is a reboot, remake, sequel. It's a little bit of them all. This was actually a co-production with Starz Anchor Bay. They actually released a cool little promotional pin. At the time this went into pre-production, there was another Nukem High sequel in production in Spain, but that was shut down when this one was greenlit. You can pick this one up on DVD and Blu-ray. It's streaming on Tubi, Plex, and Troma now. It's the first half to the reimagining. Check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1997 horror film from director Greg Griffin, Blood Sisters of Lesbian Sin. So the Blood Sisters have left hell and they are here to take over the world one woman at a time. Only Johnny Blake, an evil fighting monk, can save the world from these demonic lesbian temptresses and put an end to their sick, seductive ways. So this is also known simply as Sisters of Sin. Lloyd, of course, adding the lesbians in there to sell some DVDs. It's a first-time director. He went on to massive success later, producing America's Next Top Model, Ice Road Truckers, Deadliest Catch, among many other popular reality shows of the time. There's a lot of eye candy. Well worth a look if you're a fan of that. And once again, it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2003 Doggy Tales Volume 1, Lucky's First Sleepover. This is the planned first installment of a children's series from Troma. And in this one, it's Lucky's first night away from her family, and she is feeling a little scared and lonely. That is, until she meets a doggy orphan named Patches and other kennel friends who share their amazing imaginary adventures to wonderful places like Doggy's Paradise. Children will be charmed and amazed as they learn about different kinds of dog breeds, while they share Lucky's adventures and Doggy Tales. This one stars Gabe Freeman, Seth MacGrath, and James Gunn as voices, also Jenna Fisher. You got Lloyd and family as the dog owners. This is 100% like for little kids. It's like a doggy movie, like that title implies. You can check it out on DVD or stream Troma now. If you want something easy to throw on for the kids, that's from Troma. This is the one you got. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1964's Pyro from director Julio Cora. And in this one, a married man has a brief affair, then goes back to his wife and children. His jilted mistress, believing that if he had no more family, he'd come back to her, sets his house on fire, hoping to kill them. The man, unsuccessfully trying to rescue them, is horribly burned. After he undergoes an operation to reconstruct his face, he begins to plot his revenge against his former mistress. This is a unique and creepy film, a forerunner to Fatal Attraction. It was originally released as Fuego, and also called Pyro, Thing Without a Face. The film actually bombed in America, but was a blockbuster overseas under its alternate title, Phantom of the Ferris-Wheel. It's available on DVD, Freebie, Plex, Troma. If you want an older school vibe, I say check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1998's Jefftown, directed by Daniel Krauss. And in this one, meet Jeff. He's a beer-drinking, porno-consuming wrestling fanatic with Down syndrome. He lies, he cheats, he steals, and he fondles women. In short, he's a lot more like the rest of us than we'd care to admit. Jeff's days are divided between his filthy home that he shares with his 98-year-old, wheelchair-bound foster mother, who pins their financial future on the certainty they'll win the Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes, and a mall movie theater where the employees alternately mock him and care for him. They become a bizarre surrogate family for Jeff, providing him all the vices that his mother so desperately ignores. Jeff is a good Christian boy with a heart of gold. As this shocking and hilarious documentary shows, Jeff frequents strip clubs, bum rushes celebrities, cares for his horrifyingly diseased foot, and gets his few remaining teeth extracted. One thing's for sure, you'll never see anything like Jeff down, and you'll never meet anyone like Jeff. This is bizarre, it's true, it's on DVD and streaming on Troma now. I say check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2014 horror film from writer-director Cody Knotts, Pro Wrestlers vs. Zombies. An abandoned prison is the battlefield as a troupe of pro wrestlers are booked for a private show only to find out they are battling the ravenous undead. So this makes sense for WrestleMania week. It features the late, great Rowdy Piper, Matt Hardy, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Kurt Angle, Rebby Hardy, among others. This is the same director that directed Breeding Farm, a Flesh Wound Tad favorite. And if you like pro wrestling and you like horror, give this one a shot. It has its moments. It's very fun. So, once again, it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2004's The Ruining, directed by Chris Bugard. And in this one, traditional family values are disturbingly challenged when two Los Angeles couples run into trouble on a remote camping trip. 30 years ago, government drilling poisoned the water in a small town. Half the town died. Those that are left are horribly addicted to psychedelic aids bred by Old Henry. When strangers enter his domain, the stage is set for selective breeding and feeding of human flesh. Henry's 17-year-old daughter Becky is beautiful and thinks that she is a German Shepherd. This was filmed over 10 years. The Ruining echoes the grit and grime of the late 70s and 80s horror cinema. It features Wings Hauser and an early appearance from Patrick Warburton. It's on DVD. You can shoot it on Plex and Troma now. It's a weird one. It's worth a watch. I think this is a hidden gem. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to our 100th Troma 365 as we look at 1999's Terra Firma, directed by Lloyd Kaufman. This is an ode to Troma films. It features Lloyd as a blind director. There's an insane hermaphrodite, fat man on the run. Carnage ensues when a serial killer appears who doesn't happen to be in the script of the film within the film. Stars Will Keenan, Trent Haga, Alice Latourelle, Debbie Rochon, and Lloyd Kaufman. It's got cameos from Joe Fleischaker, Ron Jeremy, Lemmy, and South Park's Matt Stone and Trey Parker. This is my absolute favorite Troma film. This is like the definitive era of Troma. If you haven't seen it and want that Troma feel, this is the film. It's on DVD, it's on Blu-ray. You can stream it on Amazon Prime, Freevee, Plex, and Troma Now. Stop what you're doing and check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2006 horror film from director Peter Uzarowicz, Killer Yacht Party. In the LA club scene, everybody is somebody if you're on the list. A hot club owner plans a killer yacht party, but strange things start to happen when his girlfriend turns up dead and they suspect the boat is haunted by the previous owner's wife. So this is a more recent, for Troma, supernatural slasher film. It's also known as Dead in the Water. It features Kate Luyben of True Blood, Miss March, and Femme Fatale's fame, a Flesh Wound favorite if you're a patron. You know what we're talking about there. This one is not a typical Troma film. Once again, good example. It's not Troma's not always what you think it is, and it's worth a look. So check it out, guys.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at Debbie Rochon's Confidential, My Years in Tromaville Exposed, directed by Lloyd Kaufman. And in this one, well, Debbie Rochon is not just a world-famous scream queen, but she is a queen of independent cinema and has appeared in more films than Elliot Page and Parker Posey combined. From her start as a Tromette alongside Troma founder and creator of the Toxic Avenger Lloyd Kaufman, to her starring roles in some Troma great films such as Romeo and Juliet and Terra Firma, Debbie Rochon has endeared herself to the fanatics around the world. She also looks great naked. Now, for the first time, Debbie and Troma have compiled over 2 hours of amazing footage, including her sultry scenes in Romeo and Juliet, her scantily clad Troma's Cafe footage, the much, much more never seen before footage, and you can get this on DVD. You can stream it on Plex and Troma Now. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1969's The Wedding Party. And in this one, Robert De Niro and Jill Claiborne sparkle in Brian De Palma's witty comic hit. Charlie anticipates a happy life with Josephine, but soon realizes that marriage won't be quite what he had in mind. After being confronted with countless responsibilities, restrictions, and a bride that is mapping out the rest of his life, Charlie develops an extreme case of wedding day jitters. As the big day dawns, Charlie makes a mad scramble towards freedom as he's pursued by militant wedding guests and well-wishers in a side-slittingly hilarious climax that makes the wedding party a truly memorable event. It's on DVD from Troma. It's actually on Blu-ray from Arrow Video in De Palma's and De Niro's early films. You can stream it on Amazon Freevee and Troma Now. This is a more of a prestige film. I think you should check it out. It's a little bit different, and check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1985's Ocean Drive Weekend, directed by Brian Jones. And in this one, come to the wildest vacation spot in the world for an Ocean Drive weekend. Ocean Drive is the place to score, wilder than Fort Lauderdale. It's where thousands of cool guys and awesome girls flock for a sun-drenched celebration and a mass beach party. It's American Graffiti meets Animals. While I don't think it lives up to either of those films, it's definitely like a throwback to an Up All Night. I could easily have seen this on there. It may have aired. I actually believe I did see it on one of them. It was filmed entirely in South Carolina, in Ocean Drive, Cherry Grove, Georgetown. It stars Charles Raymond, Robert Peacock, and Dan Bird. I think it's worth a watch, but I mean, it never made it past the VHS stage. So if you can find it, check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2003 film from writer-director Giuseppe Andrews, Trailer Town. Some will find it funny and others may find it shocking, but everyone will ask if this film is reality. Giuseppe Andrews of Independence Day, Cabin Fever, and Detroit Rock City fame utilizes actual real-life inhabitants of a California trailer park as Warholian actors in the starkly comic portrayal of America's dark social underbelly. This is one to watch. In fact, all of the Giuseppe Andrews Troma stuff and some of his early short films are worth watching. Absolutely batshit crazy if you're a fan of John Waters or just cult film in general. You have to check this out. It's hilarious. It's sad in some ways, but it is absolutely must watch at least once.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1987's I Married a Vampire, directed by Jay Raskin. And in this one, a young farm girl comes to the big city and is taken advantage of by everybody she meets. The only person who treats her well is a stranger she meets and falls in love with. The stranger turns out to be a vampire who is also in love with her. He sets out to take revenge on everyone who has mistreated her. Stars Rachel Golden, Brendan Hickey, and Ted Zawalski. It's only available on a long out-of-print DVD if you want a physical copy. I mean, there was a VHS. But you can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. This is like a... You don't see budget films like this shot on film anymore. I thought it was an interesting watch. Not my favorite in the Troma catalog, but if you want to be a completist and check it out, I say do it. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1997's Tight Spot from director Gary Graver. And in this one, lusty Marcia Gray sizzles as Christina, a horny runaway wife trying to squeeze free from her marriage with rich, bizarre husband Anthony. Unable to let go of his desires, Anthony hires Alex, a private investigator, to find Christina. A search that will draw both Alex and Christina into a steamy underworld of guns, money, and beautiful women who have no sexual inhibitions. Alex and Christina find themselves running out of luck, out of options, out of clothes, and in the middle of a tight spot. This stars Shauna McCullen, Tony Martino, John Decker, Mickey Decker, Farah. This is hot 90s women, LA, and video store sex scenes. So there's an homage to the Natalie Wood boat death. You can only get it on DVD. Seek it out, check it out. I recommend it. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1995's Blondes Have More Guns, directed by George Mayweather. And in this one, a scarf, a chainsaw, and a mysterious blonde are the only clues to a growing number of stiffs. Who can the police turn to? Harry Bates, of course, the smartest officer on the force. Too bad Harry can't outwit a houseplant. Luckily for him, his trusted partner Dick Smoker and his faithful dog, who's just really a guy in a dog suit, to help him solve the case. The only suspects are a pair of beautiful sisters, Montana and Dakota. When the trigger-happy Harry gets romantically involved with the twin half-stepsisters, will he lose more than his cool? This is a bit of a parody of Pulp Fiction and Decent Proposal. It's kind of a Naked Gun style spoof. It stars Michael McGann, Elizabeth Kay, and Richard Neal. It's on DVD. You can stream it on Plex and Troma Now. It's a bit corny, but it's worth a watch. I say check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1990 sci-fi comedy from writer-director Daniel Boyd, Strangest Dreams, Invasion of the Space Preachers. So, a pair of nerds are out camping in the woods when they discover a crashed spaceship. They help the injured alien, who turns into a sexy babe the next morning. With the help of their hillbilly friends, the three take on the evil space preacher, Reverend Lash. So this is from the same director that did the Troma anthology Chillers from 1987. He's a Mystery Science Theater 3000 favorite. This is obviously a sci-fi comedy, a lot of 90s pop culture references in here. If you're a fan of Killer Clowns from Outer Space or Redneck Zombies, I highly recommend it. There's some funny gags, some nudity. It's good fun. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365. And today we're going to have a look at 1996 Killer Condom, directed by Martin Walsh. And in this one, a lecherous college professor takes a student to a sleazy motel and becomes the first victim of a sharp-toothed, murderous condom. Assigned to the case, Luigi Macaroni, a gay cop, visits the motel, picks up young hustler Billy, and takes him to a room where they barely escape intact from an attack by another vicious prophylactic. Macaroni must then overcome the understandable doubts of his superiors to launch a full investigation into the deadly condoms. This one was based on a best-selling adult comic book. It's one of Troma's more notorious titles. You can still pick it up on DVD, but it's now available on a 4K Blu-ray combo from Vinegar Syndrome, which includes the 118-minute director's cut. It's the way to go. I say check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 420 special, the 2005 film from director Justin Powers, Pot Zombies. Toxic waste has made its way into weed coming to your town, and the smokers are turning into zombies with the munchies for human brains. See a hippie eating a cop, a naked girl eating a naked girl, and Lloyd Kaufman is a deranged pizza boy. Featuring a soundtrack by DOA, Electric Frankenstein, Bottles and Skulls, and more, Pot Zombies is the perfect decision for your 420 watch list. Yes, they had the straight edge guy do the 420 review. Pot is failing. But once again, you don't have to partake to enjoy Pot Zombies.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1984's Lucio Fulci's The New Gladiators, also released as Rome 2072 AD, The New Gladiators, and Warriors of the Year 2072. And in this one, in Rome 2072, the ruthless CEO of a TV network plots to stage a modern series of gladiator games for ratings, while one contestant learns the conspiracy behind the true nature of the results, preceding the running man by 3 years and proving once again that he is the godfather of gore. Director Lucio Fulci gives you his epic vision of the future entertainment and futuristic society. The New Gladiators is brought to you live and to the death. Stars Fred Williamson, Jared Martin, Howard Ross. You can pick it up on DVD. It's also on Blu-ray from Seven under the Warriors of the Year 2072 title. You can stream it on Amazon Prime and Cineverse. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365. And today we're going to do something a little different, and we're going to look at 2 Troma sales. At 50% off, it's a great time to pick up the 4K set of The Toxic Avenger, the Sexy Box, the newly released Slashing the Final Beginning, Favorite Terra Firma, The Taint, Carmen Electra in The Chosen One, a personal favorite for $2.50 Unspeakable, The Hard to Find Industrial Animals, Devoured, The Legend of Alfred Packer, From Asia with Lust Volumes 1 and 2. MVD exclusively has some 99-cent releases, including Redneck Zombies, Virtual Assassins, The Deviants, The Best of Troma Dance Volume 4, The Evolved, Shakespeare, In and Out, Eric Estrada in Tuesday Never Comes, and the must-own Giuseppe Anders Trailer Town. Great time to get some great titles at a great price. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 2015's VHS Massacre, Cult Films, and the Decline of Physical Media. Documentary directed by Kenneth Powell and Thomas Edward Seymour. And in this one, this lively documentary explores the rise and fall of physical media and its effect on independent and cult films, ranging from the origin of home movies through the video store era. I thought it was very entertaining. It's got The Last Drive-In's Joe Bob Briggs, creator of The Toxic Avenger, president and co-founder of Troma Studios, Lloyd Kaufman, Greg Sestero from The Room, Debbie Rochon, of course, from Troma fame, Deborah Reed of Troll 2, Mark Fresner from Samurai Cop, and James Noon from Birdemic. And many others. You can pick it up on Blu-ray. You can stream it now for free on Peacock, Tubi, Plex, Fandango, at home, Freevee on Amazon. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1989 sci-fi horror film from director Warren F. Disbrow, Flesh Eaters from Outer Space, also known as A Taste for Flesh and Blood. Something strange is happening in the suburbs of New Jersey. Carnivorous entities from outer space have invaded the Garden State, seeking out the tastiest dish in the entire universe: human flesh. Now a gang of burnt-out metalheads and a sexy psychic must band together to end their plot of world domination. So this director also did the Troma favorite Scarlet Moon, a really interesting movie. He also did the sequel Invasion for Flesh and Blood, and Haunted Hayride, the movie, a non-Troma film. A lot of fun. If you're a fan of practical special effects, low budget but practical special effects, and the films of Fred Olin Ray, you should enjoy this. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1994's Femme Fontaine, Killer Babe for the CIA, directed by Margaret Hope. And in this one, professional assassin Drew Fontaine puts her talents to her own ends to pay off those involved in killing her Buddhist mentor, and maybe in the disappearance of her father. Amongst those in the frame are a crowd of somewhat dysfunctional lesbian-led, an energetic Chinatown gang, and an overly laid-back porn king playboy. Things could get pretty messy. This one stars Margaret Hope, James Hong, and Catherine Guo. You can pick it up on VHS, and well, streaming-wise, it's not really streaming anywhere right now. So you got to find a tape or find it some other way. It's worth checking out. I do have fun with this one. It is a 90s throwback. I say seek it out, check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1979's The Capture of Bigfoot, directed by Bill Rebay. And in this one, a ferocious beast, once thought to be no more than the maniacal ravings of a demented mountain man, comes to life in The Capture of Bigfoot. Towering over 12 feet tall, amassing 600 pounds of gruesome flesh-eating terror is Bigfoot, the wildest, most unspeakable horror to ever roam the land. For the first time ever, this evil primate is captured on film in The Capture of Bigfoot. This is not a documentary. This is more horrifying than reality. Witness the legendary creature as it wreaks havoc on local ski lodge filled with unsuspecting vacationing victims. Join a band of headhunters tracking the trail of blood and grisly remains as they follow the frightening footsteps of Bigfoot. Thrilling Arctic action and breathtaking Northwoods dangers abroad as the hunters, guided by an old Indian medicine man, must engage in an abominable war between man and beast in The Capture of Bigfoot. A story so amazing it can only be true. This is a better than I expected Bigfoot flick if you don't mind the shitty suits. You can pick it up on VHS. It's on a MOD DVD. You can stream it on Plex and Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2006 cult film from writer-director Giuseppe Andrews, Period Piece. Featuring talking tater tots, fornicating teddy bears, a smoking dead pig, and the most disturbing visage of God ever put on screen, we follow multiple plot lines with an out-of-work cop, a demented recluse, and a French chauffeur, all living along the Ventura Highway. If you're unfamiliar with Giuseppe Andrews' Troma work and his just experimental work, there is nothing quite like it. It's weird, it's bizarre, often hilarious, sometimes a little sad. If you're a fan of cult film, if you like John Waters, I highly recommend you look into Giuseppe Andrews' early work. Of course, he had some mainstream success, but he did some really weird movies that you really need to check out. So once again, today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at the TerrorVision release of the Toxic Crusaders television soundtrack on a 2 LP set. TerrorVision Records proudly announces the release of the Toxic Crusaders TV show soundtrack on a deluxe double LP with linear notes by Lloyd Kaufman and composer Dennis C. Brown. This marks the inaugural physical media release of the soundtrack, making it a must-own for fans of the cult classic animated series. Composed by Dennis C. Brown and Larry Brown, the music perfectly complements the show's quirky and adventurous tone. It also features the theme song written by Chuck Lorre, pre 2.5 Men and Big Bang, but he also did write the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles theme. There's 3 vinyl variants: Radiation Rangers, Bonehead and Psycho, and the Graveface distro exclusive. You can pick this up on vinyl at terrorvision.com or bestbuy.com. It's well worth owning if you're a fan of the series. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1984 Splatter University, directed by Richard W. Haynes. And in this one, years ago, a madman escaped from an asylum, slashing his way through to freedom and continuing his bloody rampage at the nearby college. Now, years later, new teacher Julie Parker begins to sense that something isn't quite right at the small-town college, and it's not long before her students and fellow faculty members begin disappearing. Or worse yet, are found brutally butchered. Determined to uncover the truth behind the ongoing violence, Julie begins her own investigation, unaware she's putting herself at risk of becoming the ruthless murderer's next target. This is classic no-budget filmmaking, a trashy and consciously absurd 80s slasher that reviles in the best and worst tropes of the genre, sporting bloody kills, absurd twists, and a face-smacking finale. You can pick this one up on DVD. It's out of print, but you can pick it up on Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray, 88 Films Blu-ray. Check it out if you're a fan of the slashers. This one won't disappoint. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2005 film from writer-director John Wesley Norton, Space Days. This hilarious sci-fi spoof follows the misadventures of a hapless tabloid journalist who stumbles upon an extraterrestrial plan for world domination. Now the clock is ticking as he tries to uncover the truth and raise his lagging ratings before the aliens take over. So this one features Corey Feldman and is kind of a mix of the comedy of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy with the intrigue of X-Files, or so the back cover says. This one's a fun one, part of a double feature with Invasion of the Space Creatures, which is another fun one that we covered here on Troma 365. So check them both out and have a good time.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at Return to Nukem High, aka Volume 2 from 2017. The final film in the Nukem High series, as of now, directed by Lloyd Kaufman. This one's following the events of the previous film. A lesbian couple are determined to eliminate the most corrupt and evil forces of Tromaville and the world. And yeah, that's pretty much it. If you've seen the other films, you know what to expect. It's a good time. My favorite thing about this disc is the intro is basically Lloyd talking shit on the Kickstarter backers who were bitching about how long it was taking for the Blu-ray to come out, which in true Troma fashion took about 4 years from screenings to... So that's basically what the whole intro on this Blu-ray is. Lloyd's just talking shit on them, which I found hysterical. The film stars Astra Padres and Catherine Corkin. You can pick it up on Blu-ray. You can stream it on Tubi, on Plex, and on Troma Now. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365. And today we look at Make Your Own Damn Movie, Secrets of a Renegade Director, written by Lloyd Kaufman with Adam Janke and Trent Haga, published by St. Martin's Press in 2003. As entertaining and funny as it is informative, Make Your Own Damn Movie places Kaufman's low-budget, independent studio-style filmmaking directly in the reader's hands. Thus, we learn how to develop and write a knockout screenplay, raise funding, find locations, cast actors, hire a crew, obtain equipment, permits, music rights, all for little to no money, and make incredible special effects for 79 cents each. Charm, schmooze, and network while on the film festival circuit, and finally make a bad actor act so bad it's actually good. From screenwriting, directing, to financing and marketing, this book is brimming with utterly off-the-wall, decidedly maverick, and yet consistently proven advice on how to fully develop one's idea for an independent film. It's a great book. I've read it. You can pick up the book now or purchase an audiobook on Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the horror anthology Theater of the Deranged 2 from 2013. So in this film, Damien Shadows introduces you to 5 blood-curdling horror films, all of which are cursed. From Demented Sisters to Panty Raids Gone Wrong to Killer Mimes and Bad Periods, this film will take you on a one wild ride. So this features segments directed by James Cullen Bressick, who is the director of the found footage favorite Hate Crime and My Pure Joy. Dustin Mills, who directed a personal favorite of mine, Slaughterhouse Slumber Party. Go check out our review. And Skinless. And also Sean Burkett, who directed the Don't F in the Woods film. This also features appearances from Gator Blade Films legend Bob Glazier and Sophie D. I know you all know who that is. And it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Core readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at the Japanese cut of The Toxic Avenger released on DVD, directed by Lloyd Kaufman and Michael Hers. The Japanese cut finally available in the US for the first time, longer than the director's cut. It features an additional 4 minutes that have been added to this version, originally cut for the Japanese market. This was originally released on Japanese Laserdisc. It features a few deleted scenes that were cut from the final film. The director's cut is definitely the definitive version, but this is a fun alternative version. The extra bits are fun, some dumb, like the band-aids on the outside of the clothes, but for the Toxic Avenger fan, you gotta see it at least once. As always, it's starring Mark Togel, Mitchell Cohen, and Andre Miranda. You can pick this version up on DVD. It's also on the 88 Films Blu-ray, so if you want it on Blu-ray, either way, I definitely say check it out. It's a must for Toxic Avenger fans. Core readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1991's Dead Dudes in the House, directed by Jim Raffel. And in this one, a group of hip-hop yups purchase a dilapidated mansion and are dead set on fixing it up and making it a lively party pad. But this handyman special may be the last address for these kids as they risk becoming dead dudes in the house. This is a really fun zombie movie that came out under a few different names. The Dead Come Home and The House on Tombstone Hill, which is what the Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray was released under that title. If you've never seen it, it is a fun early 90s zombie movie. It's really worth seeking out. You can pick it up on DVD, on Blu-ray from Vinegar Syndrome. You can stream it on Amazon Prime, Plex, Peacock, and Troma Now, all under the Dead Dudes in the House title. So I say, check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1991 horror sci-fi film from writer-director Warren F. Disbrow, Invasion for Flesh and Blood. So in this one, a soccer mom is turned into a cyborg alien killing machine on the hunt for ETs who are hell-bent on destroying the human race. With a trusty teenage metalhead at her side, the fate of the world is held in the balance as sexual tension oozes from the once human, now soulless creature killer. So this is a sequel to Flesh Eaters from Outer Space, which is also available on this double feature. And it features an early appearance from Marilyn Gigliotti of Clerks fame, the original Clerks, and Kevin Smith. This is a fun double feature. It's a fun movie, really crazy, everything in the kitchen sink approach to it. And check it out. Let us know what you think in the comments.
Core readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at Sizork 7 from 2006, directed by John Huff. And in this one, Ray Wise and Sonia Smith star as washed-up action hero Commander 88 and struggling filmmaker Angela LaSalle in this dark and twisted comedy. They're filming Sizork 7, the latest sequel in a haggard sci-fi franchise, this time shooting in the epicenter of a predicted cataclysmic Los Angeles earthquake. So, free special effects. Risking their lives for the buzz, they're desperate to grab Hollywood's attention, that is, if they survive. As we mentioned, this has the name of Ray Wise, but it also figures some cameos from Greg Proops and Paget Brewster. This is an out-of-print DVD, but you can get it for only about $10 on eBay if you're looking. It's not streaming anywhere, so if you do want to check it out, I say pick up the disc. It is a higher budget, low-budget film, if that makes sense. But check it out. It's got a good cast, and if you like stuff that's a spoof, I think you'll enjoy it. Core readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1983's The First Turn On, directed by Lloyd Kaufman and Michael Hers. And in this one, a group of teenage summer campers and one counselor share stories of their first time when a rock slide traps them in a cave. Pretty simple premise, but we do get a bunch of different stories. It is fun. And also, you can see the movie that started the acting career of Vincent D'Onofrio, the bare breasts of Penthouse Pet of the Year Sheila Kennedy, and the Troma team even auditioned a pretty material girl, Madonna, for the part in the movie, but she was turned down. But more importantly, it features the screen debut of Mark Torgel as Dwayne before he became our favorite mop boy Melvin. You can pick this one up on DVD, you can pick it up on Blu-ray, it's in a few different sets, the Sexy Box Blu-ray set. You can stream it right now on Freeview, on Amazon Prime, on Tubi, on Plex, and of course on Troma Now. Check it out, this is a favorite. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at the Trick or Treat Studios, the Toxic Avenger Toxie Mask. So with this one, Trick or Treat Studios is proud to present the officially licensed the Toxic Avenger Toxie Mask, the first superhero from New Jersey. This mask was developed using hundreds of screenshots and was aided by the sculptor having the incredible opportunity to see Jennifer Aspinall's amazing original prosthetics from the film up close. You can grab this mask today. It lists for $59.99. You can pick it up off trickortreatstudios.com. For a mass-produced mask, I really like this. It's got the little tuft of hair. I know I've seen some of these with repaints that look even better, but out of the box, I think this thing looks great. Definitely pick it up, check it out. It's a must-own. Yeah, I love this thing.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1996 horror comedy from director Scott Mabbitt, Macabre Pair of Shorts. In the tradition of Creepshow and Kentucky Fried Movie, this hilarious horror anthology parodies everything from Twilight Zone and Dr. Seuss to Die Hard and the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. One fateful Halloween night, two studio employees discover an unusual film in the studio vaults featuring snobby vampires, a psychotic mime, and a killer reel of the film that erases those who watch it. So this is notable for being the first starring role of David Boreanaz in the vampire story of this anthology. So it's of note for Buffy and Angel fans out there to check it out. And it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2010's Mad Cow. They slaughtered its family, cut off its head, attached it to a human body. Now it wants revenge. This one's directed by Michael J. Riffs and Michael Wright. Michael Wright wrote the first draft of the screenplay in a barn so he could reflect the point of view of a cow more accurately. This is shot in South Africa. As far as I know, the first Troma film shot in South Africa. I believe the first horror film or slasher film. And this one, it's pretty basic. It's a crazed scientist creates a half-man, half-cow creature which goes on a rampage at an African game lodge. It is pretty outlandish. It feels like a Troma film. If you have an idea of what one should be, this will line in with that. Stars Craig Brown, Billy Bush, Angus Douglas. Co-star Tanya Von Gran was voted FHM Sexiest Woman of 2007. You can pick this up on DVD, stream it on Plex, Tubi, and Troma Now. Check it out. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1980's Mother's Day, directed by Charles Kaufman. And in this one, when three beautiful young women set out for a relaxing weekend retreat in the woods, they unwittingly stumble upon a sadistic band of backwoods yokels. Taken prisoner by the insane matriarch and her demented sons, the women are forced to fight back using anything they can get their hands on. Heads roll, blood splurts, and genitals are mutilated as the women use a myriad of objects to do battle with mother's loving sons. Their Mother's Day will leave you feeling frightened, amazed, and downright disgusted. This is a Troma favorite, directed by Lloyd's brother. If you haven't seen Mother's Day, it is the perfect opportunity to do it. You can pick it up on DVD, Blu-ray, 4K from Vinegar Syndrome. You can stream it on Tubi, Pluto TV, Plex, AMC Plus, Shudder, and in 4K on Troma Now. Check it out, and happy Mother's Day to Mother and the Wife.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2005 creature feature from writer-director Travis Irvine, Raccoons, Night of the Bandits of the Night. So the blood flows and the fur flies in this hilarious horror comedy. A group of wild college kids arrive at Raccoon Creek campgrounds with hopes for a summer of good times, ample booze, and hot premarital sex. But when a pack of hungry raccoons arrive with their vicious appetite for human flesh, two young lovers with the help of a bumbling park ranger must save the summer for drunk, horny frat boys everywhere. So this, believe it or not, this has a 2020 follow-up called Killer Raccoons 2 Dark Christmas in the Dark that you might want to double this one up with. This is obviously on the lighter side of creature features, lots of bodily fluids in typical Troma fashion, and I'm curious, let us know what you think in the comments.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1996 Rockabilly Vampire, directed by Lee Bennett Sobel. And in this one, come on and shake a leg with the living dead. Luscious Iris M. Daughtry is a 50s-obsessed investigative author out to prove Elvis Presley is still alive. While conducting research, she runs across a dead ringer for the king who'd like to make her his queen of the damned. Tarnation. Seems the pompadoured bohunk was bitten by his vampire brother on his way to the Elvis lookalike contest back in 1956. 4 decades later, he's loose in Manhattan and looking for a wild time. Will Iris succeed against this surly, swinging Nosferatu? Only one way to find out. Sink your teeth into Rockabilly Vampire, the horror groove party that might just live forever. You can pick this one up on DVD. It's also available in the Tainted Triple Pack. You could stream it on Tubi, Plex, Troma Now. If you haven't seen it, check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1985 comedy from director Charles Kaufman, When Nature Calls. In the tradition of Airplane and Ace Ventura: Pet Detective comes When Nature Calls. When life in the big city becomes too hectic, a working-class Joe takes his entire family to live off-grid in the woods. Featuring a star-studded cast including David Strathairn, Star Trek The Next Generation's Gates McFadden, Watergate superstar Chief Gordon Liddy, comedian Maury Amsterdam, and most importantly, WWE Hall of Famer, classy Freddie Blassie. This movie, good one to double up with the classic Great Outdoors. It's also one that you might want to double up with Without a Paddle with Seth Green and Matthew Lillard. It's very, very goofy, but fun, of course, from the director of the original Mother's Day and a notable Troma 365 pick.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2009's Dark Nature, directed by Mark D. Luigny. And in this one, hoping to enjoy a nice holiday in the country, a mother and her religious daughter travel to a remote Scottish community, but their weekend getaway turns into a nightmare as an escalating series of disturbances force them into a desperate fight for their lives. Dark Nature offers bloody thrills and the blackest of comedy as these women struggle against a brutal attacker who is hiding a secret that threatens to tear them to shreds. In the spirit of psychological horror classics The Shining and Long Weekend, this smart thriller has a twisting and turning narrative that creates a sense of dread from the first shot and never lets up till the final seconds. And you definitely should check this one out. You can pick it up on Blu-ray. You can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1998 superhero film from director Lawrence Lanoff, Chosen One: The Legend of the Raven. Sexy superstar Carmen Electra explodes onto the screen in her feature film debut. When her sister is viciously murdered, McKenna, a cynical young woman, enters a world she thought she left long ago. Guided by her shaman father and her dead sister's spirit, McKenna discovers that she holds the key within her to prevent the apocalypse. Co-starring Playboy Playmate Shauna Sand of TV's Renegade, this is sort of Troma's answer to The Crow, or maybe more accurately, Barbed Wire. Might fit this one a little bit more. This actually, Troma put this out as a comic book as well. I believe it's kind of hard to come by now. And if you love Carmen Electra and some good eye candy, check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2016's BC Butcher, directed by Kansas Bowling. And in this one, when a tribe of cave women imparts cruel justice on one of their own, their fate takes a turn for the worst. After discovering and falling in love with the corpse sacrificed by the girl gang, a lone wandering giant of prehistoric mythos is inspired to homicide. Consequently, the cave women are menaced by the heartbroken and bloodthirsty cave brute with a grudge, and the prophetess among them is ignored when she predicts the tragic outcome. BC Butcher is hailed as the first prehistoric slasher film to ever be made. Kansas Bowling was only 17 years old when she directed this. She was in one of my favorites of the last few years, Murder Size. You want to see where her career started? Check it out here. It also features Kadeem Hardison and Kato Caitlin. You can pick it up on Blu-ray or stream it on Troma Now. Check it out. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2009's Cars 3, directed by Bobby Hacker. And in this one, a used car salesman must sell a Mercury Topaz within the hour or the devil gets his soul. To achieve his goal and save himself, he'll do whatever it takes, even if it means pointing a gun to his customers' heads. And right out the box, this is not the Disney Pixar film that came out a few years later and has no association with those other car movies. But this is one's out there. It's like a 40-minute drug-laced Tarantino meets Lynch meets used cars. It stars Travis Jones, Richard Bain, and Tyler Jones. You can pick it up on DVD. You can stream it on Troma now. It's a weird one. If you're adventurous, check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1980 exploitation film from director Edward G. Muller, aka Eduardo Malargia, Escape from Hell. After years of brutal mistreatment, a group of scantily clad female prisoners devise a plan to rise up against their male oppressors and go over the wall. Unfortunately for them, the lustful guards are the least of their worries as they must overcome snakes, leeches, quicksand, and the nightmares of past atrocities if they are to escape their living hell. So this is the director is known for spaghetti westerns. He did Don't Wait, Django, Shoot, Pray to God, and Dig Your Grave, great title, and the Gabrielle Tinti movie Tropic of Cancer, among many others. And it stars Ajita Wilson, a Jess Franco regular from Sodomania, Macumba Sexual, both from Jess Franco, and also Lucio Fulci's Contraband. It's an exploitation film that is well worth checking out if you like women in prison stories. Give it a go.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1971's Cry Uncle, directed by John G. Avildsen. And in this one, Cry Uncle is the shocking tale about an eccentric millionaire, sex, the murdered mistress, sex, a part-time country music man, more sex, and Jake, the suave debonair lover, poet, athlete, and 262-pound private detective from New Jersey, who's been hired to sort it all out and find the real killer, and even more sex. The film features one of Paul Sorvino's first screen roles. John G. Avildsen also directed Rocky, which has the Troma connection with Lloyd playing a bum in the film. This one stars Alan Garfield, Madeline LaRue, and Devin Goldenberg. You can pick it up on DVD. You can stream it on Amazon Prime. You can check it out on Troma now. If you have not, I definitely suggest checking this one out. John G. Avildsen. Yeah, check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1993's The November Men, directed by Paul Williams. And in this one, guerrilla filmmaker Vincent Duggo notices that the left never carries out successful presidential assassinations and decides to make a movie about it. But is he a little too interested in the subject himself? Duggo makes the observation that the only successful assassinations of politicians are the work of right-wing radicals and sets out to make a fake attempt on the life of the newly elected President George Bush. This was used like real news footage, real political footage. There's a disclaimer at the beginning. Yeah, this one, it's different. It kind of mixes real and fake. It stars James Andronica, Leslie Beeves, and Beau Starr. It's a weird one. You can check it out on VHS, on Prime Video, Tubi, Plex, Freeview, and Troma Now. If you want a political thriller, I say check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2003 film from writer-director Chris Watson, Zombiegeddon. Deep in the bowels of hell, the devil has created an army of human-like zombies to blend in with the population and slowly enslave the world. The only thing standing between us and the living dead are two dirty cops turned reluctant heroes, Jeff and Cage. So this one is stacked with names. It features Felissa Rose, Brink Stevens, Tom Savini, Robert Zadar, Conrad Brooks, Linnea Quigley, Julie Strain, Yui Bull, J.R. Bookwalter, Tina Kraus, Fred Olen Ray, Jeff Burr, Lilith Stabs, Trent Haga, the late great Joe Fleischaker, Joe Estevez, among many others. This is a cameo-laced zombie film. Gary Coleman himself almost is in this. He turned down the role of Jesus Christ. And on that note, what else can I say? It is today's Troma 365 pick, Zombiegeddon.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2012's 30 Girls, 30 Days, directed by Michael Mahal. And in this one, he went from a nerd to a player in 30 days. A virgin named Fred must win a bet by sleeping with 30 girls in 30 days to save his business. Yeah, that's a short description. It's two douchey guys make a bet so they can find a loser to go through 30 girls in 30 days. Lots of hot girls, lots of nudity, and it's funny because it looks like they got some guerrilla shots of our lead trying to pick up girls because some of those reactions seem real. And at the very least, some of these girls didn't know what he was going to say, so I thought that was a really entertaining segment. It stars Russell Perkins, Leanna Jens Mitchell, and Sandy Bernard. You can pick it up on DVD, and you can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. I think it's worth checking out. It's a fun sex comedy. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at the short film collection Banana MFer from directors Fernando Ali and Pedro Florencio. And, well, in Banana Mother Effers, 6 adventurers go on a quest for a mystical cemetery. After disturbing the dead, they trigger an ancient curse that will destroy the entire world. What starts as a small-scale attack eventually becomes a worldwide domination of famous fruits. Yeah, it's a short film collection. That's our main one. It also includes Papa Wrestling, about after the bully steals his son's lunchbox, a retired wrestler goes on a violent rampage to avenge him. It also has 3 other little shorts. It's pretty funny. It's a great special effects display. It's from the director of Mutant Hunt. You can check it out now on DVD, or you can stream the short on Troma Now. Check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1968 comedy from director Giorgio Gentili, Madigan's Millions. When a deported gangster, Mike Madigan, played by Cesar Romero of Batman the TV series, dies in Italy, the U.S. Treasury is particularly interested in the millions of dollars he owed in back taxes. This is when Jason Pfister, played by Dustin Hoffman, the CIA's most bumbling and idiotic agent, is sent to Italy to find Madigan's millions. Will Jason be able to hunt down the money, or will he continue to be the laughingstock of the CIA? So this was actually produced before Dustin Hoffman blew up for The Graduate, and it also features Italian superstar, the sexy Elisa Martinelli of the Belle Star Story, 10th Victim, Candy, and many other films. And it's recommended to fans of Get Smart, the old spy series. It's pretty funny and a good early look at a soon-to-be superstar in Dustin Hoffman.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at Sergio Lapel's Drawing Blood from 1999. And in this one, Edmund is a distraught artist who struggles not only with inner demons tormenting his soul, but outer demons set on destroying him. Edmund's biggest mistake was falling in love with the gorgeous painter Diana, who just happens to be a vampire. Diana likes to draw nude models while drinking their blood, and this horrific practice sets off a lusty relationship with Edmund. It's undead love. She claims he doesn't have a heart, and he knows she doesn't have a soul. So if you have a scarf, wear it. If you have 2 hands, cover your eyes. If you have a funny bone, get ready to be tickled. And remember, blood is thicker than cold water. This is a cool little vampire flick. You can check it out on DVD. You can stream it for free on Freevee, on Amazon Prime, and on Troma Now. Check it out. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at the 2005 DVD release of the documentary Make Your Own Damn Movie, directed by Lloyd Kaufman. And in this one, in Lloyd Kaufman's 2003 book, Make Your Own Damn Movie, the legendary filmmaker cinematic masterfully showed up-and-coming artists how to buck the mainstream and get their movies made and seen. Based upon the phenomenal reaction from fans and fellow filmmakers alike, Kaufman and the Troma team has put together this incredible 5 DVD box set which will show you step by step how to take your truly independent vision from conception to completion. The Make Your Own Damn Movie DVD box set is a hilarious and enlightening crash course in filmmaking for anyone who has ever wanted to make movies but didn't know how. This is, it's very entertaining. Even if you don't want to make your own damn movie, I think it's great if you just want to have a look into filmmaking, low-budget filmmaking, Troma filmmaking. You can check it out now on DVD, and you can also stream it in its entirety on Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2005 horror film from director Kevin Rapp, Devoured, the Legend of Alfred Packer. In 1874, Alfred Packer led a gold mining expedition into Colorado where he murdered, robbed, and ate every miner in his camp. More than a century later, identical killings are occurring, and as the search for the murderer proves never-ending, the terrifying fact remains: Alfred Packer is still lurking and waiting to strike again. So this obviously is a good double feature with another Troma film, Cannibal the Musical, although this is a more straight horror movie versus that one. And a little more obscure. The Alfred Packer story is very interesting, and this is very, very low budget, but worth a watch if you're interested in the Alfred Packer story.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1974 Centerfold Girls, directed by John Pfizer. And in this one, a sadistic centerfold serial stalker is on the loose, targeting the beauties of a popular men's magazine. Jackie is a nurse looking to find new work and a new life. Little does she know that a pictorial from her past will come back to haunt her. Following Jackie's spread, we flip the pages to Charlie's expose. She's boarding a boat with some other girls for a semi-naked week of fun in the sun. However, Charlie doesn't know she has the same travel agent. Finally, we come to the last of the beloved centerfold girls, Vera. After car trouble and a struggle with two sailors that have been out to sea too long, Vera comes face to face with the man who's been terrorizing her fellow smut sisters. What does fate have in store for the saucy centerfold girls? Will they escape the wrath of their straight-laced stalker, or will they fall victim to the corruption of his will? This one stars Andrew Prine. It's on VHS. You can pick it up on Blu-ray from Gorgon MPI. You can stream it on Tubi and Vudu for free. I say check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1983's Stuck on You, directed by Michael Hers and Lloyd Kaufman. This is Troma's tribute to Mel Brooks, a nut-so-hilarious sex oddity for lovers of all ages. Bill and Carol are very much in love, but like many of today's couples, they are having their problems. After splitting up, they go to family court where they are brought up to Judge Gabriel. Judge Gabriel takes Bill and Carol back in time. He shows them that their own problems are the same problems couples have faced since the dawn of time. This one stars Professor Erwin Corey, Virginia Penta, and Mark Milowski. It's part of the Before There Was Toxie box set. It's a good, Before There Were Toxie, the sex comedy era. I recommend this one. Not my favorite of the sex comedy era, but it's still a fun one. You can pick it up on DVD, on Blu-ray, stream it for free on Freevee, on Amazon Prime, on Tubi, on Plex, and of course on Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1990 exploitation film from director Leon Paul de Bruyne, Maniac Nurses Find Ecstasy. In a remote fortress, a sinister sorority of surgically skilled sisters lie in wait for their next victim. They control a bevy of caged women who have been brainwashed and sponge-bathed to become the world's most anatomically awesome surgeons. This is the gut-wrenching story of one innocent girl, Sabrina, who finds herself trapped in a living nightmare army of man-hating feminist fiends. So this director, he's a Belgian director, also made Parts of the Family for Troma, which has an interesting history. And I love the tagline: their weapons are sterile, their bodies are fertile, and any thought of escape is futile. Lots of good eye candy, and it's a fun movie to double up with Troma's War or Fortress of America. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at something a little bit different. I ordered this nightlight off eBay, which we're going to unbox and assemble here right now. It's from a company called Images by Light. They have a website of the same name. You can check it out. And, well, let's get this thing all ready and prepped, and we will see what it looks like when it's all lit up. I'm excited. I found this on eBay just doing a Troma search. Now let's check this thing out in the dark. It also has multiple colors. And yeah, I mean, obviously green's the best for Toxie, but you can have your pick. If you want to get yourself one, you can search eBay or pick it up at imagesbylight.com.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2011 film from director Guy Moore, Badmouth. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Her name is Badmouth, and she's about to unleash hell. This killer thriller is a roller coaster ride of characters from lesbian zombies, stoned rappers, feral bushwhackers, and the best hit girl this side of Hong Kong. So this is an Ozploitation film, kind of an action horror comedy, very unique Australian humor. If you're a fan of the Alvin Purple films, just kind of think that meets the early horror comedies of Peter Jackson, and it'll kind of give you an idea. It makes a pretty bold claim that I don't know that it lives up to. Makes I Spit on Your Grave look like the Smurfs. But nonetheless, it's fun. Give it a watch. It's a little lesser known Troma film, and it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1999's Go to Hell, directed by Michael J. Hengel. Monsters vs. Spies, you won't believe your eyes. Dario Dare, a writer on the verge of losing his job for the notorious National Explainer, must find the ultimate supernatural cover story. Assigned to cover the arrival of Roman Catholic Uber Cardinal, Dario becomes embroiled in an assassination conspiracy straight out of hell. On his mission, he must team up with Vatican secret agent Marion Tango, but Marion has problems with two renegade Vatican agents who look like Elvis Presley and Andy Warhol. This one's a weird one. If you know me, I'm not a big religious horror movie person, but this is just weird enough. It's not for everyone. One of the reviews called it disjointed and irritatingly dumb. This movie's only virtue is that it's not quite as irredeemingly rancid as some of the other toilet filler offered from Troma, which I thought was hilarious. But you can pick this one on out-of-print DVD. You can rent it or buy it on Amazon. I say check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2020's VHS Massacre 2, directed by Thomas Edward Seymour. And in this one, the last stand of the American exploitation film. In a post-video store era, media consolidation has led to the censorship and near death of the independent and exploitation film industry. Joe Bob Briggs, Debbie Rochon, Lloyd Kaufman, and James Rolfe, the angry video game nerd, take us on an adventure that leads from the last Blockbuster video store in Bend, Oregon, to Troma Entertainment in New York. All in an effort to examine how history keeps repeating itself, from the video store era to the modern streaming. This film is a follow-up to the award-winning VHS Massacre documentary, which if you haven't seen, I do recommend checking out. This one being a little more Troma-centric, I did enjoy. You can pick this one up on Blu-ray. You can stream it freebie on Amazon Prime, on Tubi, on Plex, and on Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2014 dark comedy from director John McCulloch, The Deviants. What do you say, fellas? Ready to blast off? Words to live by, according to 6 blissfully reckless friends who come together for a long weekend wedding reunion of drinking, bowling, fighting, screwing, writing bad novels, getting spanked by a psychotic preacher, hailing extraterrestrials, and finally learning that it takes more than a few days to achieve total world domination. So this takes place in the early 90s in northeastern Pennsylvania. It's kind of a dark slacker comedy. The director did a documentary called The Man Who Would Be Polka King, which is a bit of a cult favorite itself. And it's one worth checking out if you like dark comedies. So once again, it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1994's Teenage Cat Girls in Heat, directed by Scott Perry. And in this one, an Egyptian cat goddess in the form of a statuette commands all the local felines to surrender one of their 9 lives so they can transform into a beautiful woman to make with and terminate human males, then prepare the way for the giant litter. A professional cat tracker and hitchhiker set out to stop the beautiful teenage cat girls. These luscious kitties pounce on the streets and back alleys to find, mate, and claw every man they can get their paws on. Teenage Cat Girls in Heat is a movie with bad attitude, 9 lives, and a litter of hot kittens. Teenage Cat Girls in Heat is a movie that will rub up against your leg and make you cough up hairballs of traumatic delight. This one stars Gary Graves, Carrie Vinson, Dave Cox. Unfortunately, you can only find this one on DVD now, but it is a fun one from the 90s. I say check it out. Gore ratings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at Toxic Crusaders Toxie 5-inch action figure, developed by Justin Marbury and Michelle Varner. It's time to get retroactive ugly. Trick or Treat Studios, in association with Troma Entertainment, are totally stoked to bring you this brand new Toxic Crusaders 5-inch action figure. This Toxie figure was developed with the help of Varner Studios, who designed the original 90s Toxic Crusaders toy line. The likable, lumpy-headed hero Toxie comes complete with shield, toxic bandolier, toxic waist dump grenades, and secret glow-in-the-dark weapon plus slime. It's packaged in a themed blister with backing card. You can pick him up for only $19.99 on the Trick or Treat Studios website. I know he's getting harder to find. It's starting to sell out. I think he's worth it. Check him out, pick him up, buy it now.
Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders, Toxic.
Gore ratings along to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1992's Witchcraft 4, The Virgin Heart, directed by James Merendino. And in this one, behind the velvet curtain of LA's sleamy after-hour sex scene exists a world most will never know. But one man is plunged headfirst into this undiscovered life of desire and lust and discovers hell on earth. Mild-mannered Will Spanner is led by the mysterious Belladonna, played by legendary Julie Strain, into a world of temptation and murder. There, they encounter the evil Santera, who leads them down a path of assault, murder, and sacrifice. Will is thrust into the middle of a battle between life and death, lust and chastity, and TNA. Witchcraft 4 blurs the line between the erotic and the deadly, creating one of the hottest, most controversial movie-going experiences in recent memory. Well, I don't know if it lives up to all that, but it does have the lovely Julie Strain. It's a good throwback 90s softcore flick. You can pick it up on DVD, you can stream it on Amazon Prime for rental or purchase, or you can check it out on Troma Now.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1999 comedy from director Peter Shishtari, Shakespeare, In and Out. This hilarious mockumentary follows the life and times of Rich Longfellow, a bright-eyed Midwestern kid whose dream is to play Hamlet on stage with the Royal Shakespeare Company. However, his career path takes a detour when he moves to Hollywood and finds work in the adult entertainment industry. Torn between artistic integrity and newfound celebrity, Rich begins to question things when a nursing home tour of Hamlet hits town. So this is basically Spinal Tap meets Boogie Nights, Troma style, and yeah, this one's fun. A good companion piece to Romeo and Juliet. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2020's Mutant Blast, directed by Fernando Ali. And in this one, Maria, a fearless soldier, and TS-347, a man with superhuman strength, are being pursued by a military cell responsible for scientific experiments that have resulted in a zombie apocalypse. On the way, they meet Pedro, a man with few ambitions and a great hangover. Together, they will try to escape to a safe place, but complications will cross their path in the form of a nuclear bomb. This was directed by Fernando Ali. He's created a violent and hilarious spectacle in true Troma filmmaking tradition. If the name's familiar, he also directed the Banana MFR short collection, which was very entertaining. It's been compared to early works of Peter Jackson and Sam Raimi. It's not quite there, but I get the comparisons. It's that fun tone. So if you want to check it out, you can pick it up on Blu-ray, stream it on Freevee, and on Amazon Prime, Tubi, Plex, and of course Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1997 sci-fi action film from writer-director Robert Larkin, Viral Assassins. Conspiracy buffs take note. In the tradition of X-Files, Viral Assassin has all the action and paranoia that is the best of Kubrick. Big promises there. In the not-so-distant future, there will be a new disease that makes cancer look like the common cold. The government solution is to make carrying the disease a capital crime, and sadistic hitmen will be employed to take out the infected the hard way. Very low budget and definitely features some amateur acting, but it is ambitious and worth a watch. It's not your typical Troma movie, whatever that means, and it's another lesser-known one, and today's Troma 365.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at the best of and Too Hot for Troma's Edge TV, Volume 1, released in 2002. Aired on Channel 4 in the UK, Troma's Edge TV puts Troma's unique spin on such diverse and hilarious topics as American politics and mass murder. Trent Haga hosts the New York segments, while Tiffany Shepis stars as Super Tromette Bulimia, who's Troma anchors from Los Angeles. Of course, the expert hand of Troma President Lloyd Kaufman, creator of the Toxic Avenger, guides the Troma team throughout the show. This disc includes the uncut sex episode, which was deemed too explicit to air, a collection of outtakes and unseen segments from the series, appearances from the Toxic Avenger, Sergeant Kabuki Man NYPD, and other Troma stars. I highly recommend it. You can pick it up on DVD, and you can stream all 5 of these episodes on Troma now. It's worth checking out if you love Troma and you have not seen it. Start it now. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at 1990's Twisted Justice, directed by David Heavener. In this action-packed sci-fi adventure, the cops have big hair and no guns, while the criminals control the streets. Anarchy reigns supreme with a crazed serial killer on the loose. In the Los Angeles of the future, police are forbidden to carry weapons and must use stun guns instead. Tucker, a maverick detective, ignores those restrictions in his pursuit of the Bullseye murderer, a psychotic killer who takes a new drug called Umbra that gives him superhuman strength and intelligence. Tucker is the one cop who isn't going to take it anymore, destined to bring explosions and violence back to the side of the good guys. He intends to bring down this killer. Twisted Justice features an amazing cast, including Eric Estrada, Jim Brown, Shannon Tweed, and Karen Black. You can pick this one up on DVD. You can stream it on Plex or Troma Now. It's a good LA picture. I say check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1999 film from writer-director Henri Lumiere, Eve's Beach Fantasy. Eve watches over her uncle's house while he's on holiday in France and runs into a glamour photographer who seduces her and then convinces the naive Eve to do a photo shoot. Sexy shenanigans ensue. Featuring such flesh wound faves, April Adams, Tabitha Stevens, Gianna Fine, Brittany Andrews, and Corey Lane, among others. I'm sure you know those names. This is a fun, sexy beach dramedy, and great for late night watches. If you're a fan of some Cinemax favorites, I do recommend Eve's Beach Fantasy. Summer's heating up. Hope you're doing well, and keep watching Troma 365.
Greetings, happy Father's Day, and welcome to today's Troma 365. And today we're going to look at 2011's Father's Day, directed by Astron 6. And in this one, Father's Day follows the classic story we all grew up with. Boy watches father raped and murdered. Boy grows up into a vengeful one-eyed man. Man teams up with a priest and a male prostitute to take down his father's killer. Ahab is a revenge-crazed, deranged psychopath / hero, fresh out of prison for mistakenly slaughtering the man he thought was the ruthless monster who raped and murdered his father. But fathers are still being violated in the behind, dismembered with hacksaws, and set on fire. A chicken-hot hustler and a hot young priest search out the reclusive Ahab, determined to finish the job he started years ago and send this degenerate demon back to hell, literally. Well, this one stars Astron 6. It's a great Father's Day watch. It's pretty extreme, though, not a family watch. But you can pick this one up on DVD, on Blu-ray. You can stream it on Freevee, on Amazon Prime, Roku, Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. If you're looking for something to watch today, this is it. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at the Toxic Avenger Super 7 reaction figure from the first wave. This is the first wave of the figures they've put out. They put out quite a few in the line. We'll look at some more in the future. Each is 3.75 inches tall. I mean, if you're familiar with the old Star Wars figures of G.I. Joes, you know the size, you know the theme, you know the whole thing. He's, packaged in the blister pack, comes with a mop accessory. While he is from the first wave, and you can still get other ones. If you want the first wave, there's 3 different versions you can get on this one. There's the colors that we have here, and we have the other 2 variants, which you can see right now. You can find typically 20 to 30, depending on which of the 3 you're looking for. It does have a Toxic Avenger mask on the back also, which is kind of cool. But yeah, you can tell like the first wave doesn't have all the cards a lot cleaner. So if you are looking for it, it's a cool collectible. Pick it up.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1978 documentary from co-directors Ralph Rosenblum and Carl Gurevich, Acting Out. Before the dawn of reality TV, the film Acting Out showed everyday people revealing their most private fantasies. 10 people were selected, answering an ad in Gallery magazine. From there, they were provided a cast, a private setting, and a film crew. In front of the camera and without a script, they were given an opportunity to act out their wildest dreams. Director Ralph Rosenblum is the award-winning editor of Woody Allen's Annie Hall and Mel Brooks' The Producers, so he went on to do quite a bit. It also features a performance from Robert Kerman, Fletchboom's favorite, aka Richard Bolla. Naturally, this is not a real documentary, but it is ahead of its time and well worth a watch. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1990's Death by Temptation, directed by James Bond III. Samuel L. Jackson, Kadeem Hardison, and Bill Nunn star in this terrifying story of vampires and lust. An evil succubus is preying on libidinous black men in New York City, and all that stands in her way is Joel, a quiet divinity student from North Carolina, who starts to question his faith. So he heads to New York and visits his friend Kay, a struggling actor who takes him out bar hopping. They meet a gorgeous seductress who turns out to be a succubus, a demon spirit luring black Lotharios to their deaths. When she sets her eyes on Joel, Kay turns up with the help of Dougie, a drunken cop who specializes in supernatural investigations. Well, if you haven't seen this one, this is one of the better Troma films, are more known to the mainstream. But if you want to check it out, you can pick it up on Troma DVD, Blu-ray, Out-of-Print Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray. Stream it free on Amazon Prime, Tubi, Pluto, Plex, and of course, Troma Now. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2010's Grimm, directed by Adrian Santiago. In the impoverished near future, the United States government abandons rural Texas inhabitants like the Grimm family, leaving them to their own devices and depravity. In perhaps one of the most brutally graphic scenes ever recorded on film, the parents Grimm are annihilated in front of their 9-year-old son Nicholas. Nicholas is devastated at the loss of his parents and vows to avenge their death. You will not believe your eyes when you see this seminal celluloid slaughtering surprises you. Grimm is unlike any Troma film before it. Lloyd Kaufman says Adrian Santiago is Guillermo del Toro and Dario Argento rolled up into one horrific enchilada. Stars Christopher Demenak, Jack Pinder, Jason Ramirez, Brandy Price. You can pick it up on DVD, stream it on Plex and Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1982 sci-fi horror film from writer-director Don Dollar, Night Beast. Amidst the dazzling meteor shower, the Night Beast lands near a small East Coast town armed with a vaporizing ray gun and a goal of destroying anyone who crosses his path. It's up to the local sheriff and townsfolk to band together to survive the extraterrestrial menace. So this features a very young teenage J.J. Abrams of Bad Robot fame, who actually worked on the soundtrack for this film. It also stars Richard Diesel as Mayor Burt Wicker. If you don't know that name, that's Count Gore Duvall, legendary horror host, also Bozo the Clown. This also features George Stover, a John Waters regular, and it's just really fun, low-budget, DIY regional filmmaking out of Baltimore. Don Dollar's a legend, and I think it's a lot of fun.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2007's Blood, Boobs, and Beasts, directed by John Paul Kinhart. Blood, Boobs, and Beasts tells the compelling story of Don Doler, whose movies have been called everything from oddly brilliant to some of the worst films of all times. Despite his critics, Doler managed to get international distribution for all 9 of his sci-fi and horror films, as well as TV syndication for his first film. Doler also inspired artists and filmmakers such as Robert Crumb and J.J. Abrams and Art Spiegelman with his DIY filmmaking magazine Cinemagic. This 2-disc set also contains Doler's masterwork Night Beast, which is also available separately. If you're into filmmaking and low-budget DIY, this is a great documentary. Even if you're not, you just like low-budget filmmaking, don't like his films, check it out. It's worth watching. It's got J.J. Abrams, Don Doler himself, R.I.P. But you can pick it up on DVD. You can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out. Goal readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at Trick or Treat's Toxic Crusaders Don't Pollute Metal sign. This was designed by Sam First, and with this one, Trick or Treat Studios is proud to present the officially licensed Troma Entertainment Inc. Toxic Crusaders Don't Pollute Metal sign. This beautiful sign is made from solid metal with a bright, solid printed design. There's a small hole in the center for easy hanging. Order your Don't Pollute Metal sign now. It's time to get radioactively ugly. This thing's, you can pick it up for $19.99. It's actually 12 by 18. It looks great hanging. I have it hanging up with all my Troma stuff. You can pick it up now from trickortreatstudios.com. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1999 film from writer-director Henri Lumiere, Eve's Beach Fantasy. Eve watches over her uncle's house while he's on holiday in France and runs into a glamour photographer who seduces her and then convinces the naive Eve to do a photo shoot. Sexy shenanigans ensue. Featuring such flesh wound faves, April Adams, Tabitha Stevens, Gianna Fine, Brittany Andrews, and Corey Lane, among others. Sure you know those names. This is a fun, sexy beach dramedy, and great for late night watches. If you're a fan of some Cinemax favorites, I do recommend Eve's Beach Fantasy. Summer's heating up. Hope you're doing well, and keep watching Troma 365.
Goal readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1992's Vegas in Space, directed by Philip R. Ford. And in this one, to save the universe, Captain Tracy Daniels takes her fierce space crew to the babes-only world of Vegas in Space. Disguised as showgirls from Earth, they must dance to save the universe. Vegas in Space has more wigs than Wigstock, more makeup than a Miss America pageant, all the fabulousness of Priscilla, and manages to outwood Ed Wood. With tongue planted in cheek, with outfits that would make RuPaul jealous, these divas are more fabulous than Julie Newmar and shine brighter than a supernova. In Vegas in Space, zero-gravity girls dance, compare tips, and save the universe as they romp through an outer space woman's paradise. With the queens of this internationally acclaimed film, it's glamour first, glamour last, glamour always. This is a weird one, perfect for this month. You can check it out on DVD, you can stream it on Prime, or check it out on Troma Now. Goal readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1981 Sizzle Beach, USA, directed by Richard Brandon. The Troma team is proud to present Academy Award-winning actor-director Kevin Costner in a special collector's director's cut edition of the internationally acclaimed classic Sizzle Beach, USA. Kevin Costner's first starring role is widely considered his Boogie Nights of the early 80s West Coast scene. When a young rancher played by Kevin Costner meets up with three young and sexy girls new to the pleasures of LA's underground, he quickly familiarizes them with the hard and fast rules of the life, portraying the Malibu beach life by day and the LA club scene by night. Sizzle Beach, USA is a stunning insider's critique of the sex and drug world of the swinger scene in the early 1980s. This stars Terry Conji, Leslie Brander, Rosalind Royce, and of course the first feature role of Kevin Costner. You can pick this one up on DVD, stream it on Plex and Troma Now. I say check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2000 sexy western from director Steve Nevius, Rowdy Girls. Danger, deceit, and dust. The Wild West of 1886 is no place for a woman, but it's the perfect place for the rowdy girls. Fabulous females fighting for fortune and freedom on the frontier. Velvet, the rebellious lady of the night with a dangerous secret, and Sarah, a trophy bride who refuses to marry, are on the road to liberation in the frontier town of San Francisco. They must fight for freedom when a group of outlaws led by the sexy, whip-wielding Julie Strain kidnap them. This has a great cast featuring Shannon Tweed, Playboy Playmate Deanna Brooks, Julie Strain, and John Waters' regular Mink Stoll. The cast pretty much sells this one. It's a lot of fun. Not a lot of westerns from Troma, so check this one out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1994's Beg, directed by Robert Goldman. And in this one, Beg is a dark, surreal vision of the not-too-distant future, based on the stage play by David Glass. Beg follows a grotesque and surreal series of events taking place over one night in a decrepit mental hospital rotting away in the not-too-distant future. When Dr. Penelope II learns that her lover has been murdered and her father has fallen into a coma, her universe begins to slowly unravel around her. As the corrupt hospital board launches an investigation led by security head Hal and brainwashed detective Sergeant Stillskin, the confused young doctor soon finds herself trapped in a psychotic nightmare of deception and betrayal where nothing is what it seems. You can pick this one up on DVD, you can stream it on Tubi, Plex, Troma Now. If you got the time, I think it's worth checking out, so check it out. Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1998's Sucker the Vampire, directed by Hans Rodenoff. And in this one, 100 years after Bram Stoker's Dracula comes a new kind of vampire story. Anthony is a modern bloodsucker who uses his popular rock band as a front to lure beautiful young groupies to his lair. His assistant, Reed, disposes of the bodies of these nubile, unsuspecting victims after Anthony seduces and kills them. As a result of his bloody lifestyle, Anthony soon contracts a deadly virus. Reed must try to save his master from a fate worse than death. Part dark satire, part horror comedy. Sucker is a truly rock and roll vampire tale for the 1990s. Starring Jans Birch, Monica Barber, P.K. Phillips, Colleen Moore, Melissa Park, and Gail Harris. You can pick this up on DVD, the Tainted Vampire Collection, which I'm holding now. You can stream it on Amazon Prime for rental or sale, and of course you can stream it on Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1989 comedy from writer-director Michael Paul Gerard, Getting Lucky. Meet Bill Higgins, the nerdy towelboy of Middlevale High. All he could possibly wish for is to clean up the environment and score a date with the hot cheerleader babe Chrissy Shackler. Standing in his way is muscle-bound meathead Tony Shanooka. Enter Lepke, a 4-inch drunken leprechaun confined to a beer bottle. Lepke grants Bill zany wishes which lead to screwy situations on the quest to, of course, getting lucky. So this director also made Oversexed Drug Suckers from Mars. That's a cult film if you've ever seen one. Witchcraft 7 and 9, Bikini Med School, Bikini House Calls. And this is also the perfect USA Up All Night movie. It did air on USA Up All Night, and I love this one. So be sure to check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1998's Viewer Discretion Advised, directed by Tommy Blaze, Phil Morton, Eddie Beverly Jr., and Richard Peters. In the spirit of the Groove Tube and the Kentucky Fried Movie, Viewer Discretion Advised is an uproarious 90s look at the media-wrapped culture. Ted Smith watches far too much television. One day he awakens to find himself the star of sexy public service announcements, wild westerns, hair-raising horror movies, and goofy game shows. Tune in, turn out, crank up. Viewer discretion is definitely advised. This is like a sketch comedy movie. I found it pretty entertaining. There's a decent slasher spoof at the end. It stars Tommy Blaze, Kev Donovan, Paul Murphy, Mary Beth Young, Sherry Cook, and you can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. It is on the Troma's Edge TV Tube Top TV comedy double feature with Baconhead if you want to pick up the DVD. I say check it out. Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2005's Acta Maximus, War of the Alien Dinosaurs, directed by Mark Hicks. And in this one, turmoil rages in the colony of Octum as assassination attempts, glitter riots, and economic collapse all threaten to destroy the colony's fragile government. The maniacal dictator of the planet, Grand Automatation Polops, ignores the looming crisis by indulging in the Action Maxim Carnival, a gruesome competition where alien dinosaurs fight to the death. Meanwhile, space hunter Optimtorum Axum is sent by the Grand Automation to the farthest ends of the universe on a mission to retrieve additional creatures for Carnival. Axion and his band of poachers find an ancient crashed starship which may be the remnants of a dead god. Starring Jim Harris, Carol Drake, Carol Beaver. You can get this one on out-of-print DVD, stream on Amazon Prime for rental or purchase. This one's, it was a bit of a chore, but if you're a completist, check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1999 cult action film from directors Sean Giosa and Kevin Hartman, The Hall Monitor. It's 16 Candles meets Dirty Harry meets Class of Nukem High as Dash Cashwood, the hall monitor of Rocky Mountain High School, maintains law and order with the force of a .44 Magnum. When a mysterious killer starts taking out the football team one by one, it's up to Dan to investigate and save the school. So this one's a bit of a diamond in the rough. It's a fun cult film if you're a fan of Class of 1984. It's well worth a watch. It came out in 1999 and had a little bit of controversy from what I remember, considering what was going on in the news at that particular time. And it is well worthy of being today's Troma 365 pick.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1984's Combat Shock. Writer, director, producer Buddy Giovanzo made his indelible debut with his nihilistic saga of a Vietnam vet's desperate pursuit to save his family from the horrors of poverty and urban squalor. Culminating in one of the most brutal climaxes ever committed to celluloid, this unforgiving masterwork remains as controversial and relevant as it was at the height of Reagan's America. This one stars Rick Giovanzo, Veronica Stork, Mitch Malago. This is 100% a Troma masterpiece. If you haven't seen it, you're not a Troma fan, this is one of the ones, no matter what, check it out. You can find this one on DVD, this Troma Masterpiece Collection DVD. There's an out-of-print 7 Blu-ray. There's also the new Troma Blu-ray. You can stream it on Amazon Prime, Roku, Tubi, Plex, AMC Plus, Shudder, and of course Troma Now. Check it out. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at the Pop Heroes, the Toxic Avenger Glow-in-the-Dark Pop, the New York Comic-Con 2023 shared exclusive. Clean up crime with this exclusive glow-in-the-dark Pop Toxic Avenger. This mutant hero is ready to mop up any evil lurking in your Toxic Avenger collection. He's a vinyl figure. He stands about 4 inches tall. If you're looking to pick him up, you can get him still pretty easily, even if he's a Comic-Con exclusive. There are 2 versions out there, actually, with either the 2023 Fall Convention sticker or the 2023 New York Comic-Con sticker on the box. I don't own many Pops, but this one was an immediate purchase because, well, it's Toxic Avenger. So if you want to pick him up, you can find it pretty much anywhere. Target, Walmart, eBay. You can get him $12-15. Pick it up.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2000 creature feature from director Joe Castro, Legend of the Chupacabra. The Chupacabra, translated from Spanish as goat sucker. Is it mere folklore? A government conspiracy? Some weirdo in a latex suit? When the mutilation of her uncle's goats is caught on tape, Maria vows to find out despite local fears. With her crack team of students and a tough ex-Marine, Maria manages to make a ghastly, revealing film that makes Blair Witch look like Blumhouse. So this is a great double feature with Chupacabra versus The Alamo with Eric Estrada, and it is directed by special effects maestro Joe Castro of Sci-Fi Channel's Face Off fame, and also check out our interviews with him on the channel. This is, once again, today's Troma 365 pick.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1989's Dangerous Obsession, aka Mortal Sins, directed by Yuri Servo. The widely publicized murder of the Reverend Park Sung results in the disruption of Malcolm Rowland's respective and lucrative Divine Church of the People. Intent on uncovering the murder, Rowlands hires aggressive and idealistic detective Nathan Weincheck to protect the 2 things he lives for, his church and his daughter Laura from scandal and immediate danger. Intrigued by Laura and seduced into a world of fast-talking, corrupt, and highly charismatic holy man, Weincheck struggles to untangle the web of psychological, financial, and sexual clues to the ongoing murder. Overwhelmed by her wisdom and purity, Nathan is drawn to Laura's private world. There he unveils the cesspool of sin as he joins the fraternity of secular victims while the preacher's daughter claims yet another soul. This one stars Brian Benben, Deborah Florentino, and Esley LaPaglia. You can pick it up on DVD, stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. It's a good erotic thriller. If you're into it from Troma, check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2014's Bikini Swamp Girl Massacre, directed by Aidan Dillard. Ever since the Somali Wars of the mid-19th century, an unlucky few have gone missing in the Florida Everglades every couple of years, especially around Columbus Day. Bikini Swamp Girl Massacre is based on a true story told by the lone survivor of a group of beautiful young women who left the concrete jungle of South Beach to venture deep into the Everglades jungle, where they were brutally murdered by a Somali warrior spirit named Kowa Kabot. As the women go missing one by one and the seemingly innocent tour guide denies foul play, one brave beach bunny risks her life to escape alone in the jungle, knowing that she is safer with the snakes and alligators than at the camp with Kuwa Chabi. This one stars Ted Vernon, Katie Rotolo, and Nicole Soden. You can pick this one up on an out-of-print DVD. Unfortunately, that's the only way to see it right now, but if you can, check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1976 Canadian revenge film from director Frank Batali, East End Hustle. Cindy, a former streetwalker, rescues Marianne, one of her pimp's potential new recruits, and a blood-soaked war breaks out between the ladies of the night and the Canadian mafia. This is an unsung Canadian exploitation film. The acting's great, good action, also really well done human drama. This is just recently put out on 4K from Vinegar Syndrome partner label Canadian International Pictures. Really good release. This is certainly one of the best films to ever be released under the Troma label. It's a diamond in the rough and one I highly recommend you check out on this awesome new 4K.
Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2000's Pure Blood. From acclaimed South African filmmaker Kenneth Kaplan, Pure Blood is the first South African finance feature to come out of the government's Department of Art and Culture and the National Film and Video Foundation. This controversial dark comedy stars South African legend actor Marcus Ware and Amanda Lane. The film follows a white young police rookie, Fannis, living in a strangely unreal industrial town. His late father was a general in the apartheid regime, and his long-lost older brother has just returned home to resume an inappropriate relationship with his mother. Little does Fannis know, his racially pure blood is the key to resurrecting his dead father and the sinister order that he embodied. This one's got to be seen. It's done with a serious tone, but you got blood-drinking racist zombies, a plot to poison the town with blood cakes. It's only on out-of-print DVD, so if you want to see this one, you got to search it out. But I think it's worth a watch. Check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1989's The Toxic Avenger Part 3, The Last Temptation of Toxie, directed by Michael Hers and Lloyd Kaufman. Times are hard for Toxie. What's a hideously deformed creature of superhuman size and strength to do after he's eliminated crime from his hometown? Desperate to raise money for the experimental surgery that could restore his blind fiance's eyesight, Toxie accepts a lucrative job with the equal multinational conglomerate Apocalypse Inc. Now Toxie's transforming into something even more monstrous, a yuppie. The Toxic Avenger must defeat his own inner demons before taking out the devil himself in a battle royale, while the fate of Tromaville hangs in the balance. This stars Ron Fazio and Phoebe Lagrange. You can pick this one up on DVD, Blu-ray, 4K, stream it on Peacock, Freevee, Fandango at Home, Roku, Plex, Tubi, AMC Plus, Shudder, and Troma Now. If you have not seen it, check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1989 horror film from writer-director Carlton J. Albright, Luther the Geek. One night when Luther was a boy, he discovered there was something different about him. He enjoyed the taste of blood. Following in the footsteps of others, he became a geek. A deranged person who bites the head off live chickens in exchange for booze or money. Now, decades later, Luther is paroled from prison, and he returns to his hometown with a set of razor-sharp metal teeth and a taste for human blood. So this is from the same director who did The Children from 1980, one of the better-regarded Troma films. This also ranks pretty high. It has a really unique and terrifying performance from Edward Carey as Luther, who's also in The Children, and it is a must-see Troma classic.
Cool readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1985 Star Wars II Attack of the Pleasure Pods, directed by Lynn Stye. Jessup, forced to hide his true identity, is imprisoned on a deadly and desolate planet, the Star Prison. Banished to mine rapid rivers for the elusive fire gems, Jessup and his men must battle bands of delinquent prisoners and fight fatal fangs of the Star Worms in order to supply the lords of the evil empire with their sacred source of their hedonistic, hallucinogenic opiates. Troma's Star Wars 2 Attack of the Pleasure Pods combines passion, power, incredible action, and unbelievable special effects to create one of the most starring, spine-tingling sci-fi action movies ever filmed in the galaxy. This one stars Taylor Gilbert, Jeff Munson, and David O'Hare. You can find this on DVD. You can stream it on Amazon Prime for rental or purchase. Not my favorite in the catalog, but if you're a completist, check it out. Cool readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 2001's Baconhead, directed by Ray Mahoney. The Troma team is proud to present the hilarity of Ray Mahoney's Baconhead in his first feature film as writer, director, and star. Ray Mahoney delivers what the Albuquerque Tribune hails as a cult classic, a sketch comedy movie in the tradition of Monty Python's The Meaning of Life and The Kids in the Hall brain candy. I'm not going to go that far. It's a pretty entertaining double feature when you include viewer discretion advised. On its own, it's alright. It stars Nick McCourt Jr., Brett McIntyre, and Terry McNichol. You can pick it up on Troma's Edge TV Tube Top TV Comedy double feature DVD with viewer discretion advised. You can also stream it on Plex and Troma Now, so check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1971 film from director Don Davison, Demented Death Bar Massacre. After a daring robbery, a gang of psychotic diamond thieves hide out in a backwoods farm. There they discover a country bumpkin with huge udders who offers them up some good old-fashioned Southern hospitality. The bad news is the seductive Southern Belle's husband has returned home with his dreaded pitchfork, and he doesn't like house guests. So this is also known as Honey Britches and Shantytown from Something Weird Video. You'll know director Don Davison if you're familiar with Something Weird. He directed She Freak and among other things. Fredel and Ray bought this film and added 5 minutes of John Carradine footage as the judge and sold it to Troma in the 80s. It's a bizarre exploitation sex comedy meets slasher, and it's well worth checking out. So give it a shot.
Cool readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2004's Bizarre Bazaar, The Strange Case of Serial Killer Bob Berdella, directed by Benjamin Mead. When Chris Bryson was discovered limping down the street in 1988 wearing only a dog collar, the horrifying acts of one Kansas City resident were exposed. Bob Berdella, a local fascinated by the occult, had been spending his off hours sodomizing and murdering young men. Follow true crime author James Elroy as he traces the history of Bob Berdella's sordid crimes with interviews of Bryson, gruesome reenactments, and disturbing musical numbers. Revisit the horror and try to come out alive, starring James Elroy, Robert Berdella, and Christopher Leo. This is a different way to do a true crime documentary. I did really enjoy mixing Troma and true crime, two of my favorite things. You can pick this one up on DVD. You can stream it on Plex and Troma Now. I recommend checking it out. Core readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we look at 1992's Virgin Beasts. Troma team proudly blows your mind with world-renowned artist from Down Under, Toby Zote's Virgin Beasts, a blend of Vegemite and dementia interspersed with animation fit to kneel your koala over. Welcome to post-apocalyptic Sydney, where humiliation and fear are dealt with from hands of the evil Turd Doctor and his heartless Sir Blow. Along with their army of virgin beasts, the death-dealing duo rule unashamedly until they meet a band of grungy survivalist youths. Armed with sexy songs and a devil-may-care attitude, these mates set forth to win the deadly games in hopes of restoring Sydney to a peaceful and loving community. This one's out there. It's definitely has a Troma vibe. If you haven't seen it, you can pick it up on DVD or stream it on Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1981 horror film from director Richard Gardner, Deadly Daphne's Revenge. Four men on a hunting trip stop to pick up a beautiful hitchhiker when two of the men brutally assault her. After making her escape, she files charges against the men, but in doing so unleashes the vengeance of her main attacker, Charlie. Mismarketed as a horror film and really more of a slow burn crime/revenge story. This was a vanity project for star, producer, director, writer Richard Gardner. It was shot under the title Hunting Season. It does feature an early performance from James Avery before Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I'm not the biggest fan of this one, but I will say Vinegar Syndrome did a great job on the Blu-ray, and it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings of welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1989's Dialing for Dingbats, directed by Peter Slafkovsky. Dialing for Dingbats is a light-hearted romantic comedy. The film follows the adventures of a nerd Randy who's unable to score a girl in the real world. So he tries his hands at the 900 party line number. Okay, so if that concept isn't known to most, 900 number is like instead of like a message board or anything, social media, you'd call a number and you'd talk to random people, and yeah, that's was the thing in the 80s and 90s, and people racked up phone bills. So this movie's very dated, but I watched it last night and it was still just fun. It's dumb, it feels like Troma, it feels like an up all night movie. So if you haven't seen it, it stars John Capriona, Marta Dargum, and Michael Jeffries. You can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2010's Attack of the Tromatic, directed by Leslie Tia. The illegal activities of the Mucus Corporation have left the sewers of Maggot Town full of toxic waste. When a tiny maggot escapes from a nearby lab and falls down a drain directly into the deadly chemicals, it mutates into the horrifying Tromatic, a bloodthirsty beast. Will the incompetent police force of Maggot Town stop the monster before it's too late? Well, you have to watch to find out. This one stars Sebastian Gucci, Alexandra Rother, and Dante Vegas. You can pick this one up on the Mutants, Nazis, and Zombies, the Desecration Collection DVD. You can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1989 horror film from director Don Nardo, Stuff Stephanie in the Incinerator. Nightmares of the rich and famous. See what happens when the decadent desires of the 1% turn bloody. Stuff Stephanie in the Incinerator is the twisted tale of husband and wife Jared and Stephanie, who delve into the demented fantasy games of the super wealthy. So you can check out our full review of this one right now, along with Chopper Chicks and Zombie Town. This particular movie is shockingly twisty. There's multiple twists in this one, and it's a very good screenplay. Not necessarily for everybody. This movie is in desperate need of a restoration, but you might like this one. It might be a gem to you. Maybe, maybe not, but check it out.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at The Toxic Avenger, the novel, from writers Lloyd Kaufman and Adam Janke. Over the past 2 decades, the Toxic Avenger has achieved the status of cult icon, and his creator, Lloyd Kaufman, is claimed as an influence by directors like Peter Jackson and Quentin Tarantino. Readers who dare crack the spine of this book will experience the gamut of human emotions and then some. Laughter, tears, and perhaps even some vomiting and spontaneous ejaculation. With more girl-on-girl action than an episode of Springer, more blood-soaked bad taste than an after-school special. With special guest narrators such as J.D. Salinger and Oliver Stone, The Toxic Avenger oozes hilarity on every page. While the book is out of print, you can find it used around $35. I think it's a good read, and yeah, check it out. Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2007's A Nocturne, Night of the Vampire, directed by Bill Masalas. From the Australian underground comes a dynamic gothic original. Z and X are vampires bound by love and driven by their lust for blood. Together they stalk their unsuspecting prey in the dark streets and back alleys of Melbourne. But tonight they aren't the only killers lurking in the shadows. A moody and atmospheric thriller, A Nocturne Night of the Vampire is a sophisticated reworking of the vampire genre with film noir stylistics. This one stars Alex Spears, Vanessa de Larange, and is on DVD. You can also purchase this one on Amazon Prime, but you can also stream it on Troma Now, of course. If you haven't seen it, this is a different take. It is well worth watching, so if you can, check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1969 horror film from director Joseph Adler, Scream Baby Scream. A renowned abstract painter hides a deep, dark secret. The psychotic artist and his blood-crazed assistants perform bizarre and cruel experiments on human subjects in order to create the unique mutant models he needs for his sick art. So this has a screenplay by a young Larry Cohen, who would later revise some elements in a really excellent movie called The Ambulance, very underrated. This also appeared on Elvira's movie Macabre, I believe. I know she covered it, and it's an interesting. I'd call it a proto-slasher, but you're not getting much in the way of gore in this one. It's kind of Herschel Gordon Lewis light, would be a good way to put it. But it is worth checking out, and it is today's Troma 365.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2011's Mr. Bricks, a heavy metal murder musical, directed by Travis Campbell. Mr. Bricks, a heavy metal murder musical, introduces tattooed musician Tim Dax as Mr. Bricks, an ex-con left for dead in an empty New York City warehouse. Rocked by headaches caused by a bullet lodged in his brain, he pieces together memories, the barrel of a gun, his girl's scream, and eventually the face of the dirty cop who pulled the trigger. All he wants to do is find his missing girl Scarlett and vows to kill anyone that gets in his way. But what if Scarlett doesn't want to be found? It's a different Troma film. It stars Tim Dax, Nicola Fleur, and Vito Trigo. You can pick this one up on DVD, but you can also stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1990 film from writer-director Jeff Hathcock, Fertilize the Blaspheming Bombshell. Never has the sanctity of human life been so blatantly mocked. See the breathtaking bombshell brutally betrayed and besmirched by the baddies behind a twisted satanic cult. The bombshell is the chosen one, handpicked to bear Satan's child, and these demented disciples of the devil are solemnly sworn to fertilize her. Will this sweet, streetwise Brooklyn beauty battle the brethren from hell, or will they fertilize the blaspheming bombshell? This features star Bo Hopkins as well as Rick Hill, the original Deathstalker. And with a title like this, come on, you know you're going to watch it. And it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2007's Killing Twice, A Dead Hunter Chronicle. This one comes from Spain. It's directed by Julian Lara, and in this one, a monster possessed by the spirit of a biblical demon is on the killing spree in a high school. Julian and Clamato, the Dead Hunters, must fight, hunt, and kill the monster. There is no choice but to spend one night inside the building trying to hunt and kill this diabolical creature. This one features boobs, bloods, and beasts. This one's reminiscent of the monster movies back in the 80s. I think it's a fun flick. It's well worth checking out. This one stars Julian Lara, Jose Manuel Goldman, and Jesus Gallardo. You can pick this one up on DVD, but if you want to stream it, it's only streaming on Troma Now, but it's worth it. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1989 horror comedy from writer-director Dan Hoskins, Chopper Chicks in Zombie Town. A gang of tough women bikers and a group of gun-toting blind orphans are the only thing that stand between an army of zombies who have accidentally been let out of their secure cave and the eccentric residents of a small town. So this one, we have a review up now. You can check out the specifics, but this awesome cast includes Don Calfa of Return of the Living Dead fame, everybody's favorite pint-sized perv Ed Gale, MTV's Martha Quinn, and a pre-Sling Blade Billy Bob Thornton before he was famous. I really like this one. It's a lighter, kind of cult B-movie that we don't really get anymore. I highly recommend it. Not the goriest zombie film, but a lot of fun nonetheless. Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2010 horror comedy from writer-director Drew Rosas, Blood Junkie. A hyper-hipster 1980s-style horror comedy about a group of teenagers that discover a mysterious abandoned building where bad things happen. So this was shot for $6,000 in Wisconsin in an abandoned glue factory. Its original title was Rocky Trails, and this one's pretty effective in kind of doing an 80s style horror comedy. More effective than a lot of bigger budget films. It's a fun little gem, obviously low budget, but they make pretty good use of $6,000, and I think it's worth checking out if you like indie horror films. So once again, Blood Junkie is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at another Super 7 reaction figure. This one is Toxie from the Toxic Crusaders reaction figure line. It's cleanup time. Straight out of New Jersey comes wave 1 of the new Toxic Crusader 3.75-inch reaction figures. Toxie, Headbanger, Junkyard, Dr. Killomoff, Major Disaster, and Radiation Ranger all come with a variety of accessories on vision-searing card backs that will pull you into Toxie's animated world. As you can see, it's got some very great artwork here. Toxie, of course, comes with his signature mop. While the figures have been archived by Super 7, you can still get them for pretty cheap, around $20 for the Toxie figure. Other figures in the line are around the same price, but if you like the throwback size and style of these, which I do, I say pick them up. Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2009's The Secret of the Magic Mushrooms, directed and starring Christian Markoff and Warner Tim. Two young friends go deep into the woods to camp and drink. As they are totally drunk, a terrible accident happens and one of the friends loses his life. But is death really the end? Maybe a handful of those legendary magic mushrooms can bring him back to life. A wild odyssey begins that has never been witnessed before. Our hero has to face the most weird characters and creatures, but the will to make his friend live again lets him get through the most dangerous adventures. But there is one last question that remains. Will the mushrooms have the expected effect? This has been called the Lord of the Rings of the no-budget movies by the Shill Shed today. You can pick this up on DVD under the Mutants, Nazis, and Zombies The Desecration Collection, and it's streaming now on Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1980 horror film from director Herb Fried, Beyond Evil. Architect Larry Andrews and his glamorous wife Barbara arrive on a Filipino island where they move into a beautiful old mansion in the forest. The only problem is that a local legend has it that the mansion is haunted by an evil witch named Alma Martin, who was murdered by her adulterous husband, only to rise up and kill him, along with anyone else who dares come on the property. So this director also did the Troma slasher favorite Graduation Day, and probably my favorite film of his, the Betsy Russell comedy Tomboys, which is really funny and I highly recommend. Yeah, Vinegar Syndrome did a great job on this Blu-ray restoring it, and it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1973's The Hanging Woman, aka Orgy of the Living Dead, directed by Jose Luis Moreno. And in this one, Paul Naschy plays a supporting role as a deranged gravedigger in this zombie movie, set in a small Highland village in 19th century Scotland, where a stranger's arrival to claim an inheritance is met with apocalyptic visions and other evil omens. The town unearths a crypt full of horrors, including a devil-worshipping coven and throngs of the living dead. This title's interesting. If you're a Paul Naschy fan, you're of course going to want to check it out. But what's interesting about this title is it's the only title to be distributed by both Troma and Full Moon Features, which currently does have the licensing. And you can check this one out on DVD, on Blu-ray under the Orgy of the Living Dead title, streaming on Tubi, or on Full Moon streaming under the Tamer title Beyond the Living Dead. But you can check it out, so check it out now. Gore Readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2009's Teenage Ape vs. the Monster Apocalypse, directed by Chris Seaver. In 1945, the members of the Paranormal Investigation Agency landed in Germany and defeated Hitler and his evil scheme to unleash genetically engineered man-monsters on the world. What they didn't know was Avon, Hitler's right-hand henchwoman, retained a vial of his DNA. Now she plans to bring him and his creatures back to start the Fourth Reich. Only Teen Ape and his new team can save the world from doom. This one stars Casey Bonker and Debbie Rochon. This is a weird one. If you know the Teen Ape films, you kind of know what you're into. You can get this one on DVD on the Mutants, Nazis, and Zombies, the Desecration Collection, and stream it on Troma now. Check it out.
Gore Readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1987 horror anthology from writer-director Daniel Boyd, Chillers. So 5 lonely strangers swap ghost stories while stranded in a rural bus depot. Little do they know, the bus is scheduled to drop them off beyond their darkest fears. So this is from the director that also did Troma's Invasion of the Space Creatures, a notorious bad movie. And this actually is a pretty fun, low-budget horror anthology. It later became a graphic novel, which Daniel Boyd also wrote, and is worth checking out. It's charming, it's low-budget, and I think you will enjoy it this Halloween season. So once again, Chillers, 1987 is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore Readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 2008's Psycho Sleepover, a horror comedy directed by Adam DeVio and Eric Gosling. And in this one, after accidentally murdering her boyfriend, Debbie Dickey moves to a new town and meets 3 girls who invite her to a sleepover. The very same night, there was a breakout at the local insane asylum where 40 serial killers escape and head over to crash the party. However, the girls at the slumber party might not be as helpless as the killers think. This one stars Amelia Richardson, Ariel Teal-Toombs, and Frankie Fain. This is actually a really good pair up with Troma's Pep Squad or Decapitated. I do recommend checking this one out. It's fun. You can pick it up on DVD or stream it on Plex and Troma Now. Check it out. Go Readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we have 1982's The Last Horror Film, aka Fanatic, directed by David Winters. And in this one, a New York taxi driver stalks a beautiful actress attending the Cannes Film Festival, which coincides with a series of violent killings of the lady's friends. This one stars Carolyn Monroe, Judd Hamilton, and of course, the late, great Joe Spinell. I could gush over this all day. You can check out a review on the site. This is a favorite. Check out the multiple versions it's been released in. You can pick it up on DVD, Blu-ray, 4K from Seven Films. Stream it on Freevee on Amazon Prime, Tubi, Plex, Troma Now. This is an absolute favorite. If you have not seen it and you're a fan of Maniac especially, you need to check it out now.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1988 Italian horror film from writer-director Andrea Marfori, Evil Clutch. A serene romantic interlude in the country erupts into a frenzy of fright for a young couple who encounter a hideous monster in the form of a beautiful woman. So this stars Coralina Cataldi Tassani. She is the sexy Dario Argento regular of opera fame, Demons 2, the 1998 Phantom of the Opera, and Mother of Tears, among other films. There's some really great effects in this. If you're a fan of 80s splatterfest films and Italian horror in general, I do recommend it. It's also a zombie film. And, yeah, I'd like to see this restored at some point from Vinegar Syndrome and put on Blu-ray or 4K. Check it out, guys.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2011's Kill, directed by Chad Archibald and Philip Cara. 6 strangers wake up in a strange empty house filled with tropical decor. After realizing that they're locked inside with cameras watching every step they make, they find out that each one of them is a winner of a mysterious contest involving a dream vacation on a mysterious tropical island. To their absolute horror, the strangers are told through a built-in PA system that the only way that they will ever see their loved ones again is if they fight each other to the death. The last person standing wins. After a brief period of shock and disbelief follows the slow but gradual breakdown of this mini society as every character is reduced to using their animal instincts, and thus the fun begins. And this one is well worth checking out. It's a fun Saw kind of knockoff. It's on DVD. You can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out. Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at the novelization of Combat Shock. In 1984, Buddy Giovanzo's Staten Island Lens debut feature Combat Shock instantly obliterated the line between art house and grindhouse. Nearly 4 decades later, Severn Films' David Gregory convinced Buddy to revisit Combat Shock, this time as a 138-page paperback novelization. The film had been out of my system for many years, says Buddy. Plus, I was so far removed from the characters, I didn't feel I could go back and live with them again. But then I started thinking about the limitations of the film, my limitations as a young screenwriter, about the super low budget, and now I realize there was more to be told. Now they've returned with even more depravity than before. It's still a nightmare, still dark as fuck, but now it's up to your imagination to sort it all out. So you can pick this up on Severn Films, MVD shops, wherever you pick up books. If you're a fan of the film, I 100% recommend reading this, so check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1989 horror film from director Mick Cribben, Beware Children at Play. A mentally deranged teenager kidnaps and brainwashes children into becoming cannibalistic psychopaths, leading to the ultimate crimson-soaked battle with the local adults of a small town. So this is a one-and-done director. Mick Cribben was a prolific cinematographer. This is kind of lumped in with a few movies, including also from Troma, The Children, which is the better film. This one's still a lot of fun, but this one's a little more of a B movie versus The Children. And of course, in my opinion, the all-time masterpiece, the original Who Can Kill a Child. Good ones to bunch together for movie night, and it is today's Troma 365.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2016's Essex Spacebend, directed by David Hollinshead and Philip Thompson. Shot in Chelmsford, Essex in England, this nonsensical episodic comedy centers around an overweight woman called Lorraine, who believes to have discovered a portal to another dimension in Essex. As she explores time and space with her friends and family, will she be proven wrong or be vindicated? This low-budget production packs a lot of surreal humor that is bound to please fans of Adult Swim and Troma alike. It is, however, very uneven and does overstay its welcome, but is weird enough to be worth a watch. This one stars Lorraine Malby, Carol Griffin, and George Stadler. You can pick it up on Blu-ray, stream it on Tubi or Troma Now. I think it's worth a watch, so check it out. Goal readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1990s Sergeant Kabuki-Man NYPD, directed by Michael Hers and Lloyd Kaufman. And in this one, Harry Griswold is an NYPD cop who is possessed with the spirit of a great kabuki master. This has made him the chosen one, to do battle with the evil one. He is also out to do good deeds and fight crime in the name of the law. The only problem is a number of corrupt people in the community and their henchmen want him dead so that they can gain the power when the evil one come to take over the world. Sergeant Kabuki-Man must use his special superpowers to outsmart and outfight the bad guys. This one stars Rick Gassani, Susan Brun, and Bill Whedon. While Doug Sackman isn't in this one, I'd be remiss by not saying R.I.P. to the man who was probably the most famous actor to portray Kabuki-Man. But if you want to check this one out, you can pick it up on DVD, Blu-ray, stream it on Peacock, freebie on Amazon Prime, Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1988 horror film from director Joseph Merry, The Newlydeads. So 5 newlywed couples arrive at the Newlywed Hotel, a beautiful lakeside resort run by Lloyd Stone. Their arrival has been plagued by a supernatural ghost hell-bent on preventing her playboy ex-lover from getting married. Wedded bliss turns to horror as the guests are brutally murdered one by one. Only Lloyd can stop the newlyweds from becoming the Newlydeads. So this is from the same trio team that brought you City Lights Entertainment, which later became PM Entertainment. A lot of great memories from them, some really good sci-fi action-themed films. This also is notable for being Doug Jones' first movie. So it's a lot of fun, very trashy, and well worth checking out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2000's Troma's Edge TV Volume 2. Returning for a second volume, Troma's Edge TV is back to deliver girls, gore, and giggles in this selection of episodes from their very own television channel. With segments splits between Los Angeles, Tiffany Shep as host, New York with Trent Haga, and from Troma, founder Lloyd Kaufman, the action unravels in the unusual body Troma fashion. The first ever episode is included in its entirety, along with 4 other shows which tackle a variety of subjects, including some controversial such as racism, others frivolous such as the Troma Dance episode, plus both Survivor episodes. I've already talked about this in Volume 1. I'm a huge fan of the Troma's Edge TV program. It's just 5 more episodes. You can check it out on DVD. You can stream all 5 episodes on Troma Now. I say check it out now. Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1996's The Stendhal Syndrome, directed by Dario Argento. And in this one, Asia Argento plays Anna, a beautiful police detective in pursuit of a savage killer that has been terrorizing central Italy. When his trail leads Anna to Florence's famed museum, the investigation takes a violent psychotic turn. Anna is struck by a bizarre phenomenon known as the Stendhal Syndrome, a psychological reaction to artwork that makes the viewer fall unconscious, and in Anna's case, vulnerable to the terror she is tracking. As she gets closer to the vicious killer, her strange affliction transports her into the nightmares of carnage. Her prey has now become her predator. Anna must destroy the killer before she is destroyed by the Stendhal Syndrome. Well, if you have not seen this one, this is one of the later Dario Argento films, but I do think this is one of his better late entries. I say check it out, and you can check it out on DVD from Troma, but they have since lost the rights, and you can pick up the Blu-ray from Blue Underground. It's a great Blu-ray. You can also stream it on Shudder, AMC Plus, free on Canopy, and on Fandango Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1973 film from director Theodore Gershuni, Sugar Cookies. After the mysterious death of sexy film actress Alta while in the company of sleazy producer Max, her manipulative agent Camilla begins searching for the perfect replacement. After discovering a young aspiring actress Julie, Camilla and Max slowly mold her into the mirror image of Alta. But as Julie becomes aware of their sinister motives, she begins to fear for her life. So this stars Lynn Lowry in 2 roles as both Julie and Alta, and Mary Warrenoff as her agent. This is actually directed by Mary's husband, and it is probably arguably the sexiest film in the Troma catalog. It's kind of a lesbian Hitchcockian thriller, I would pitch it as, and it's well worth watching. One of my personal favorites, so check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1993's Cannibal the Musical, directed by Trey Parker. Cannibal the Musical is the true story of the only person convicted of cannibalism in America, Alfred Packer, the sole survivor of an ill-fated trip to the Colorado Territory. He tells his side of his harrowing tale to news reporter Polly Parr as he awaits his execution. And his story goes like this. While searching for gold and love in the Colorado Territory, he and his companions lost their way and resorted to unthinkable horrors, including toe-tapping songs. Packer and his 5 wacky mining buddies sing and dance their ways into our hearts, and then take a bite out of it. Cannibal the Musical is Oklahoma meets blood-sucking freaks, brought to you by the Troma team and Trey Parker, the Rodgers and Hammerstein of horror. This one stars Matt Stone and Trey Parker, also directed by Trey Parker of South Park fame. If you like South Park and you've never seen this, check this one out now. You can see it on DVD, stream it on Peacock, Pluto TV, Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at the Best of Troma Dance Film Festival Volume 1 Soiled Shorts. The Troma team brings you a front row seat to the first ever Troma Dance, the only film festival of the people, for the people, and by the people. Thumbing its nose at the arrogant Sundance Film Festival, Troma Dance also takes place at Park City, Utah at the same time. The Best of Troma Dance Volume 1 Soiled Shorts VHS presents a behind-the-scenes VIP pass to all the subversive, idealistic, and artistic energy of truly independent cinema. This VHS includes some such selections from the event as Red's Breakfast 2, Dawn of the Red, Zit Lover, Spag, Harry Knuckles, and the Treasure of the Aztec Mummy, and Nothing to Deal, which is actually exclusive to this VHS. There is a DVD which we'll cover in the future that only has 4 of the shorts, so if you want to see all 5 of the shorts, you got to check it out on the VHS. So check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1981 horror film from director Herb Fried, Graduation Day. After the death of a high school track star during a race, a mysterious fencing mask-wearing killer begins murdering her friends and teachers. Who could the killer be? Her disgruntled coach? Her angry sister? Her violent boyfriend? As the bodies pile up and a mystery unfolds, slowly revealing itself in a bloody climax. So this is the same director that did Troma's Beyond Evil. It's got a great cast, including Christopher George, Michael Pataki, the beautiful Linnea Quigley, and also Vanna White of Wheel of Fortune fame. This is one that we did review on the channel a while back, and this one's grown on me over the years. I actually really like it. 81's a great year for slashers. It's not the best of that batch, but it is very entertaining and worth a watch.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1991's Killer Nerd, directed by Mark Steven Bosco and Wayne A. Harold. And in this one, Harold Kunkel, a nerd, is harassed by punks and is the object of ridicule at work. Enamored by a coworker, he buys a tape series on how to be cool, summons up his nerve, and goes to the coworker's house, only to find her in the clutches of another coworker. Kunkel goes out on the town, but the same punks that harassed him earlier trash him again. But this time, something inside him snaps, and he becomes the killer nerd. It's the great SOV film from the early 90s. It stars Toby Randolph, Shauna Beer, and Teresa Bosco. This is a really fun Troma one to check out. Although they have lost the rights, you can still pick it up on the out-of-print DVD or on an MOD Blu-ray from Tempe Digital from Mateflix. I say check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2005's Rock and Roll Space Patrol Action Is a Go, directed by Jim Boulas. Remote planetary outposts have fallen prey to a baffling infection. Inhabitants have resorted to mindless, rampant consumerism. The galaxy's top space agent, Brocco Cedar, was sent to investigate, but now he's gone missing. As a last resort, they send Buck Fiesta, a B-list agent with an itchy trigger figure, to sort things out. Along the way, he'll enlist help from Zen Master Teleporter the Red Arrow, obtain vital information from Agent Unknown, and confront an army of temporal ninjas led by the sassy evil mastermind of Ice Box Fusion, Dr. Spider Jones. Armed only with the power of rock and a laser gun, Buck Fiesta will let nothing get in his way. This one you can get on DVD. You can stream it on Troma Now. If you've never seen it, it's worth the watch. Not my favorite, but check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1980 horror film from director Max Kalmanowick, The Children. A nuclear plant leak turns a busload of children into murderous atomic zombies with black fingernails and a taste for the blood of the residents of a small town called Ravenback. Shot back-to-back with Friday the 13th with many of the same crew, this film was inspired by the 3 Mile Island incident in Pennsylvania the year prior. If you're a fan of evil kids movies, this is a must-see. An obvious double would be Beware the Children, also by Troma, but this is the superior film in my opinion. You could also double it up with a great film that came decades later in the 2000s called The Children. It's a marquee title from Troma and a must-see, and it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Cool readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1986's Bloodhook, directed by Jim Mallett. Welcome to the Muskie Madness fishing tournament. The local yokels are going insane and 5 students on vacation are in way over their heads. Peter's friend falls hook, line, and sinker for the sexy tournament hostess. Meanwhile, a crazed killer is using local jailbait as live bait. The murder weapon? An expertly cast barbed wire hook. The town sheriff won't admit anything's fishy, especially during the height of the tourist season. Now it's up to Peter to reel in the fiendish fisher of men or become the catch of the day. This one stars Mark Jacobs, Lisa Jane Todd, and Patrick Dans. You can get this one on DVD and Blu-ray, and this is a case where I say the shorter version is my preferred cut, which is available on DVD, but you can pick up the extended director's cut on Blu-ray from Troma and Vinegar Syndrome. You can stream it on Peacock, Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out. Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1992's Body Parts, directed by Michael Paul Gerard and Jean-Marilyn Reisman. And in this one, when strippers at Club Body Parts begin turning up dead and dismembered, the police begin questioning the various employees and patrons that frequent the club. But will they be able to stop this psycho killer in time? Or are all of these lovely ladies doomed? What follows is some very funny scenes, I have to admit. It is a fun film. It also features enough sex appeal to appease the dirty old man in all of us, looking at you, Dan. Not to mention lovely scenes of extreme violence. For you, Kruger. I do think this one's fun and worth checking out. It stars Terry Mello, Dick Monda, and Clement von Frankenstein. You can pick this one up on DVD, or you can stream it on Plex and Troma Now. I say check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1983 horror film from writer-director Norman Thaddeus Vane, Frightmare. When his loyal fans decide to steal his fresh corpse from the mortuary to party with it all night long, a true horror film star returns from the grave as a ghastly bloodsucker hell-bent on revenge. Also known as the Horror Star, this film stars prolific actor Freddie Main as Conrad Radzov, the Horror Star, is the title, and he was in The Howling 2, Conan the Destroyer, When Eagles Dare, Fearless Vampire Killers, and Night Train to Terror, among others. This also features an early performance from Jeffrey Combs, and also an acting performance from Luca Bercovici, who went on to direct Ghoulies. This is a pretty good double feature with Fright Night, among many others. There's a lot of films with this title you could pair it with, too, and it is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 2001's real-time Siege at the Lucas Street Market, directed by Max Allan Collins. And in this one, 2 armed robbers seeking drug money enter a convenience store, but the simple holdup turns into a hostage situation captured on security cameras, police video recordings, and news footage. This one comes from the early days of DVD, and this one's an interactive movie. It was one of those gimmicks they used to do. I actually think this one's actually pretty cool. So you can watch the movie and then you can switch angles and just see something that's going on elsewhere. I mean, you don't have to do that, and you could just focus, and it's still a fun movie. Simple concept. I thought the execution was really well. Leonard Maltin called it an innovative, ultra low-budget movie. This one stars Brink Stevens. Unfortunately, you can only get this on out-of-print DVD now, but if you're a Troma fan or you're a fan of interactive, DVDs or anything like that, this is 100% one to check out, so check it out. Gore Ratings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1984's Ellie, directed by Peter Whitman. And in this one, set in the backwoods of the Deep South, young, beautiful Ellie just witnessed the murder of her father at the hands of her evil stepmother Cora and Cora's 3 lecherous sons, all hoping to get their hands on Ellie's father's money. Vowing to avenge her father's death, Ellie plots to do in the murderers using the only weapon she has, her body. Can the sex-starved brothers resist the nubile Ellie, or will they fall prey to her murderous charms? Tipping a hat to such cinema classics as I Spit on Your Grave and Deliverance, Ellie tells a distilled tale of rustic revenge and country-fried justice. This one stars Penthouse of the Year 1983 Sheila Kennedy, who also starred in Troma's The First Turn On, also has Shelley Winters and Edward Albert. And you can pick this one up on DVD, stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore Readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1973 horror film from writer-director Mark Lawrence, Pigs. Lynn Webster is a mysterious and beautiful young woman with a deadly secret. After arriving in the secluded California town, she takes a job as a waitress for Zambrini, an elderly former circus performer who runs a small cafe complete with a pen of 12 hungry pigs who have been fed the flesh of murdered drifters. It's up to the local sheriff to uncover the shocking truth behind the pigs. Directed by character actor Mark Lawrence and starring his daughter, Tony, as Lynn, and also starring Roger Corman regular Jesse Vint of Forbidden World fame, one of my favorite movies. He plays the sheriff. This has many different titles. It's also known as Daddy's Deadly Darling. The director's cut version is called The 13th Pig, which is available on this Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray. Check it out.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2016's Hectic Knife, directed by Greg DeLiso. And in this one, Hectic Knife tells the story of a lovable loser, all-bad hero of the streets of New York City named Hectic Knife, a new kind of superhero. As Hectic goes through his daily routine of slaughtering bad guys and saving hookers, he begins to question why he does what he does, not unlike in movies like Superman 2 and Spider-Man 3. Hectic deals with the struggles superheroes often go through. Follow him on his bloody adventure through the scum-filled streets as he slays the bad guys, girlfriends, and bagels. Hectic Knife is crazy, unforgettable comedy that will blow your brains out. This one stars Peter Latvin, J.J. Brine, Georgia Haji, and Tracy Ann Wolfe. This is a fun one. I do think you should check it out, and you can check it out on Blu-ray, stream it on Tubi or Troma Now. Check it out. Gore Ratings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1992's Bride of the Killer Nerd, directed by Mark Steven Bosco and Wayne A. Harold. And in this one, Harold Kunkel has moved to a new city after the unfortunate incidents in Killer Nerd. At a nearby high school, a nerd girl is having similar problem to Kunkel's: rampant anti-nerd bigotry. They meet by chance in a church and fall madly in love. Her classmates plan to get even for imagined slights and invite her and Kunkel to a party. When they make a fool of her, she and Kunkel team up to cause attritions amongst their distractors. I don't think this one's as good as the first, but it's still fun. It stars Toby Randolph, Heidi Lohr, Lori Scarlett. To get this one, you got to pick it up either on the out-of-print DVD or it's on an MOD Blu-ray from Tempe Digital that you can get at Makeflix.com. So both of them are fun films. Check them out.
Gore Readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2010 horror comedy from directors Eric Mensch and Jeff Nitzberg, Slimed. An ill-tempered atheist park ranger and a Bible salesman find themselves thrown into a conspiracy that threatens to destroy not just the woods, but the entire world, as a sinister toxic slime destroys everything in its path. So this one is wild. It's like a love letter to Nickelodeon. Basically Nickelodeon if it was a no-budget splatter film. We've got depressed wizard felines. We've got evil puppets. We got people randomly exploding. It's goofy. It's silly. And it definitely has that Troma spirit. And if you want to watch a newer Troma movie, I highly recommend Slime. If you can overlook the small budget, obviously, but there's a lot of heart in this one, and it's a good time, so check it out.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2005's Hick Trek 2, The Next Aggravation, directed by Sue Hoffman and Tony Troma. And in this one, Captain Dan Puke, Number 2, Mr. Beta and crew take on the evil Funoblox and his army of shape-shifting dogs. Can this be the end of the Redneck Federation? Will the RSS Bovine be destroyed by the Fido 3? Well, I guess you have to watch to find out. The original film has a small but strong cult following, so much so that the fans went so far to make a sequel, this sequel, with the blessing of the original filmmakers. They even requested Pete Sherman revisit the role of Captain Jerk, but Pete declined. This one stars Randy Word, Jamie Manning, Bobby Core, Chris Rippey. You can, if you want to check it out, it's on DVD on the Rock and Roll Space Patrol Action Is a Go, and you can rent or buy it on Amazon Prime. Check it out. Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1981 Cybernator, directed by Robert Rundle. And in this one, the year is 2010, governments have fallen, violence and anarchy reign. The military cyborg assassination squad have turned against them and gone outlaw. They wage an all-out war on all political and military officials. Police officer Brett McCord and his partner Jim Weaver investigate the cyborg murder of an important senator and his stripper girlfriend. But when all the evidence begins to point at the two detectives, they are ordered off the case. Not since the Terminator or Total Recall have cops pitched an intense battle with cyborgs in an underworld fight to save all of us from the wonders of technology. This one is a fun B-movie. If you like what you heard, I definitely say check it out. It stars Lonnie Schroeder, Jeff Jenkins, Christina Peralta. This one's on DVD. You can stream it on Tubi, Plex, Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore Readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2016 film from writer-director Chaz Buchanan, Moonshine Meat Market Mayhem. After the Third World War, Earth was plunged into chaos. The resources were depleted and the water undrinkable. In this bleak future, only the diabolical survive. There are moonshiners, the undead, and cannibals in this world where death lurks around every corner. So there's very little info about this one, despite being on Blu-ray. The director recently did another film called Hillbilly Frankenstein from Hell. Gotta think Troma might grab that one. There's pretty much all practical effects and a lot of naughtiness in this one as well. So give it a shot, check it out, and it is once again today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at Toxie, the Toxic Crusaders reaction figure. This is the very rare mid-on card Toxie variant from Super 7 Toys. This figure is a precursor to the actual line of Toxic Crusader reaction figures released years later. This is a very rare variant I managed to snag for about $20. They normally don't pop up on eBay so often, but they normally go closer to $40, so if you see it, grab it. Now let's have a closer look.
Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. I had no friends, no girls that hugged me till I got radioactive ugly. Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. I live in the dump 'cause the ribs real low. Got a little back body and he loves me so. Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. Now me and the boys fight against wrong. No, we're hideously deformed.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1971's Preacher Man, directed by Albert T. Viola. And in this one, meet the Preacher Man. His silver tongue manipulates much more than the masses, and his preaching fills his pocket with gold. Farmers' daughters beware. Phony backwoods preacher Amos T. Huxley stays in a small North Carolina town long enough to fleece his congregation, swindle the profits from a moonshine still, and seduce dumb blonde Mary Lou. Mary Lou's ex-boyfriend becomes suspicious of the preacher and gets the local police to investigate his actions. This one stars Ilian Christian, Adam Heese, and Amos Huxley as the Preacher Man. You can pick this one up on DVD as part of Sergeant Kabuki Man's Comedy Jam 1, Southern Fried Comedy, or on a single MOD DVD, or you can stream it on Amazon and Troma Now. It's worth a watch, check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2017 film from director Moses, Rose and Victor, No Mercy. So after the breakup of his band, the world's greatest bassist becomes a drifting gun for hire. They call him Victor. As fate would have it, he crosses paths with a young runaway with a split personality. Together they form a twisted duo of justice. So this is an anthology of short adventures of the duo. It stars alt model Mercedes the Muse as Rose and real-life bassist Jim Schumacher as Victor. It is a modern grindhouse homage and a lot of fun. Check out the other film that they did, Honor Killing, as well, also from Troma. And it is once again today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2001's The Best of Troma Dance Volume 1. The first film festival wholeheartedly devoted to filmmakers and fans. This DVD contains over 3 hours of films made by new filmmakers, films that breathe raw talent and that were made without the backing or the influence of big studios. We've already covered the VHS release, which some are ported over on this one, which includes Zit Lover, Harry Knuckles, Red Breakfast 2, and Spag. New to the set is HR Pukin' Shit, Psychotic Odyssey, Please Kill Mr. Kinski, TV Head, and WWE Hall of Famer Mick Foley's theatrical debut in Deadbeats. This DVD actually has the Troma Dance Edge TV episode included. It's a cool set, got some cool different films. I recommend it. You can pick it up on DVD. Unfortunately, that's it if you want to check it out, so check it out. Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2007's Blood Oath, directed by David Burchard. And in this one, Mr. and Mrs. Crump wanted nothing more than a healthy child. After several failed attempts, they contacted a mysterious woman who promised them a child. But everything has a price. Now the offspring roams the woods as an urban legend, twisted and evil, living off the bodies of those who entered its sanctuary. Today, a group of friends on a weekend camping trip decide to investigate the story. Bad decision. They will have to fight to stay alive, but they will soon pray for death. This one stars Troma royalty Tiffany Shepis and indie horror queen Tina Kraus. You can only get this one on the out-of-print DVD, but it is well worth picking up. It's a fun, low-budget slasher mixed with some Leatherface and Tiffany Shepis. Highly recommended. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2018 action film from writer-director Mercedes, Honor Killing. When a young woman with no name is brutally attacked, she seeks the aid of her own flesh and blood, but her father has other plans for her and leaves her for dead. Now she lives for vengeance, and you can't keep a good woman down. So this is the second film from Mercedes the Muse and Jim Schumacher, with the first being the anthology film Rose and Victor, No Mercy. This is a particularly brutal revenge film in the tradition of Miss 45, Kill Bill, and I Spit on Your Grave. And if you like modern grindhouse films like this, check it out. It's more authentic than most. And it is once again today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2009's 4-disc set of Direct Your Own Damn Movie. Legendary director Lloyd Kaufman, president of Troma Entertainment and creator of The Toxic Avenger, reveals 40 years of maverick cinematic know-how in Direct Your Own Damn Movie. Lloyd offers you the magic key to operating outside the film studio system, as well as providing you with the roadmap to script writing, pre-production, casting, managing your set, post-production, and the secrets of selling your movie. If you've seen the Make Your Own Damn Movie, this is a great companion piece. This one features interviews with Stan Lee, Trey Parker, Matt Stone, Dario Argento, Ernest Dickerson, Eli Roth, William Lustig, Stuart Gordon, James Gunn, Mick Garris, Joe Dante, Herschel Gordon-Lewis, Jenna Fisher, and many, many more. It's a very entertaining watch. I recommend it. You can pick it up on DVD or stream it on Troma now. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2006 Dead Eyes Open, directed by Ralph Molinoff. A 70s gore-fest throwback with carefully crafted special effects and a gritty visual style. Dead Eyes Open stands alone amongst a new generation of horror. A group of 20-somethings take off in a van across the German countryside in search of adventure. But when they run out of gas, they find themselves stranded in an unknown wilderness. They have no idea where they are, and worse yet, are unable to defend themselves from the bloodthirsty lunatic who sends them running for shelter in an isolated farmhouse. After locking themselves inside, they realize that their nightmare has only begun as throngs of the Walking Dead descend upon them. If you haven't seen this one, I do recommend checking it out. It's a German flick. So if you know their over-the-top style in horror, I think it's well worth checking out. You can pick this one up on DVD or stream it on Troma now. Check it out. Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at the 12-inch soft vinyl glow-in-the-dark figure from Nerd Nest Collectibles. Toxie, the hideously deformed creature of superhuman size and strength from the Toxic Crusaders, is coming for the first time ever in a 12-inch soft vinyl figure to Tromaville. Inspired by both the original 1990s cartoon and the 90s toy line from creators Lloyd Kaufman and Michael Herz, Nerd Nest Collectibles have taken the best from both and brought them into this beautiful brand new figure. This thing retails for $149. and it is available at nerdnestcollectibles.com. Now let's take a closer look.
Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. I had no friends, no girls that hugged me till I got radioactive ugly. Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. I live in the dump cause the rent's real low. Got a little pet Bobby and he loves me so. Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. Now me and
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1974's Hot Summer in Barefoot County, directed by Will Zens. Welcome to Barefoot County, where the best kind of swimming is with bow-legged women. Barefoot County, where the men are men and the women are satisfied. Jeff Wilson is a handsome undercover agent sent to Barefoot County to uncover and defuse the burgeoning moonshine business that's giving the local chef a royal pain in the neck. What Agent Wilson finds is a town full of voluptuous women who make him an offer he can't refuse. Life is simple in Barefoot County. All you gotta do is follow two little rules. Love thy neighbor and do unto others. This is a fun little 70s sex comedy. It stars Don Jones, Sherry Robinson, Charles Edgley, Tony Bryan, Jeff McKay. You can pick this one up on DVD on the Sergeant Kabuki Man Southern Fried Comedy Jam, or you can stream it on Tubi, Plex, or Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1993 sci-fi horror comedy from director George Ormrod, Space Zombie Bingo. Earth is in great danger when a gang of flesh-eating zombies from outer space take on menacing military macho men. The future of the world rests solely on the shoulders of the Zombie Defense Corps and their fearless leader, Major Kent Bendover. Will the Major and his moronic kitchen utensils wielding army have what it takes to defeat the extraterrestrial threat? So this one is probably just about as wacky as you'd imagined. Perfect USA Up All Night fare. There's zombies, aliens, robots, and beach babes. And there's spoofs of Plan 9 from Outer Space, Night of the Living Dead, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, among others. It's fun if you're in the right frame of mind. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 1988's Troma's War, directed by Michael Herz and Lloyd Kaufman. And in this one, a small group of typical Tromaville citizens find themselves in the path of a terrorist army controlled by the power elite. The freedom of Tromaville and the world is at stake. Troma's War creates new kinds of heroes. A used car salesman, a handsome environmentalist, an obese junk food gourmet, a 27-year-old housewife, some sensational young women, a year-old gigotastic baby, and more sensational women. All become deadly soldiers in the first picture that combines satire, sex, special effects, makeup, stunts, lore, and a beautiful love story. This one stars Jim Harris, Carol Drake, Carol Beaver, and more importantly introduces us to Joe Fleischaker. This is a Troma classic. If you have not seen it, do so. You can pick this one up on DVD, Blu-ray, stream it on Freevee, on Amazon Prime, Fandango at Home, Tubi, Plex, Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1980 creature feature from director Bill Redbane, Croaked Frog Monster from Hell. When Kelly was 11 years old, he had a terrifying encounter with Rana, a strange half-man, half-frog monster living in a lake. The creature took out his father and many others before Kelly destroyed it. Now as a young man, he returns to search for the monster's hidden treasure, but the creature may not be as dead as he thought. So this is also known as Rana, the Legend of Shadow Lake, and it is from legendary Wisconsin-based director Bill Redbane, who is no stranger to cryptid cinema. He did Capture of Bigfoot. He also did the Giant Spider Invasion, Alpha Incident, and Monster A Go-Go, among others. If you're a cryptid creature feature fan, I highly recommend you check this out. Not that it's great, but it is worth a watch. And also check out Bill Redbane's other work on Weird Wisconsin, the Bill Redbane Collection, Blu-ray from Arrow Video.
Gore ratings of welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1996's The Digital Prophet, aka Cyberstalker, directed by Chris Romero. In an age when everyone has access to a computer, the computers have access to everyone. It's high-speed terror on the information superhighway as two police detectives are hot on the trail of a deadly cyber stalker who is murdering victims through the internet. As the body count rises, the detectives search feverishly for the dangerous hacker. With the help of computer enthusiast Newman, they discover the stalker is killing in homage to the popular punk comic Cyber Thoughts. And this one stars Jeffrey Combs. He plays the author of the comics in the film. You can pick this one up on DVD on the Troma Sci-Fi Double Feature with Cybernator. You can also stream it on Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1981 horror film The Nightmare Never Ends from director Philip Marshak, Tom McGowan, and Greg G. Tallis. In this film, Mitchell, a police detective, investigates the death of a victim of a German concentration camp. He discovers a nightclubbing playboy who has strange powers over women and is seemingly immortal, who might be behind the murders. So this film is also known as Cataclysm. It's also known as Satan's Supper and Scream Your Head Off. It has a very complicated production history. It was also a truncated segment on Night Train to Terror, which you can buy on Blu-ray from Vinegar Syndrome. It stars the great Cameron Mitchell. It's available on DVD on the Nightmare Never Ends collection with Igor and the Lunatics and Frostbiter Rap of Wendigo. It's also a Troma MOD DVD-R, and you can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings of welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at the Toxic Crusaders souvenir cup from Fright Rags. Now available, officially licensed Toxic Crusaders collection is now in stock and ready to go. This is the brand new 32-ounce plastic souvenir cup. Fright Rags also has brand new tees, a vinyl sticker sheet, and a 5-button set. You can get yours now and join the Tromaville cleanup crew. You can get this souvenir cup for $7 on FrightRags.com, and it's a total throwback to the fast food souvenir cups of the 90s. So I definitely recommend it. Let's take a closer look.
Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. I had no friends, no girls that hugged me till I got radioactive ugly. Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. I live in the dump 'cause the rib's real low. Got a little back Robbie and he loves me so. Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. Now me and the boys.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, The Butchers, from 1973, also known as Maxie and directed by Paul Mikkel Milch. When a deaf-mute Maxie goes to work at the local butcher shop, she senses strange things are afoot. When she discovers the beloved town butcher is getting his choice cuts from the local morgue, she finds herself tangled in a web of deception, betrayal, and bloody murder. Featuring incredible suspense and a chilling twist, The Butchers is a lost cannibal classic in the tradition of Silence of the Lambs and Cannibal the Musical. So this one stars Talia Shire of Rocky fame, and it's well worth checking out. It's kind of a rare one, not a lot of people talk about it, but give it a whirl. It's today's Troma 365 pick. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1988 film from director Darren Warren, Bloodspell, aka The Boy from Hell. Young Daniel has been sent away to a home for troubled teens by his mother, who claims it's to protect him from his long-missing father. The father eventually returns and, despite his wife's plans, discovers where his son is being hidden away. It turns out that Daniel's father is actually a demon who wants to take possession of his body and begin a murderous rampage. As the body count starts to rise, only fellow inmate Charlie notices the change that has come over Daniel, but will he be able to convince anyone of what is happening before he becomes the next victim? So this is on DVD on the Bloodspell Triple B header collection, along with Alien Blood and Drawing Blood. It's a pretty rare 80s horror film that people don't talk about very often, so give it a shot.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1998's Pep Squad, directed by Steve Balderson. A daring vision of American society. Pep Squad chronicles the days leading up to a Kansas high school senior prom. 8 girls are nominated for the coveted title of prom queen. But before anyone can collect the crown, they must survive the psychological and physical attacks from their classmates. At Oak Hill High, the students are jaded, the principal is a lecherous creep, and friends stab each other in the back for one night's fleeting honor in this masterful satire that plays like a Blood Simple remake by John Hughes. With the vendettas heating up and the body count rising, will anyone be around to collect the crown? This one stars Brooke Balderson. If you haven't seen one, this is a fun one. I do recommend checking it out, and you can pick it up on DVD. You can stream it on Amazon Prime, Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at this brand new Toxic Crusaders Toxie Funko Pop. Clean up crime with Pop Toxie. This mutated hero is ready to mop up any pollution and villainy in your Toxic Crusaders collection. You can pick him up wherever Pops are sold. He retails for $12, but I grabbed him for under $10, so now let's take a closer look.
Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. I had no friends, no girls that hugged me till I got radioactive ugly. Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. I live in the dump 'cause the rent's real low. Got a little pet Bobby and he loves me so. Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. Now me and the boys fight against wrong. No, we're hideously deformed.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1972 horror film from director John Hayes, Garden of the Dead. Convicts on a chain gang sniff experimental formaldehyde fumes to get high. They then attempt a prison break and are shot down by the guards. Buried in the prison garden, they rise from the dead, killing everyone who gets in their way. So this one aired on a double bill back in the day with Grave of the Vampire. It stars Philip Keneally and Duncan MacLeod, not the Highlander. It's one of those early post-Romero zombie films, which is reason enough for you guys to give it a look. It's on DVD and streaming on Amazon Prime, Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we have breaking news. Refuse Films just announced the launch of its brand new boutique Blu-ray sublabel, the Troma Archive Collection. The label intends to release 50 years of traumatic excess from Troma's film archives to the Blu-ray format. Cannibal the Musical is making its Blu-ray debut in a new and exclusive Refuse Films high-definition transfer approved by Cannibal's DOP. Shot on 60mm film and edited on video, Cannibal the Musical is presented in high definition for the first time on Blu-ray. In addition, in Series 1 of the Troma Archive Collection features special editions of Troma Team classics The Toxic Avenger and Sergeant Kabukiman NYPD, both titles directed by co-founders Lloyd Kaufman and Michael Hurst. These things are stacked. They have all the Lloyd Kaufman intros from every format, Troma's Edge TV, Troma's Basement episodes on every disc. These are must-orders. Pick them up now from refusefilm.com.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1972 horror film from director John Hayes, Garden of the Dead. Convicts on a chain gang sniff experimental formaldehyde fumes to get high. They then attempt a prison break and are shot down by the guards. Buried in the prison garden, they rise from the dead, killing everyone who gets in their way. So this one aired on a double bill back in the day with Grave of the Vampire. It stars Philip Keneally and Duncan MacLeod, not the Highlander. It's one of those early post-Romero zombie films, which is reason enough for you guys to give it a look. It's on DVD and streaming on Amazon Prime, Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at 1988's Rabid Grannies, directed by Emmanuel Kerwin. It's off to grandmother's house we go for Rabid Grannies, the blood-splattered tale of two little old ladies who open a surprise package from hell. Out slithers a mysterious fog that turns the grannies into ghouls who can't wait to sink their dentures into human flesh. Luckily for them, they have a house full of juicy guests. Unlucky for their guests, these bone-crunching battle axes just can't get filled up. Rabid Grannies, these biddies bite. This is reminiscent of early Peter Jackson, stars Danielle David and Anne-Marie Fox. You can get this one on DVD and Blu-ray from Troma. I actually say avoid the first Troma Blu-ray. There's a beautiful Blu-ray from Vinegar Syndrome. That's definitely the way to go. You can also stream it on Shudder, AMC Plus, Amazon Prime, Freevee, Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out. Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2011's L.A. Maniac, aka the Los Angeles Ripper, directed by Craig J. McIntyre. Christy White moves to Los Angeles to stay with her dysfunctional Aunt Peggy and her cousin Angel to pursue her singing career and become a star. Meanwhile, a brutal serial killer is on the loose in the City of Angels. Christy sets out to explore Los Angeles and to see what this beautiful city has in store for her. She meets and parties with Angel's cool friends and soon realizes they are up to some risky party behavior. When she meets Angel's drug-dealing friend Graham, things start to get pretty weird and scary for Christy White. The City of Dreams may just become a nightmare for her. This one stars Celeste Marie Martinez, Randy Tobin, and Ava Rose. It's on DVD. You can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. This one's a fun, sleazy picture. It may not be Maniac, but it's a fun, nasty picture. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1986 horror sci-fi movie from director Henri Sala, Nightmare Weekend. A computer scientist has just completed work on his greatest creation, a supercomputer with the ability to transform the personalities of bad and disobedient people. To test his creation, he invites a fellow expert to use it on a group of debauched young women. Little does he know, his colleague intends to use the machine to turn the girls into bloodthirsty mutants. So this is a true cult film shot by a French crew in Florida. It features nutty shenanigans, exploding heads, bikers, roller skating, and a telepathic hand puppet named George. It's a lot of fun. It's everything in the kitchen sink. A good double with Evil Speak, although Evil Speak is the better film, but a good double feature. And I have a lot of fun with it. Dale Midkiff from Pet Sematary is in this one, and I recommend you check it out.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1976's Mad Dog Morgan, directed by Philip E. Mora. And in this one, they branded him, they assaulted him, they turned him into a mad dog, and now he's back. Mad Dog Morgan is the true story of how Daniel Morgan became Australia's most notorious criminal. He came looking for gold but found nothing except inhumanity and savage indifference. When colonial corruption turns him into a ferocious killer, the only way to stop him is to put him down. Dennis Hopper is unforgettable in this Ozploitation classic. Like I said, this one stars Dennis Hopper, it also stars Jack Thompson. This is one to definitely check out. You can get it on DVD from Troma, on Troma Masterpiece DVD. There's a new Blu-ray from Indicator Films that looks incredible. You can stream it on Amazon Prime, Freevee, Pluto TV, Roku, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at Troma's Edge DVD magazine, Volume 1, Issue 1. In the early days of DVDs, way back in the 1900s, the Troma team decided to create a quarterly promotional DVD that you could subscribe to like a magazine. This was the only issue ever released back in 1998. It features Troma trailers broken down by category, clips from Troma's Edge TV from the UK, tour of the Troma studio, and of course the Troma intelligence test. While they didn't release any more issues, they did release similar promotional DVDs. This has been called the rarest Troma DVD. There are a few that are a bit more pricey, but this one's hard to come by. They do pop up occasionally on eBay, and keep an eye out for it. And that's it for today's Troma 365.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1983 horror film from director Peter Whitman, Play Dead. Hester Ramsey, a rich, elderly, bitter woman, casts black magic spells on her vicious pet Rottweiler Greta to murder her relatives, including her estranged sister for stealing her one true love decades earlier. This is also known as Satan's Dog, which is a reverse artwork on this Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray. This one stars the Munsters, Yvonne DiCarlo as the evil Esther, so for you Lily Munster fans, this is worth seeing for that reason. It's a Texas-lensed regional horror film that blends southern melodrama with some skin and some requisite bloodshed and occult-tinged twists. Check it out, pair it up with Man's Best Friend or Cujo or Baxter, or any of your evil dog flicks. Check it out.
Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 1969 Shark, directed by Sam Fuller. The Troma team is proud to present Burt Reynolds in this classic 1969 deep-sea adventure Shark, directed by the legendary independent filmmaker Sam Fuller. Burt Reynolds stars as Kane, a smooth, fast-talking gun runner who loses his shipment of arms and becomes stranded in a small port city on the Mediterranean. Finding himself hard up for cash, he tries to scam his way out of town without success. His luck changes when he runs into Anna, a seductive siren of the sea. This is a 1969 Mexican-American action film. It stars Burt Reynolds, Arthur Kennedy, and Barry Sullivan. I do recommend you check this one out. It's not really have the feel of a traditional Troma film. Like I said, it's directed by Sam Fuller. You can check this one out on Troma DVD, a Blu-ray from Olive Films, and stream it on Plex and Tubi. Check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at Trick or Treat Studios' Toxic Crusaders Dr. Killamoff 5-inch action figure, developed by Michelle Werner and Alexander Ray. It's time to crush those clownish crusaders. Trick or Treat Studios, in association with Troma Entertainment, are thrilled to bring you this brand new Toxic Crusaders Dr. Killamoff 5-inch action figure. This figure was developed with the help of Warner Studios, who designed the original 90s Toxic Crusaders toy line. The evil alien leader, Dr. Killamoff, comes complete with his proton, energizer, and secret glow-in-the-dark weapon plus slime. Remove Dr. Killamoff's smog-sucking backpack and disguise to reveal his smogulin face. This comes packaged in a themed blister and backing card. It's a great addition if you already have the Toxie. You can pick this one up wherever you buy figures. This is definitely a great piece. Pick it up.
Wow! Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders, Toxic.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1999 vampire film from director Kevin DeLillo, Nightfall. FBI agent Jack Talbot has always been skeptical of the supernatural until he begins to investigate a trail of corpses with puncture wounds on their necks. As he discovers an army of vicious vampires terrorizing Seattle, his partner is killed, leading Jack down a path of revenge against the ghastly Night Stalkers. So this is a shot-on-video horror film that was made in 1995 and released by Troma in 1999. It stars veteran indie actor Jeff Rector, who's been in many, many things. And it's an ambitious, low-budget vampire film. If you're a fan of SOV horror, you should check it out. It is, once again, today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2009's Traumatized, Meet Lloyd Kaufman, a documentary on Troma and Lloyd Kaufman, directed by Fabian Martoro. Traumatized, Meet Lloyd Kaufman is a portrait of legendary American film company Troma Inc., the independent New York-based production house that has specialized in Z-grade films for nearly 50 years. And Troma's eccentric president, Lloyd Kaufman, president of Troma Entertainment and co-creator of Toxic Avenger. This was the winner of Best Documentary in the New York International Independent Film and Video Festival in 2009. This features interviews with Lloyd Kaufman, John Badham, Roger Corman, Tom Devlin, Gabe Friedman, James Gunn, Trent Haga, Stan Lee, Trey Parker, and many more. You can check this one out on Amazon or Apple for digital release or rental. I definitely say check it out if you love Troma. This is a great documentary about it, so check it out. Gore ratings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at 2002's The Best of Troma Dance Volume 2. The second volume of the Troma Dance Film Festival showcases a selection of work from emerging indie filmmakers. Containing more than 3 hours of shorts, the collection includes such obscure films as Arrowhead Beer, Cheese Theater Live at the Aquacade, Fote, and Mondo Ford. Troma Teen Pictures is an independent production company providing opportunities to budget movie makers with little to no budget for more mainstream film festivals. This is the second collection. It also includes Tasty, 30 Minutes or Less, Undisciplined Trauma, and The Radiation March and Rasho Morin, directed by Lloyd Kaufman himself. And it also includes Take a Look Back at Troma Dance. This is another good collection of shorts if you like the Troma feel. This one's only on DVD, but check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1988 horror film from director Thomas Dwyer, Death by Dialogue. Spring break. Carrie and his college co-ed companions take off for a much-needed week of partying. But when they happen upon an unfinished horror screenplay with an evil mind of its own, their college vacation turns into Hell Week. Literally. Heads will roll, breasts will bounce, as demons from the underworld, motorcycle madmen, and psychotic rock stars try and make this vacation their last. This one features Ken Sagoes, of course, Kincaid, the beloved Kincaid from Nightmare on Elm Street 3 and 4. It's an absolute cheese fest, and it's one of those 80s horror movies that never gets talked about. So if you're in a goofy mood, check this one out. It is today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore ratings, and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at 1971's The G.I. Executioner, directed by Joel M. Reed. From the director of Blood-Sucking Freaks, The G.I. Executioner is a non-stop action thriller set against the exotic locale of Southeast Asia. Torture, drugs, mob war, and the hail of bullets could not stop the G.I. Executioner, as he became a one-man execution squad. They tried to kill him, drug him, torture and pervert him, but they could not stop the G.I. Executioner. This one features the wildest all-nude shootout in motion picture history, if not one of the only. This one stars Tom Kina, Victoria Racamo, Angelique Pettyjohn. This is not as it's no Blood-Sucking Freaks, but I do think you should check this one out. You can pick it up on DVD, and it's streaming on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out. Gore ratings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at 2004's Tales from the Crapper, directed by Gabriel Friedman, Chad Farron, Dave Palico, Brian Spitz, and Lloyd Kaufman. Filmed in 3 countries over 3 years with 6 directors, 15 writers, and a cast of hundreds, Tales from the Crapper adds up to pure Troma-tainment, hosted by everyone's favorite harbinger of the horrible, the Crap Keeper. Tales from the Crapper boasts not only 1 but 2 films in one extraordinary digital movie. Twice the monsters, twice the fat guys, twice the lesbians, twice the boobies. Tired of searching for the perfect blend of highbrow entertainment, kung fu action, alien adventure, and hot vampire lesbian sex? Well, look no further, because Tales from the Crapper is the perfect combination of all those things. And if you've never seen it, definitely see it. I highly recommend The Thin Brown Line, the documentary on here. One of the few times you get to see a defeated Lloyd Kaufman. You can check it out on DVD, streaming on Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1991 horror film from director Randall Danini, Horror of the Hungry Humongous Hungin. Genetic experiments gone wrong unleash a rampaging monster with an appetite for terror. An ancient voodoo curse that comes to life as a hideous, horrendous, humongous, hungry creature of the netherworld, also known as the Hungry Humongous Hungin. Got through that without messing up too bad, if I do not say so myself. So this is narrated by Academy Award winner Jack Palance, which is interesting because it's a very low-budget film. It also features 80s hair band Cry Wolf. Very, very low budget, but it has its charm. It's good for bad movie night, so check it out.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1999's Merchants of Death, directed by Ross Hogan. Modern medicine has found the fountain of youth, and doctors now wield the power of God. Born, Body Organ Replacement Network is a black market trafficking in human organs. This network makes the impossible a reality, helping the wealthy and influential achieve immortality by supplying them with vital organs from the living. Anyone could become the next victim. Family man Buck Cassidy is a proud father of many foster children. His life embodies the American dream until one day his heaven turns into hell. Inexplicably, his 3 daughters are kidnapped and he must take drastic action to save them. This one stars Ross Hagen, PJ Souls, Clint Howard, and Russ Tamblyn. This is a fun one. I do recommend you checking it out. You can pick it up on DVD or it's streaming on Troma now. Check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at 1999's The Seduction of Dr. Fugazi, directed by October Kingsley. And in this one, Dr. Anu Fugazi is a young, attractive psychologist with a loving and devoted, albeit freakish boyfriend. Plenty of stimulating friends and a bright future ahead of her. But beneath her perfect life and calm exterior lies a deadly secret that she herself cannot imagine, much less confront. There is a delicate balance between reality and illusion, between conscious and the subconscious. And for Dr. Fugazi, the truth lies somewhere in between the beauty of her present life and the horror of her not-too-distant past. This one stars October Kingsley and Faye Dunaway, so first for Troma. You can pick this one up on DVD. It's also streaming on Plex and Troma now. This one is definitely worth your time. I think check it out. I mean, just to see Faye Dunaway in a Troma movie alone is worth it. I recommend it. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1989 horror film from director Alessandro De Gaetano, Video Demons Do Psychotown. A film school project becomes an exercise in murder as video demons take the students on a grim journey into the subliminal psychic nightmares that travel the dark and lost highways of their tormented souls. So this one features Scream Queen Donna Baltrin, who is in Hide and Go Shriek, another slasher, and Shallow Grave. She was also in the comedy Bikini Squad with Julie Strain and Adam Rifkin, among others. This one's also known as Bloodbath in Psychotown. A little bit obscure, but you can go back and get the Troma triple feature DVD set with it. And it is once again today's Troma 365 pick.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at 2010's Produce Your Own Damn Movie, directed by Lloyd Kaufman. Everything you need to know about producing movies from high budget to low budget. When it comes to producing, no one speaks with more authority than Lloyd Kaufman, creator of The Toxic Avenger and founder of the longest-running independent film studio, Troma Entertainment. Over the years, he has discovered talents such as South Park's Trey Parker and Matt Stone and Vince D'Onofrio, to name a few. Candid interviews, tips, tricks, and tidbits scattered throughout the DVD give filmmakers practical tools for getting a movie shoot off the ground, keeping it afloat, and seeing it through to the end. Lloyd Kaufman shows you how it's really done. This features interviews with David Cronenberg, Monty Hellman, Joe Dante, Stephen Paul, Ernest Dickerson, and more. You can pick this up on a 2 DVD set and stream it on Troma now. Check it out. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at 1996's Blondes Have More Guns, directed by George Merriweather. A scarf, a chainsaw, and a mysterious blonde are the only clues to a growing number of stiffs, and not all of them are dead bodies. Who can the police turn to? Harry Bates, of course, the smartest officer on the force. Too bad Harry can't outwit a houseplant. Lucky for Harry, he has his trusted partner Dick Smoker and his faithful dog, who seems to just be a guy in a dog suit, to help him save the case. The only suspects are a pair of beautiful sisters, Montana and Dakota. When the trigger-happy Harry gets romantically involved with the twin half-stepsisters, will he lose more than his cool? Inspired lunacy ensues as Blondes Have More Guns parodies the likes of Pulp Fiction and Indecent Proposal with Chainsaw Sharp Wit, starring Michael McGanum, Elizabeth Key, Richard Neal. You can pick this one up on DVD, stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. I say check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1987 horror film from director Joseph Mary, Mommy's Epitaph. Meet the Fultons, the perfect all-American family with only one slight problem. Mom Martha keeps forcing the family to move from town to town because she's a psycho axe murderer who keeps slaughtering the neighbors. So this director, Joseph Mary, he also directed Troma's The Newly Deads, and he went on to co-found PM Entertainment with partner Richard Pepin. Many great action movie memories from PM Entertainment. In fact, there's a spirited performance in this film from Dolores NASCAR, maybe her real name, who went on to appear in Joseph Mary's Dan Haggerty action movie Repo Jake, which is a classic of bad movie cinema. There's some good splatter in this, including a gnarly rat scene, so check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 2016's Industrial Animals, directed by Sam Mason Bell. And in this one, two independent filmmakers hire a project to explore the life of a sex worker. When their social experiment becomes more intense, the director blurs the lines between creating art and living out his violent, repressed fantasies. Falling deep into a dark hole of depravity, the director's will is bent as the turns his own fantasies against him. They will do anything they want, and so will she. I guess this would be Troma's answer to 50 Shades of Grey. It stars Thomas Davenport, Tasman Howland, and Sam Mason Bell. This one's unfortunately out of print on Blu-ray, but this is one I definitely recommend to the more adventurous. This is definitely something I think the Flesh Wound group would enjoy, so check it out. Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at Trick or Treat Studios' Tromaville Wood Sign. Trick or Treat Studios is proud to present the officially licensed Tromaville Wood Sign. This beautiful sign is made of solid wood with a bright, solid, landscape printed design. It has a hook in the center for easy hanging and arrives in this beautiful box. What better way to show you are a fan of the first superhero from New Jersey, Toxie, the Toxic Avenger. The sign's 9 inches by 18. If you've ever seen a Troma movie directed by Lloyd, you've seen the sign. This is a really cool piece. I definitely recommend it. So let's take a closer look.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1986 horror film from writer, director, and star Wes Olson, The Dark Side of Midnight. For years, super sleuth Brock Johnson has been chasing the Creeper, the most sadistic killer he's ever faced. And this may be his last shot to end his murderous reign of terror. Brock must overcome a corrupt mayor with a dark secret and take down the evil Creeper before more innocent lives are lost. So this one was put out back in the day by Prism Video. It was self-funded by director Wes Olson for around $10,000 and featured local community theater actors. This one's not the best. This is not a Troma gem by any means, but it is one that doesn't get talked about a lot and might be worth checking out for completists. Give it a shot.
Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at 1996's Vendetta, directed by George Saunders. And in this one, Jack and Jennifer Mason, both homicide detectives in Los Angeles, have suffered a loss. 1 year ago, their 10-year-old daughter was assaulted and murdered. The man who committed the crime was never found. As Jack and Jennifer, with the help of Dr. Carl Steiner, investigate a series of bizarre mutilation murders, a shocking revelation unravels. The further Jack investigates, digging through the violent, action-packed underground of crime, the more he must face the horrible possibility the killer may be someone very close to him. This one stars director George Saunders, Joey Travolta, and Flesh Wound favorite Richard Lynch. You can get this one on DVD. It's also streaming on Freevee on Amazon Prime, Plex, and Troma Now. If you like some 90s cinema, this is definitely a throwback. Check it out. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to have a look at 2021's Divide and Conquer, directed by Mercedes the Muse. And in this one, meanwhile in Tromaville, three women warriors find themselves on the run and kicking in the teeth of every misogynist that dares to cross their path. Lloyd Kaufman calls it a feminist movie for the 21st century. This estrogen-fueled grindhouse tribute is written and directed and co-starring Mercedes the Muse, whose previous film, Honor Killing, was also released by Troma. Men will be shocked, women will understand. Divide and Conquer. If you've seen Mercedes' other work, you know what to expect. I mean, this is, Troma. This one stars Mercedes the Muse, Irene Devine, and Naughty Peach. You can pick this one up on Blu-ray. It's also streaming on Troma Now. Check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2009 horror film from writer-director Mike C. Hartman, Heavy Mental. Ace, a young metalhead, gets his life turned upside down when he receives a guitar possessed by the spirit of rock god Eddie Lee Stryker, who is murdered by the beautiful and deadly crime boss Miss Delicious. After discovering she plans on blowing up the Battle of the Bands, Stryker endows Ace with the heavy metal powers to stop her. So this is a great one to double up with anything from Black Roses to Hard Rock Zombies or Rock and Roll Nightmare. It's a really fun metal horror movie, horror comedy, I should say, and it is today's Troma 365. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1984 horror film from director John P. Finnegan, Girl School Screamers. At an elite all-girls college, a group of chronically misbehaving students are forced to clean a creepy old mansion with a deadly past in preparation for its grand reopening. However, when they use a dusty old Ouija board, they revive an evil spirit who dispatches them one by one in increasingly grisly ways. So this was shot under the title The Portrait and retitled by Troma to Girl School Screamers. It's a fun slasher blended with the haunted house story from the director who also wrote another popular Troma slasher called Blades. Check it out. Vinegar Syndrome did a great job on this Blu-ray.
Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at 2006's Yeti, A Love Story. In this horror comedy from directors Adam DeYoy and Eric Goslin, sexually repressed frat boy Adam finds himself kidnapped by a twisted cult and offered as a human sacrifice to a homicidal and wildly homosexual mountain Yeti. But when the misunderstood Yeti spares his life, young Adam soon gives in to his deepest desires and finds love with his new furry friend. As the kinky fun heats up, the outraged cultists set out to put a stop to the shocking man-beast love once and for all. The newest addition to Troma's library, Yeti, A Love Story, is a romantic horror comedy like you've never seen before. You can find this one on an out-of-print DVD that will cost you a pretty penny, but you can rent or buy it digitally on Amazon Prime and stream it on Troma Now. I do think this is worth checking out. It's different, it's out there, it's Troma. Check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at 1969's The Girl Who Returned, directed by Lloyd Kaufman. Tough and exciting, Coach Geneva whips track star Lucy into shape for an upcoming Olympic event. Geneva's training proves to be so grueling that Lucy eventually runs away into an outside world full of apathy and hostility. Set in an alternative reality in which the world is made up of just two countries, one inhabited only by men and the other by women. The Girl Who Returned is a black comedy notable as the directorial debut of Lloyd Kaufman, future co-founder and president of Troma Entertainment. It was made during his sophomore year at Yale University. This one stars Gretchen Herman, Beverly Galley, and Tim McLean. You can find this one on the Waitress DVD in the Sexy Box. It's a hidden bonus movie. Just click on the boob, and there you go. Or you can stream it on Troma Now. Check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2014's Camp, directed by Einosuke Shibata. Kozu and her younger sister are driving through the countryside on the first leg of a camping trip. A minor accident leaves them stranded in the middle of nowhere. The virginal sisters only wanted a relaxing weekend getaway. What they got was more horrific than anything they could have imagined. Trapped, brutalized, and tortured by their 5 sadistic captors, it's up to Kozu, with the help of the mysterious female vigilante, to enact her righteous, bloody revenge. Akane is ready for her vengeance, and nothing will stop her until they pay for what they did to her sister. Starring Miyuki Yokoyama, Rei A. Anna, and Peach Momo Maya. You can only get this one now on the out-of-print DVD from Asia with Love Volume 1. I do recommend checking this one out. This one is definitely Todd recommended. Check it out. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1987 Surf Nazis Must Die, directed by Peter George. The beaches have become battlefields, the waves are a war zone. In the wake of a killer earthquake, the beaches of California have been taken over by vicious neo-Nazi punks. No one can halt the megalomaniac reign of Adolf and his silhouette-heeled, leather-clad Eva, until they pick on the son of Eleanor Mama Washington. Now she's out for vengeance. Feel the roar of the monster waves, experience the passion of perverted romance, know the evil of mankind's greatest villains, and taste the violent vengeance. Surf Nazis Must Die, the courageous saga of a mother's undying devotion and quest for justice, becomes a tidal wave of action and destruction. Starring Boehner Brenner, Gail Neely, and Michael Saunier. You can get this one on DVD, on Blu-ray. You can stream it on Amazon Prime, Freevee, Peacock, Pluto TV, Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1987 action revenge film from writer-director Joseph Merry, L.A. Crackdown. Hollywood, it's so glamorous. Swimming pools, movie stars, and perverts. On the other side of the bright lights of Hollywood lies a decaying civilization where drugs, vice, and violence are the way of life. Until a sexy policewoman named Karen Shore decides enough is enough. So this is another film from City Lights Entertainment that Troma distributed. City Lights is a precursor to PM Entertainment, which of course Joseph Merry was a big part of. And this stars 80s and 90s action star Pamela Dixon, who was in a lot of fun B action movies of the time, and she plays Karen. Good one to watch if you're a fan of the revenge films of the 70s and 80s and 90s. So check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1971's The Battle of Love's Return, directed by Lloyd Kaufman. This is one of Lloyd Kaufman's earliest directorial efforts in the tradition of Buster Keaton, Harold Lloyd, and Charlie Chaplin. The Battle of Love's Return is a witty, whimsical story of one man's struggle for happiness in this crazy modern world. Abercrombie, played by Lloyd Kaufman, is the classic everyman, a struggling hero who can't get ahead. Dim-witted and accident-prone, Abercrombie bounces from one absurd job to another, and finally to the battlefield. Only one person appears to bring him happiness, the dream girl who seems always just out of his reach. This one stars Lloyd Kaufman, Lynn Laurie, and Andy Kay. This one is a hidden feature on the Sexy Box on the Stuck On You disc. You just click on the boob and there it is. You can also stream this on Troma Now. It is one of Lloyd's earliest works, so check it out. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to tell you about Uncle Lloydie's Tromaween tricks and treats on Troma Now. Dig your teeth into this amuse-bouche of spooky Troma masterpieces straight from Lloyd's bowels. I mean the bowels of Troma. Starting off with the creature feature classic Night Beast, we are faced with a horror that is truly out of this world. Next up, we have Beware Children at Play, where the neighborhood children find a sweet tooth for more than just candy. Moving on, we are blessed with the presence of the lovely Debbie Rochon playing a sexy serial killer on death row, reciting spooky tales that will make you yearn for the electric chair in Hell Block 13. And finally, the meta slasher killfest from the wicked mind of Brandon Bassam, the slashing. It's sure to leave you in stitches if you're lucky. This is streaming on Troma Now. These are all great flicks to check out for Halloween. If you need something to watch, I definitely recommend checking these out on Troma Now. Greetings and happy Halloween, and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2014's Chubbies, directed by Mike Hartman. It's Halloween night at the Bolorama, where Samantha and her friends are having a party. Everyone's having a great time, until the Chubbies arrive. From the distant planet of Snurd, where sex is outlaws, come the Chubbies, a race of grotesque and horny little creatures hell-bent on global domination by invading your body through any orifice they can find. The party dies and the horror is born when the teens are held captive by the Chubbies and must fight to keep their buttholes tight in this action-packed horror comedy. This one's listed on the Troma website. It doesn't have a physical from them. I don't know if it's still in the library, but you can pick up the DVD from Rock Bottom Video. There's also a Blu-ray. I definitely say check this one out. It is a fun Halloween flick, and if you can find this one, it's 100% worth your time, and I do say check it out. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2013's Hitchhike, directed by Nosuke Shibata. And in this one, the brutal Yoshio and his quiet young wife Sikio are on a road trip. Their drive takes a turn for the worst when Yoshio ignores her warnings and decides to pick up a hitchhiker, a deranged bank robber serial killer who revels in misogyny. Now forced to cooperate in this madman's getaway, it's Sikio's turn to take control. He drove her through hell, she dragged him to vengeance. This one borrows heavily from the 1977 Franco Nero Italian film of the same name. Also gets a high Todd recommendation. This one stars Miyuki Yokoyama, Hiroki Kawashiro, and Shoichi Matsuda. You can only get this one on the out-of-print DVD now from Asia with Love Volume 1. This is another Todd recommendation. I do suggest checking it out. You can still get the DVD pretty cheap. Check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1988 action film from director Joseph Merry, L.A. Crackdown 2. Karen Shore returns once again, going undercover at a dancer at a club to catch a psychopath who's been bumping off the girls in increasingly brutal ways. Very much a product of its time, with its Miami Vice style and soft rock soundtrack, plus a lot of big, beautiful 80s hair. Once again, this was from City Lights Entertainment, which was the precursor to PM Entertainment, which made so many great action films throughout the 80s, 90s, into the early 2000s. And yeah, this one's worth checking out once again if you're a fan of 80s style revenge movies, the Death Wish sequels. Give it a shot.
Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at the 2004 DVD release of The Best of Troma Dance Volume 3. Troma Dance features a range of films made independently, usually without big stars and big money, and far away from the Hollywood studio system. Troma Dance selections have been made with passion, courage, integrity, and raw talent. In this third volume of The Best of Troma Dance, viewers can sample 15 of the best films from the 2003 and 2004 Troma Dance Festival. Over 3 hours of the world's finest, truly independent films. Titles include Giuseppe Andrews' Dribble, winner of the Troma Dance Kodak Independent Soul Award. Kevin Marr's Monkey Brains. Kung Fu Titties and Marijuana's Revenge by the filmmaking team of Philip Gunn, Daniel Gutierrez, and David Valdez. Plus, Matt and Greg Brooken's Shrunk Ape, Jamie Greco's PDA Massacre, and others. Now, this one is on DVD. It's the only place you can see it right now. You can pick it up on TromaDirect.com. If you're a fan of the shorts, I recommend this volume. Check it out. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1971's California Fever, directed by Lawrence Mascott. And in this one, this is the groovy story of three fun-loving friends who become disillusioned with the traditional values they were raised to believe in. Get ready to tune in, turn on, and kick back and watch this nostalgic drama about life in California in 1966. Now, you may have seen this one under a variety of names, such as Teenage Divorcee or Josie's Castle. If you've ever wanted to see George Takei in a sexploitation film, this is your chance. They added some footage in later when the film didn't hit. And on the Howard Stern show, Takei said he was unaware of the additions until years later and laughingly added that he was impressed with the body double used for his test. So this one stars George Takei, Tom Felding, and Holly Mascott. To get this one on DVD, you'll need to pick up the Skin in the 70s collection, the foreign film collection from Alternative Cinema, which is still in print. If you want to see some George Takei classic sexploitation, check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1988's Skeleton Coast, directed by John Bud Cardos. And in this one, a star-studded film rings true during today's War on Terror, starring Ernest Borgnine, Robert Vaughn, and Oliver Reed. Retired Colonel Smith, along with his pack of mercenaries, set out to rescue his CIA agent's son, who has been taken prisoner by a terrorist army after a rebel uprising. The group must face a heavily armed fortress and an East German officer who specializes in torture on the Skeleton Coast in order to save his life. Will the pack be able to stand up to the sadistic colony and other villainous scoundrels they must face along the way, or will they die trying? Skeleton Coast is the Dirty Dozen meets the Wild Bunch by way of Platoon. As I said, this one stars Ernest Borgnine, Robert Vaughn, and Oliver Reed. It's well worth checking out. You can pick it up on DVD, or you can stream it on Troma now. Check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1994 horror film from director Julie Davis, Witchcraft 666. A serial killer is targeting women wearing gold crosses, and the detectives on the case, Lutz and Garner, enlist returning franchise favorite Warlock Will Spanner to help with the occult angles of the case. So this is one of the more steamier entries in the Witchcraft franchise, the never-ending Witchcraft franchise, and it's notable for originally casting Tiffany Shepis in her first role. She was 15 years old at the time. Unfortunately, the filmmakers did not realize that, so Tiffany didn't end up doing the movie. But it is, like I said, one of the more steamy entries and worth checking out.
Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2013's Lipstick, directed by Inosuke Shibata. And in this one, everything was perfect for international superstar Irina until she became the target of an obsessive fan. Afraid for her life, Irina begs for protection from respected police officer Gatto, who reveals himself as the person Irina fears most. Brutalized and ignored by her friends and family, Anna, now armed with a machete, decides to reap her revenge. This one stars Go Kanma, Hiroki Ka-Achu, and Natsuko Kimura. Now, you can only get this one on the out-of-print DVD from Asian with Lust Volume 2. If you haven't guessed by now, I'm a fan of this line. I really enjoyed the first two films, and this is another one I say check out. So pick up the DVD if you can find it and check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1984's Shadows Run Black, directed by Howard Hurd. In the deep, dark still of the night, shadows run black, and only terror illuminates the darkness. There is a deranged killer on the loose, and his bloody killings give a new, gory dimension to the word murder. After 3 college co-eds are found brutally bludgeoned to death, Detective Sergeant Rydell King is brought in to investigate. Sergeant King discovers that the victims are from a group of 4 close friends. Only one is left alive. Judy has nowhere to hide. Darkness will eventually fall, and her terror will scream through the night. Turn around slowly and beware when shadows run black. This was produced in 1981 but not released until 1986 to cash in on the rising fame of a young Kevin Costner, who has a small role in the film. The VHS art prominently featured him. You can check this one out on Troma now, and for a physical release, as of 2013, it was announced that it's coming from TerraVision. So hopefully it's still planned, and check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1995 horror film from director Michael Paul Gerard, Witchcraft 7 Judgment Hour. Warlock Will Spanner is at it again, battling lusty demon vampires. This time he enlists the help of old pals Lutz and Garner to bring down the evil vampire Martin and his beautiful demonic slaves. So this continues down a more spicy road in the franchise. It's a very, very sleazy movie. It features a role from a late-night cable babe Ashley Ray of the Justine series of movies, Bikini Drive-In, among others. And yeah, like I said, little light on the plot, but heavy on the spiciness. So check it out.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1973's Big Gus What's the Fuss, directed by Lloyd Kaufman and Amy Artez. This is another one of Lloyd's early directorial efforts, and in this one, bumbling private detective Schwartz and his equally inept partner are hired by a man to find out if the man's wife is cheating on him with the family doctor. The blundering duo run afoul of mobsters and experience other mishaps during their investigation. Now, this was funded by Troma because they were told it would be a surefire success in Israel. It was not. It failed horribly. This one stars Bumba Tuzar, Joseph Shiloch, and Ian Diar. This film has never actually been released on video physically. However, Troma Studios has made the film available for digital download on the web store. I said it wasn't released physically, but on the Squeeze Play DVD in the Sexy Box, it is a hidden movie. Just click on the boob. If you want to check out this little piece of Troma history, you can check it out on the Sexy Box DVD, or you can stream it on Troma Now. It's not the best, but for historical purposes, I say check it out. Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1984's That's My Baby, directed by John Bradshaw and Edie Yallers. And in this one, Louis and Suzanne have been living together for a few years now. Louis takes care of the house and works a part-time job. Suzanne, a television executive, is the main breadwinner. It is Louis's primary wish to have a child with Suzanne, but she is balking because she fears she will be demoted or even lose her job. So they decide to separate. Louis looks for another girlfriend while Suzanne steps out with a fellow executive at the television studio. This is one of the more obscure Troma titles. Those who prefer romantic dramas and who have run out of choices may want to try and seek this one out. This one's not for everyone, and it doesn't really have that Troma feel. It stars Timothy Weber, Sonia Schmitz, and Joanne McIntyre. This one's only available on VHS, so if you want to check it out, you're going to have to do some hunting, but that's today's Troma 365.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1973 comedy from director Paul Glickler, The Cheerleaders. The Amoroso High cheerleader squad decide to show their school spirit for their football team by sleeping with their opponents the night before the big game to wear them out so they won't be able to play. So this is drive-in exploitation perfection. I consider this one an essential. It was followed by The Swinging Cheerleaders from director Jack Hill, Revenge of the Cheerleaders, and Cheerleaders Wild Weekend. Don't have to worry about watching any of those in order. This one is sexy, it's hilarious, and yeah, once again, if you're into classic exploitation cinema, I highly recommend The Cheerleaders. It's a must-watch and a personal favorite. Check it out.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2012's Weekend, directed by Yoshikazu Ishii. And in this one, all Miki wanted was a chance to turn her blog into a career in the cosmetics industry. When invited to model at a brand new secluded mountain lodge, she never imagines that her hosts, three seemingly normal men, might be setting up a trap. Forced into submission for their kinky snuff website, Miki becomes her captor's dog, kept only alive to perform. But Miki's kidnappers aren't the only ones with a talent for brutality, because now this young beauty wants only one thing: vengeance. This one stars Hiroki Kwaatsu, Tenmaya Zawa, and Izumu Sukihara. Now, the only way to get this one is on the out-of-print DVD from Asia with Less double feature. I've spoken very highly about these films in this series. I do recommend picking up both discs, so check them out. Cool readings and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1995's The Suburbanators, directed by Gary Burns. And in this one, 3 sets of Canadian slackers enjoy a series of comic misadventures as they make their way across town. It's just another day in the burbs. That is until it turns into a trip to the mall, a drug bust broadcast on TV, a pedestrian hit by a car, 3 guys locked out of their apartment and chased by burglars by their own landlord, and a lot of laughs. This is a very 90s film, very post-Linklater, with some similarities to his early film Slackers, a bit of Kevin Smith's Clerks. You can definitely feel the influence of the 90s indie scene in this, so that alone for me makes it worth checking out. This one stars Joel McNichol, Steven Spengler, Stuart Burden, and Jacob Bingham. Now you can only find this one on VHS, so if you can find it, I do think it's worth a watch. Check it out. Cool readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at Troma and Nerd Nest Collectibles limited 40th anniversary VHS edition of The Toxic Avenger in a clear atomic green tape with a flip open slipcase. Welcome to Tromaville, New Jersey, a small American town terrorized by criminals. The town's corrupt mayor sits idly by while muggers, robbers, and teenage punks victimize helpless citizens. Among the residents of Tromaville is Melvin, the nerdy janitor at the local health club. That is until he becomes the Toxic Avenger. Don't miss the opportunity to get this limited edition VHS, including an all-new, spur-of-the-moment, full-of-nonsense interview with Lloyd Kaufman during the San Diego Comic-Con 2024. See the film that spawned the comic book, website, cartoon, action figures, and 3 sequels to date. Still a classic after 4 decades. Now, if you want to pick up this really cool tape, you can get it from Nerd Nest Collectibles. It's going to set you back about $55, but you can use the code FREESHIPVHS for free shipping. This is a really cool piece. Pick it up.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1979 action thriller from director Christopher Leach, Border Cop. A kind-hearted U.S. immigration officer takes on organized crime boss and a brutal smuggler preying on the locals. So this stars the legendary Telly Savalas of Kojak, Lisa and the Devil, and Horror Express fame, among many other movies, and Eddie Albert as the villain. It is always worthwhile for Telly Savalas, and this is no exception. Not his best film, but nonetheless worth a watch, and you can check it out streaming on
Amazon Prime. And just for the record, producer Todd is always right. Good night.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1981 drama from director Jules Dassin, Circle of Two, also known as Obsession. The story of an impossible love between a painter and his much younger muse. So this stars Tatum O'Neal and Richard Burton in the lead roles. It's the final film of the director, who's very notable. He made Rafifi, Never on Sunday, He Who Must Die. Lots of great films. If you watch, there are some cameos in this one. Lee Majors pops up, and Tatum O'Neal's dad, Ryan O'Neal. Tatum did regret making this movie for some of the content that is in there, but it is a pretty solid flick, so check it out. Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1988 horror film from director Duran Warren, Mirror of Death, also known as Dead of Night. A pretty woman named Sarah has been a punching bag for her jerk boyfriend Bobby. She flees from him to the comfort of her sister's place, where she discovers a book of black magic that summons an evil spirit from an antique mirror that possesses her and turns her into a seductress who lures men to their demise. So this director is no stranger to Troma. He also made the Troma film Bloodspell, which we did a short for. And this one's I'd recommend it for fans of the Mirror Mirror series, the Witchcraft movies as well. Of course, Oculus, if you want a low-budget film to add to that double feature. And I recommend it. Check it out.
Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at the 2018 release of The Toxic Avenger the Musical, directed by Nick Morris. Based on Lloyd Kaufman's cult 1984 schlock horror hit, this musical tells the story of the citizens of Tromaville, desperate for a hero to clean up their toxic waste problem. Enter Melvin Ferd III, an aspiring Earth scientist, but when the mayor and her goons get wind of his plans, Melvin is tossed into a vat of waste, transforming him into the Toxic Avenger, New Jersey's first superhero. This isn't an exact retelling of the film in musical form. It takes its own, twists and turns, does its own story, but it has the soul of the film. So if you want to check it out, it's worth a watch. It stars Emily Salvo, Ben Irish, and Natalie Hope. You can get it on DVD, or you can stream it on Broadway HD with a subscription. It's worth checking out if you're a fan of the film. Now, if you want a true Troma musical, there's always Poultry Guys. Check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at Vincent Turturro's 2018 unapologetically gross, acclaimed dark comedy Victor Goodview. In the Yonkers ghetto on the outskirts of New York City, aimless white boy millennial Victor finds himself without a job and short on the utility bill. To make matters more uncomfortable, he hasn't had a bowel movement in longer than he can remember. Victor seeks solace by making friends of dubious characters, smoking crack of dubious quality, and pursuing women of dubious intent. As Victor readies himself for his desperately needed dead-end job interview, the consequences of his lifestyle catch up with him. One man must prove he is greater than the sum of his vices while fighting a losing battle against loneliness, destitution, and a nasty bout of constipation. This one stars Winston Shaw, Kenny Bollard, and Lucy Peterson. You can pick this one up on Blu-ray or stream it on Fandango now at home or on Troma Now. It's worth a watch. It is definitely out there, so check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2005's The Best of Troma Dance Volume 4. Troma Dance features a range of films made independently, usually without big stars or big money, and far away from the Hollywood studio system. Troma Dance selections have been made with passion, courage, integrity, and raw talent. Savor a selection of experimental shorts from the 4th Annual Troma Dance Film Festival, an event that touts itself as a truly populist venue. This volume showcases more one-of-a-kind independent films starring hookers, superheroes, vampires, and other intriguing characters. Films like La Bagman, Lick It Man, Revenge of the Killer Meat, Little House in Saskatchewan, 976 Liars, The W, Nosferatu the Friendly Vampire, and many more. Features 3 hours of the best short films from the world's finest truly independent film festival. You can only get this one on DVD, and it is still available on TromaDirect.com, so check it out.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1990 action film from director Thomas Dwyer, Contra Conspiracy. When a Hollywood film crew sets up shop in the Mojave Desert, they believed they were making the action-adventure blockbuster of the year. Little did the filmmakers know, they would also be living it. So this is directed by stunt icon Thomas Dwyer, Mortal Kombat, Captain America Civil War, X-Men First Class, just to name a few, stunt legend. He was also the director of Troma's Death by Dialogue, which we reviewed on the channel, and this is another City Lights Entertainment film, which was the precursor to PM Entertainment. This one is produced by Joseph Mary and Richard Pepin. There's some really solid stunt work, much cheaper than the later PM Entertainment films, but fun. Check it out.
Greetings and namaste. Pugs Red here on Troma's 365, and look what we got here. Citizen Toxie, The Toxic Avenger 4, my personal favorite, directed by, of course, the almighty Lloyd Kaufman. So this one is about Toxie traveling to another dimension, and everything's all turned upside down. What's good's bad, what's bad is good. It has Kabuki Man, but in a Todd form, so that's pretty cool too. I really love this movie. No BS, this is my favorite Troma movie. We just recently did a Toxic Avenger series retro, covered the whole shebang. Check that out. But you can watch this currently on DVD if you have it, Blu-ray if you have it, 4K if you have it. You can go buy it, stop being a cheap ass. But it's streaming on Peacock, AMC Plus, Shudder, Pluto, Tubi, Plex, and of course, Troma Now. Yeah, guys, I can't stress enough how much I love this movie. Highly recommend it. Please, please check this out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1989 drama from director Adam Rifkin, A Tale of Two Sisters. Two sisters reunite after not seeing each other for several years. While catching up on each other's lives, they relive childhood experiences, both good and tragic. So this one's interesting. It's based on a Charlie Sheen poem, and he also narrates and writes the film. And of course, we all know and love Adam Rifkin, who directs, but this also has other names in it. Peter Berg, Claudia Christian of The Hidden and Babylon 5 fame, Jeff Conway from Taxi, Sidney Lasik. The movie's totally improv, and it features some pretty surreal imagery. Not for everybody, but man, nobody's really seen this movie considering who's involved, so it is certainly worth the watch. Check it out.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2006 Looney in the Woods, directed by Leo Lee. And in this one, a camping trip full of booze, burgers, and boobs seems like a nice way for a group of friends to spend a vacation they will never forget. Unfortunately, no one will be left alive to remember the trip. Something lurks in these barren woods. Something more insane than a chainsaw-wielding psycho. Something more brutal than a machete-swinging mama's boy. And more savage than a tribe of flesh-eating cannibals. There's a loony on the loose, and this loony will have you singing a different tune. It's not if they will escape alive, it's how many pieces will be left of them. This one stars Leo Bill and Dean Puckett. This is notable for being the first VHS only released by a major studio in 15 years, and that was in 2013. They only released this on VHS, so if you want to see it, you can pick up the VHS if you can find it, or you can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. It's a fun SOV throwback. I say check it out. Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at the Toxic Crusaders video game for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Toxic Crusaders is a side-scrolling beat-em-up video game for the Nintendo Entertainment System, based on the 1991 cartoon series The Toxic Crusaders. It was developed by TOS and published by Bandai in 1992. This one features 6 levels: Tromaville, Tromaville High, Tromaville Factory, Tromaville Highway, the Tromaville Sewer, and the Inland City. There were 3 versions. We've covered the better game with the Sega Genesis version. This one is still fun, but not as good as the other. Everything that's wrong with the Sega one is multiplied in this one, and this one gets frustrating really fast. For example, the select button punches. Yes, you heard me right. And not only does it punch, it hits harder than the regular B button. That alone, this makes it a bit harder for a beat 'em up. If you're going to grab this one, I say pick it up on the Sega Genesis, but check it out. Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at Troma's Basement. Not Troma's actual basement, but the UK show that ran for 12 episodes on Bravo in the UK. This was the pinnacle of Troma-themed television programming. These segments were shot as introductions to Troma movies playing on Bravo in the UK and featuring the loveliest of lovelies. Michelle Collins as Miss Troma UK, and 2 pasty Brit funny men, Alexander Armstrong and Ben Miller. Toxie joins the fun too. It all adds up to some crazy goings-on, like Monty Python pissing up Queen Elizabeth's leg. If you've never seen this, you can check out all 12 segments on Troma Now. They are fun. Like I didn't get to see them in the UK, obviously, so I know there's some sentimental value for some UK viewers. It's a 90s throwback. I do say check them out. They're fun. They're quick little 10-minute segments. Worth your time. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2006 horror comedy musical from director Lloyd Kaufman, Poultrygeist, Night of the Chicken Dead. Zombified chickens rise up to feast upon the fast food workers who cook them in a restaurant built on an ancient burial ground, all while our hero Arby tries to win back the love of his life. So this one is in-house. It's a strong candidate, in my opinion, for the best Troma movie ever made. The musical numbers are catchy and hilarious. Just everything about this movie works so well. It's right up there with Terror Burner. I highly, highly recommend this one. It's wild, it's smart, it's a great satire based on an actual experience at the Troma offices, which you can find out on the special features. So check it out.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2014's Dinner with Lloyd, directed by Dwayne Buckle. And in this one, join Lloyd Kaufman as he talks about his life, his work, independent film, and the film industry. Go inside the mind of an independent film director, Lloyd Kaufman. Dinner with Lloyd explores the history of Kaufman's Troma films and much more. Dinner with Lloyd was helmed by Dwayne Buckle, and it was shot at Kaufman's Troma Film Studios in New York. It's a really intimate sit-down interview. We get to look around the Troma building, so there's some cool things you can see and pick out if you're a big Troma fan. There wasn't anything really new in this doc, but it's a really cool just sit-down piece with the two guys talking. I definitely say it's worth checking out. You can pick it up on an MOD DVD, or you can watch it on Tubi. Check it out. Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to have a look at 2015 Six Sock Monsters from Outer Space, directed by Alberto Genovese. And in this one, in a galactic empire dedicated to the cult of fitness and beauty, the monarch, Gregorio, orders tanning showers delivered to all places of assembly on every planet in memory of his personal trainer, who was electrocuted by a tanning lamp 10 years before and has been elevated to the status of a martyr. Dolceza Estrema, a pirate ship captained by the washed-up rock star and ex-convict Pix, and with a crew of recovering drug addicts, is assigned to the mission. After their arrival on a planet called Nemesis, Pix comes to question his orders and a mutiny takes place. This is an Italian film. This one's strange. Everyone in this movie is a sock puppet minus the lead. It is definitely worth a one-time watch. You can pick it up on Blu-ray or you can stream it on Troma Now. Say check it out. Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2009's Bigfoot, directed by Bob Gray. And in this one, something monstrous is slaughtering deer in the marshlands of Ohio, leaving them torn to shreds. Authorities believe it to be the work of a bear, but Army veteran Jack Sullivan knows the truth. He has heard the creature's name, but nothing can prepare him for the disturbing reality of Bigfoot, the original monster of American folklore. Bob Gray's Bigfoot is more savage, relentless, and bloodthirsty than he's ever been before. The deer were just the beginning. He's saving his ultimate wrath for the men who enter his domain. This one stars Todd Cox, Lisa Foster, and Bob Gray. It's a fun little Bigfoot flick. Low budget. This is just the type of film up my alley. If you like them low, and this one is fun, it's humorous, you can pick it up on DVD, or you can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and of course, Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore Readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1999 Shakespearean drama from director Timothy Hines, A Midsummer Night's Dream. A Midsummer Night's Dream is one of Shakespeare's most popular works, and no wonder, it's about the world's most popular pastime, falling in love. And as Puck knows, falling in love can make fools of us all. So this was made at the same time to capitalize on the 1999 big screen version starring Hollywood stars like Michelle Pfeiffer, Callista Flockhart, Kevin Kline, and Rupert Everett. It was out at the time and getting some buzz, so we get a Troma version. This is significantly less crazy as Tromeo and Juliet, but makes a good companion piece, so check it out.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2017's The Miranda Murders, Lost Tapes of Leonard Lake and Charles Ng, directed by Matthew Rosvali. And in this one, delve into the minds of two serial killers with this horrifyingly true found footage film. Between 1983 and 1985, Leonard Lake and Charles Ng imprisoned over 20 women in their secluded cabin located in the woods of Wilesville, California. The two conducted a series of conditioning experiments on their victims to create the perfect obedient slave, filming their progress as they developed their brainwashing techniques. Watch the uncut and unedited horrifying found footage case that shocked California and the nation. This one stars Matthew Rosvali, G.R. Clavera, and Jennifer Keener as Cricket. This one you can only see on Troma Now. I am a big fan of this one. I'm really glad Troma picked it up. It's basically a reenactment of the crimes, but it's a really interesting watch. I say check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2024's Tromalesque, a tribute to 50 years of Troma entertainment. Directed by Catalina Curida, Alex Nigo, and Mark Pierce. And in this one, it's a burlesque tribute to 50 years of Troma entertainment, featuring new performances based on previous Troma releases. Hosted by the true original gala, Monique Dupree of Hashtag Shakespeare Shitstorm, and showcasing burlesque performers from across the U.S., featuring burlesque from Lee Melee, Lilith Siren, Amy Burke, Savannah Bombshell, Oliver Bliss, and Honey Sabina. Now you can only check this out on Troma Now. This is like a mix of stuff. We got a bunch of burlesque segments and some trailers and some commercials, Troma commercials in between. It's a fun 45-minute time waster. I say check it out for Troma's 50th, only on Troma Now. Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2016's Dead Inside, directed by Ken Cosentino. And in this one, when a group of survivors take refuge in a friend's home to protect themselves from the zombie apocalypse, they must learn to confront and destroy not only the evil lurking on the outside, but also the menace that stalks them from within. This is a fun, gushy, gory, low-budget zombie romp. The directing is also pretty solid, especially for a very low-budget film. The acting's also solid. It borrows heavily from Night of the Living Dead, like a lot of zombie films do. This one stars Cynthia DeForester Gerber and Tyler Austin. You can pick this one up on DVD, or you can stream it on Troma Now. I definitely think if you haven't seen this one and you want a zombie film, this is a pretty good watch. But just set the bar low. It is really low budget. You can check it out on Troma Now.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1982 action film from director Arizal, Ferocious Female Freedom Fighters Part 2. They're back and they're more ferocious than ever. We follow a brave woman who fights against her destiny. She's tougher than a rabid canine, braver than a battalion of Bruce Lees. With vengeance pulsing through her veins, she journeys back into her past, kicking anything that gets in her way, settling the ultimate score against the brutal crime syndicate. So this is an Indonesian film from the director of Special Silencers, which is a good one, and starring Indonesian legend Barry Prima and Eva Arnaz. That's all that needs to be said. Barry Prima is an icon. Check out all of his films and enjoy this Troma 365 pick.
Greetings and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2011's Hemo, directed by Bob Favell. And in this one, their oxygen is blood. Felicia and Calvin are vampires living in a post-Gadsby Long Island. Their method of obtaining their drug of choice is compromised when the local blood bank beefs up security, and they must resort to murder to get their fix. The advice of friendly neighbor, played by Steve Dash, Friday the 13th Part 2, reinforces their desperate choice. But it's only a matter of time before their lifestyle turns poisonous and our addicts come face to face with the monster they have become. Get bit. This one pairs well with Tainted or Sucker the Vampire from Troma. It stars Pamela Price and Kevin Petroff. You can pick it up on DVD, or you can stream it on Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. Check it out. Greetings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1997's Back Road Diner, directed by Winston I. Dunlop II. And in this one, Back Road Diner is the chilling story of four lifelong friends from the mean streets of the New York City ghetto on a cross-country road trip gone wrong. On the road, they recall the hilarious, wild adventures of their younger days. When the friends stop off at a back road diner, they are approached by a group of redneck bigots. Racial tensions erupt into violence and sets off a chain reaction that hurtles the friends toward the film's shocking conclusion. This one's a good one to check out. It pairs well with other urban Troma titles like Death by Temptation and Bug. It stars Bruce Behrman, Andre M. Carrington, and director Winston L. Dunlop II. You can pick this one up on DVD, or you can stream it on Tubi, Plex, or Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1988 action-adventure film from writer-director Neil Adams, Death to the Pee-wee Squad. When Jason and Z are left home alone with their dad's priceless invention, they form the Pee-wee Squad to protect it from the invading baddies. So this is very notable for being the first directorial effort of Neil Adams, a famous comic book artist and Jack Kirby Hall of Famer, responsible for Creepy, Eerie, The Spectre, Teen Titans, X-Men, Batman, Green Arrow, just to name a few. He's responsible for conceiving a darker Batman and Joker, and also brought back Two-Face, who was a more obscure villain in the 50s. This movie stars his real-life children and is an interesting companion piece to Home Alone, so check it out.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2010's Purge, directed by David King. And in this one, a must-see for lovers of cyberpunk. David King's smash Ozploitation film Purge takes place in a Unitarian, genetically engineered parallel universe. Layla, a BDSM mistress, just wants to fit in and be happy, but her nemesis won't let her. So, Purge is one of those rare productions that is truly so unusual in its story and visual flair that it's virtually impossible to compare it to any other film. I know it's not going to be for everyone. I do think it's worth checking out once. It stars Sarah Breen, Michael Cahill, Damon Hunter, and Aaron Walsh. You can check this one out on DVD. You can stream it on Tubi, Plex, or Troma Now. Check it out. Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1991's The Toxic Crusaders, the series, newly available on Blu-ray. Watch the classic Saturday morning cartoon like never before. Based on Troma's cult classic Smash, The Toxic Avenger, The Toxic Crusaders animated series follows the adventures of that lovable, deformed creature of superhuman size and strength, Toxie, along with his new friends, Yvonne, No-Zone, Headbanger, and Junkyard. Watch as Toxie stands up for truth and justice against the evil Dr. Kill-Em-Off and his hordes of heinous henchmen in this complete series collection. This features a new introduction by Lloyd Kaufman, original toy commercials and TV spots. What's really cool is it has a feature-length documentary about the making of the upcoming Toxic Crusaders video game from Retrowave. It also has archival footage and bonus cartoons. This one, you can see the episodes on DVD, Amazon Prime, Tubi, Plex, but to see the new HD remasters, you can only see them on Blu-ray and on Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2014 sci-fi comedy from director Jay Summer, Revenge of the Spacemen. After years of unsuccessful attempts, aliens invade a small rural Ohio town, and this time they're out for revenge. It's up to local hillbillies and college kids to defend the world from this sinister alien attack. So if you're a fan of Tim Burton's Mars Attacks or the Campbell Scott film Invasion, which I like quite a bit, or even Freezer Burn with Tom Green and Crispin Glover, I think you'll have a lot of fun with Revenge of the Spacemen. As you can see, it is available on Blu-ray from Troma, so go check it out if you're a fan of sci-fi comedies.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2008's Bloodspit, directed by Duke Hendrix. From the creators of the Killbillies comes Bloodspit, a truly tasteless tale of vampire lust, monstrous mutants, and blood-sucking freaks. When Count Bloodsplit and his family of ghouls return from the vampire mirror world to feast on young virgins, they find famed vampire hunter Dr. Ludwig hot on their trail. When Ludwig steals the family crest off the Bloodsplit's coffin, the villainous vampire finds himself trapped in our dimension. Now the hunt is on as Dr. Ludwig chases Bloodsplit around the world, trying to bury a stake in his heart once and for all. This is a fun, low-budget vampire flick. It stars Angus, Spanky Doll, and Leon Fish. You can check it out on DVD. You can also stream it on Plex and Troma Now. It's worth a watch. Check it out. Cool readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1991's Where Evil Lies, directed by Stephen A. Meyer, Kevin G. Noonan, and Richard L. Fox Jr. And in this one, a gripping tale of horror, murder, and revenge unfolds as Jack Devlin, caretaker of the Spencer House State, reveals an unforgiving history of zombies, vampires, and witches to a perspective buyer. The chilling story grows more horrifying, and even Jack's visitor is stunned by the final fate at this house where evil lives. This is an anthology. It stars veteran actor Claude Akins in his final screen appearance. Like I mentioned in the description, it features zombies, vampires, and witches. All three stories take place in an old country-style mansion. Also starring is James Coffey, Larry Q, and Louise Lederhorn. You can pick this one up on DVD, or you can stream it on Tubi and Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2016 superhero comedy from writer-director Seamus Hanley, The Middle Finger. Dennis, a lonely and frustrated teenager, is reluctantly transformed into a superhero, embedded with the symbol of a hand showing its middle finger, and must awkwardly endure his training and save his world from extinction in this superhero parody. So this one, very funny cult film, highly recommended for fans of Deadpool, Blank Man, and my personal favorite, Super. It's one that not a lot of people are aware of, and it is on Blu-ray, so check that out, and let us know what you think.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1994's State of Mind, directed by Reginald Adamson. Deep in the countryside, strange events are occurring that aren't quite explainable. An explosive car accident leaves a husband and wife clinging to their lives, and a mysterious hitchhiker burned to the crisp. The couple, Jack and Ruth, is fortunate enough to be found by a former nurse who is strangely intent in nurturing them back to health. But just how lucky are they? Soon they'll find themselves held captive in a drug-induced state of mind, unable to escape their prison of terrors. Police Detective Loomis has his hands full trying to make sense of the series of unexplained incidents. Will Detective Loomis be able to pull together all the pieces of the puzzle before the unthinkable happens? State of Mind stars action superstar Fred the Hammer Williamson, Euro legend Paul Naschy, and beloved Troma star Lisa Gay, as well as 80s favorite Jill Schauer. This is a fun action flick. You can pick it up on DVD, or you can stream it on Tubi or Troma Now. Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1991's Ragin' Cajun, directed by William Bryan Hillman. He fought, he lied, he feared for his life, and then he must meet his destiny. Get ready for Southern fried action and adventure in Ragin' Cajun. When the Ragin' Cajun is fed up with the mob-run kickboxing life, he leaves town in search of a fresh start as the world's next big country star. In his travels, he finds and falls for a beautiful country singer, but their happiness is cut short when she is apprehended by Ragin' Cajun's old enemies from his kickboxing days. Forced to fight one more time to the death, will the Ragin' Cajun be the last man standing, or will both his singing career and relationship come to an untimely end? This one stars David Heavener, Sam Bottoms, Charlene Tilton from Dallas, and Samantha Eggar from David Cronenberg's The Brood. If this sounds like a kickboxing over-the-top, you are correct. And you can pick this one up on DVD or stream it on Amazon and Troma Now. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 2007 mockumentary from writer-director Les Claypool, Electric Apricot. In this spoof of jam bands, and in the tradition of Rob Reiner's This Is Spinal Tap, we follow a graduate filmmaker who chronicles the group Electric Apricot on their journey to a famous musical festival. So this comes from writer-director star Les Claypool of Primus fame, and features Seth Green of Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Robot Chicken, Dean Bakar of Basketball, and Matt Stone of South Park, among many other notable roles. This is also, as far as my knowledge goes, the only film to come from both Troma and presented by National Lampoon. That alone is a reason to check it out.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2008's The Best of Troma Dance Volume 5. Troma Dance features a range of films made independently, usually without big stars and big money, and far away from the Hollywood studio system. Troma Dance selections have been made with passion, courage, integrity, and raw talent. In this 5th volume, behold the mighty genius and creativity of the ultra-low-budget independent filmmaker. In this mind-bending compilation of short films selected from Troma Dance, the Utah-based flick festival held as an alternative to Sundance. Featuring directors such as Ian Holderson and Jacob Ayer, this volume includes All I Did Was Die, Spurt, The Omnicide 800, The Courtesy Nudge, Pizza Time Theater, Bum Runner, Hunting Camp, and Unicorn. I definitely say this is worth a watch, like most of the Troma Dance volumes. You can only get it on DVD, and you can pick it up at Troma Direct. Check it out. Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2006 The Evolved, Part 1. Directed by Andrew Senior and John Turner. From the UK comes the first chapter in twisted splatterpunk comedy epic. Detective Danny Glover, Scarborough Police's premier dog-napping ring buster and general fat bastard, arrives in London to help the clinically psychotic detective Sonny Boy with his little problem. Who is butchering London's dogs? The answer seems obvious at first. It must be Burger Priest, the Pope's fast food empire. The detectives embark on a covert mission to uncover Burger Priest's dark secret. But even they are unprepared for the true horror and depth of the fast food franchise's depravity. Assisted by Feedy, a heroin-addicted fetus, and Ellen Mellon, a New York reporter who also happens to be an animated ventriloquist dummy, they must reveal the Pope's evil plan and shut down Burger Priest for good. If you haven't seen this is definitely out there, and it's definitely worth your time if you're a fan of the weird. You can pick this one up on DVD, or you can stream it on Troma now. Check it out.
Gore Readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1990 horror film from director Michael Swenny, No Way Back. When friends Fletcher Kane and Joe Campbell reunite after a hunting trip, everything seems fine until they stumble across a young woman being harassed by a backwoods creep. In a fight for her honor, the two men are injured and separated, with one of them taken in by the girl's family. They take care of him, and everything seems fine until he discovers their shocking secrets. So this stars future notable name Campbell Scott. It's also known as Ain't No Way Back, and it's a hillbilly horror film you may not have seen, so check it out.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1975's Foreplay. The Troma team is proud to present Foreplay, a hilarious 3-part examination in the science of sexology. John G. Avildsen, Bruce Maloof, and Robert McCarthy make up a threesome of directors that bring to you menage a trois of laughs. Watch in disbelief when the first couple is forced to have sex on national TV to save their kidnapped daughter. A man is tormented by his beautiful but uncooperative lover, a life-size doll. And an Italian Lothario muse gives one lucky man the chance to relive all his past failed seductions. In the tradition of everything you wanted to know about sex but were afraid to ask and cry uncle, this Lascavious carnival is in for some serious foreplay. This one stars Zero Mescal, Estelle Parsons, Jerry Orbach, Pat Paulson, and George S. Irving. You can pick this one up on DVD and stream it on Tubi and Troma now. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. Check it out. Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2020's hashtag Shakespeare shitstorm. And in this one, the opioid epidemic is destroying America. Legendary director Lloyd Kaufman celebrates Troma's 50 years by taking on Big Pharma, addiction, and the intolerance of social media in Shakespeare's shitstorm. This irreverent musical adaptation of The Tempest marks the most ambitious project in Troma's 50-year history. Working with one of Hollywood's best special effects companies, Troma brings a whole new experience to their stylized brand. Having a bigger budget also brought about a larger scale on-location filming in Albania. Shakespeare has never been this raw and unfiltered. This one stars Aaron Miller, Kate McGargle, Amanda Flowers, and Lloyd Kaufman. This one is coming soon to physical media, but you can stream it on Troma now starting January 15th, 2025. And if you have not seen this one gets my highest recommendation. It is a great film. You need to see it. Check it out when it hits streaming on January 15th. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1986 Indonesian action film The Stabilizer from director Arizal. Peter Goldson, aka The Stabilizer, searches for drug smuggler Greg Rainmaker, who killed his beloved fiancée by kicking her with his lethal spiked shoes. Now Goldson wants payback. Meanwhile, Rainmaker has kidnapped famous Professor Protos, and The Stabilizer teams up with his daughter to save her dad and take down Rainmaker for good. So this is, again, from director Arizal, who made many great, very prima movies in Indonesia. And the lead actor, Peter O'Brien, was known for playing the Indonesian knockoff character Rambo in Pembalasan Rambo. Of course, the Rambo takeoff. And I think I already sold this one, so check it out.
Gore Readings, Merry Christmas, and welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1980's Christmas Evil, aka You Better Watch Out, directed by Lewis Jackson. And in this one, Harry Stalling is obsessed with Christmas. In fact, he wants to be the authentic Santa Claus with a real suit, sleigh, and reindeer. Ever since he learned the truth about Santa, he's tried to make Christmas a reality. Growing up a toy maker, Harry is met with naysayers and critics who mock him for his Yuletide beliefs. But he wants people to get the presents they deserve, even if it means giving the gift of murder. Cynics and uptight hypocrites beware. Lewis Jackson's classic black comedy horror film Christmas Evil is, according to John Waters, the best seasonal film of all time. This one stars Brandon Margaret, Jeffrey DeMond, and Diane Holt. You can pick this one up on DVD, Blu-ray, stream it on Fandango at home, Crackle, Roku, Tubi, Plex, and Troma Now. If you haven't picked out a film to watch tonight, can't go wrong with Christmas Evil. Check it out.
Gore readings, and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1984 film from director Max Kalmanowick, Dreams Come True. A young couple masters the supernatural art of astral projection, which allows them to travel through dreams, explore their fantasies, and make a whole lot of love. They also end up stuck in nightmares or risk dying if someone wakes them up. So this is from the director of the all-time Troma classic, The Children, from 1980. This is only the second and last film that Max ever made, so it's worth checking out for that reason. It also features music from the band Spooner, who also appear in the film. It's another Troma title that's a little lesser known, but it's well worth checking out.
Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 2016 Spiderlings, directed by Salem Kapowski. And in this one, two lesbian arachno-punk lovers are in battle with their greedy, cold-hearted landlord. As the couple struggles to make ends meet, a deranged serial killer terrorizes the sleazy nightclub they work at. With a vicious killer on the loose and their merciless landlord on their case, the lovers have nowhere to turn. That is, until the arrival of their new mysterious pet spider. One of the most celebrated Troma titles of the last years. Spiderlings is a queer body horror punk rock musical with an anarchist streak and off-the-wall musical numbers, showcasing appearances with Rusty Golf, June Brown, Toshido Mita, and Lloyd Kaufman himself, with music and songs by Jeff Christian, and starring Jeff Christensen and Lee Mark Jones. You can pick this one up on DVD and stream it on Troma Now. Check it out. Gore Readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1989's They Call Me Macho Woman, directed by Patrick G. Donahue. And in this one, traumatic superheroine Susan Morris has to learn to fend for herself when she decides to escape from the urban jungle. While looking for a charming house in the country, she falls into the clutches of a band of brawny brutes, Mongo and his crew of corporate cretins. A once sweet working girl from the city, Susan is pushed to her limits and she becomes a fearsome female warrior. She escapes imprisonment from the gang and, craving revenge, metamorphosizes into a heroic woodland creature, armed with instruments of steel and skill derived from the primitive survival instincts. She repels the evil onslaught. Macho Woman has arrived. Born to shop, she learns to kill. You can pick this one up on DVD. There's also a Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray. You can stream it on Amazon Prime, Roku, Plex, and Troma Now. This one's a fun Troma action flick. Check it out.
Gore readings and welcome to today's Troma 365 pick, the 1993 action film from writer-director David Heavener, Eye of the Stranger. A stranger comes to town and causes a stir when he stands up for the townsfolk against the evil, corrupt Mayor Howard Baines, who's scheming to buy up all the local land by using his hired goons to persuade them to sell. So this also stars David Heavener, B-movie legend. It also features Martin Landau, Academy Award winner Martin Landau is the evil mayor. Great cast: Sally Kirkland, Don Swayze, Stella Stevens, Joe Estevez, Sidney Lasik, among others. David Heavener has made some interesting B-movies, so check it out.
Gore readings, welcome to today's Troma 365. Today we're going to look at 1998's Tainted, directed by Brian Evans. And in this one, follow the adventures of a group of film geeks on their way to a midnight movie. When they get sidetracked and stumble onto an unscrupulous vampire's plot to taint the local hospital's blood supply with undead hemoglobin, blood-soaked mayhem ensures. This one stars Jason Browery, Sean Farley, Greg James, Stacey Murphy, TJ Timmon, and Ronnie Walsh. This one was heavily inspired by the 90s Miramax independent film scene of the time, Quentin Tarantino, Kevin Smith. This feels like Clerks with vampires. One of our leads even works in a video store. This is one of my favorite Troma pickups. I really do love this one. I think you should check it out. You can pick it up on VHS. It's also on the Tainted Vampires Collection Troma Triple B Header Volume 2 DVD with Rockabilly Vampire and Sucker the Vampire. And you can also stream it on Plex and Troma Now. Check it out. Gore readings, welcome to the final Troma 365, and today we're going to look at 2016's The Last Day of School, directed by Michael and Sonia Mahal. And in this one, 4 college graduates caught cheating on their final exam are forced by their unstable teacher to perform a series of outrageously funny and sexy tasks in order to graduate. There's a lesbian affair, hypnosis, eye drops that turn women on, good clean 80s, 90s fun. Rolf Kolinsky co-wrote this one. He also wrote and directed Troma's There's Nothing Out There, Full Moon's The Killer Eye, a favorite, The Hazing, with Troma alum Tiffany Shepis. This makes a great double with 30 Girls, 30 Days, directed by the producer Michael Mahal and director. This one stars Ben Sauber, Aaron McLaughlin, Raymond Gutierrez, and John Chin. This one's on Blu-ray, and you can stream it on Troma Now. If you want a good throwback sex comedy, check it out.